Mic check. Mic check. Is the mic bugging? Bugging. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, what is the problem? Fuck you, mic. Fuck you. Now you work? Okay. Rip ears, dude. Rip. We're here in the mountains of Iran. Ah, damn, I couldn't beat this level. Dead. Oh, man. I tried a few strategies on here also, and I was like at the last wave, and then I couldn't do it. No. Dead. Haven't found a really good strategy. The first strategy I had was like getting them all together and then making them eat a lot of shit. Kinda dumb. Kinda dumb, kinda dumb. Oh wait, I can sell the reinforcements. Perfect wave or what? Sheesh. Why is it not stopping now? Was that even better? I'm not sure now. No. Ah. I hate this level, dude. It's just such a mess. Check. Last wave. Here it recommends, or like second objective is like making the path really long. But as you saw earlier, it's just such a mess also. What am I doing? Can't beat it. I feel like Witcher 3 is a little bit boring also, I don't know why. Just the whole talking all the time. Stream Together has ended. What? Maybe it happens after like 40 hours or something, or 48. Try to explode someone, so that's enough. This overdrive abilities. No. I don't get it, man. Maybe I need different loadout or something. I have like 1,000,000 turrets. Range 2. this one a try also. Mini stunts. Didn't it say range 2? I chose the wrong gun. Ah, now I built the wrong one again. can't do it. Get him! I guess it's these ones, huh? Since we made a bunch. I should get these also. More resources. swear I beat 5 level first try, and then this level came. I could maybe switch my talent points. It could maybe make a difference also. Baby and Drizzy. Baby and Drizzy.
Teeth cutting grooves in Runner by Alan Bow. The runner fled across the tundra under a humbling sweep of stars. His breaths came in gasps, the filtration unit in his teeth cutting grooves into his gums. An artifact from home, so long ago. An old keepsake that he'd physically outgrown. Kept for sentiment, not field use. The runner wiped the salt and spit from his chin as he kept his pace, tasting the gunmetal of the antique rebreather. His regiment-issued mask had been destroyed when he'd made his escape from the battle, just as the death fog caught them. Every time he stretched or contorted his face, he could feel where the material had melted into his cheeks, turning the skin into unfeeling leather. Chemical calluses that traced rivers down the sides of his jaw and onto his chin and neck. The hive behind him was almost certainly gone, along with whatever was left of his regiment. He wondered who'd get the blame when the news got out, if there was still anyone left alive to blame. Nobody thought much of it when the long-distance comms first went out, regimental equipment being what it was. Even on the second night, when their repeated queries to command went unanswered, and rumours began to swirl about wet, inhuman mutterings on the Vox channel.
Oh man, you can just tell it's like not a professional reader. Or not professional setup, I don't know. Taker of heads, Ian St. Martin.
To eat. The memory of the time before is faded, indistinct. This is by design, the whim of my masters who have ascended me. With each passing day, the life I was born into frays, soon to be forgotten. Yet still, the memory of hunger endures. The chapter will excise the past from my mind, but they have yet to take it from my stomach. Perhaps this too is by design. Hunger. That insistent tightening of the flesh as it demands nourishment is as constant a presence on Pozol as the beat of your heart. The experience of hunger, true hunger, never leaves you.
Toka, Adoni.
I look to the matriarch as we wait in darkness. We are both obscured, covered in the black dust of Pozol, as though we were birthed from it. I focus on her eyes, bright twin halos of white, shining with focus on the hunt. 3 sleeps we have tracked our prey across the plains after separating him from his tribe, encircling him, drawing close, and falling back, letting him believe we had lost his scent and that it was safe to rest and make fire. After 3 sleeps with nothing to sustain us, we stalk close to our quarry, seeking to end our famine while we still have the strength to do so. I think of the marrow in the prey's bones, and my stomach quivers.
Voshanit, Adoni.
She brushes across her eyes with her fingertips in the old way, and I do the same. In the dark, I see her, and she sees me. The length of chipped bone in my hand is heavy, slick in my tiny grip. We make ready to strike, her moving close on the left, while I spiral wide to the right. There, I wait. Until my huntress moves, I am stone. I can see the prey clearer now. He is crouched, the nodes of his spine rising and falling in rhythm with exhausted breaths. His head snaps up and around at any noise, paranoia warring against the urge for sleep. A napped flint hand-axe lies beside him, just within his reach. He is staring into the flames of the small fire he started, and by this he has sealed his fate. The light has stolen his night vision, and he doesn't see the matriarch until she is already upon him. I bound across the lightless rock of the plain, loping towards the 2 grappling figures. I focus on the dark side of their bodies, averting my gaze from the flames as I leap. My weight on the prey's back unbalances him. I aim my blade for the join between skull and spine, just as my matriarch has taught me. A vicious thrill fills me, but neither of us are raving savages as we close the hunt. We are careful not to rupture any organs, to avoid leaking the contents of his body and poisoning the meat. We dare not cut the throat and waste the life-sustaining blood to spill out upon the ground. Our prey gives everything he has to refuse us, to survive. But as soon as my blade enters him, the outcome is no longer in doubt. My blade's tip finds the space between skull and spine and separates the prey's brain from his body.
Adoni, Ikoroga!
We work quickly to dispatch him. This is not from any thought of mercy, a concept I would later learn but never actually express. Rather, it was from pragmatism, the true king of Pozol. Suffering taints the meat. The fire's touch will cleanse the prey's flesh and save us from the sickness that comes from consuming it raw. but hunger frays my patience. I take some of the prey then, holding it up in offering to my huntress first. She accepts it, as is her right. A murmur bubbles from her lips, honoring the man whose life we took to prolong our own. I look back down, my mind going again to the marrow within the bones. I plan to eat my fill when my destiny intervenes. Something huge and black roars in the midnight sky. The shock of it allows my mind only the impression of incredible size, of a pair of bladed wings. I have never seen its like before, though I have heard the legends of them whispered by the eldest of the tribe around the fires. It is a dragon. I did not have any other word to describe it yet. The monstrous thing kills the fire of our prey as the embers scatter, leaving flames of its own in its wake that make my eyes burn. Blind, I do not see the smaller shapes that fall away from the beast, like it is ridding itself of lice. My vision returns to see the dragon's children. They are giants in slab black skin, their eyes blazing like the roasting pyres.
Adoni! Dosa King Vayal!
I hear her scream for me to run, but the giants bear an inconceivable terror in every movement that numbs my face and steals the strength from my legs. My eyes lock to what covers their bodies, the only aspect of them that I can understand. Human bones. They reach for me with blackened claws. I imagine their desire for my flesh, their own hunger, as the dragon screams in the night above me. I pushed aside the past in favor of what lies before me. It is a sphere of jade, floating silent and serene in the void. A lush world, crowded with life. To one who has only known the barren rock of Pozol and the blessed bone of the Basilica Mortis, it is as alien to me as those I have been sent to kill. It's so green. Matthias is, as I am, young and shivering on the observation deck of our chapter's warship, the Endless Night. Our scars are still fresh, our bodies still growing and shifting with the recent gifts bestowed by our masters. We look out upon this new world with faces bare of any sign of accomplishment.
All of that, those are trees. Can you imagine such a thing?
I have never seen a tree before. I reach out. The world before me feels close enough to touch. My hand stops, arrested by the cold of the armored lass, keeping us from the void.
No, but soon we won't have to.
Why do they not simply burn them out?
The question is honest. Zolt is the swiftest of us, his face adorned with the sleek skull of a slain Eldar warrior. Unmatched in blade work, I bear as many scars from him as I do from my transformations.
Burn them. If the alien uses the jungles to hide, then take away its hiding place.
He shrugs, as if his words have decided something.
We will not.
Sergeant Baldezar's voice is gravel, even and calm, where eagerness and naivete still saturate ours. Our keeper's face is the skull of an orc laid over a ceramite helm, the trophy taken in the battle that granted him passage into the chapter. It displays his importance, whereas Matthias and I will go into battle bareheaded. Expendable. Those who wear their trophy masks into battle have names within our order. Matthias and I, the faceless, do not.
Why will we not burn this world?
It has become a lesson.
The environment has value.
Matthias was chosen the same night as I. Together, we survived the first trials, living where so many others were given to the incinerators, forgotten for their failure. On Posel, time would have seen one of us as predator, the other prey. Here, as servants of the chapter, we are brothers.
This world is a resource to be cultivated, not wasted.
Time.
Cornell speaks through the shattered jaws of a dead pirate king. He is the eldest neophyte, a blooded scout, and the closest to casting off the rank of novitiates and joining the chapter's battle companies.
If they have called for aid, then they lack the means to raise so much jungle on their own before they are undone.
I realize that Baldazar is looking to me now, leering through a greenskin's bones for my thoughts.
And you?
My pulse quickens as the eyes of the squad bore into me.
Because we are here, we are the fire.
A controlled place. Good. We will not scorch your world because these Xenos are an infestation, not an existential threat. You do not rid your tent of pests by burning it down. You find where they hide, and you purge them.
I avoid Zolt's glare, my eyes low and away to ignore the unblinking gaze of the Eldar phantom.
We will find the Xenos that infest this world, and we shall exterminate them. That is why we are here.
Indeed, Brother Sergeant.
Astador is the last to step onto the observation deck, dwarfing us all with his power-armored bulk. His face is the grinning, flensed skull of a space marine, polished bone that pronounces his station as chaplain rather than a trophy won in battle.
Behold, the jungles of Aztlan. The mortals of the Imperium have called for aid, and so the chapter master has honored the ancient pact we hold with this world. They have an enemy they cannot overcome, and we have young warriors fresh from the apothecary's slabs in need of blooding. A confluence.
He gestures to us with the Crozius Arcanum chained to his arm, sweeping its golden blades over each of us.
Now come. Our audience with the Emperor awaits.
We kneel in a circle around the fire. The sense of being aboard a vessel in the void shrinks away in the meditation chamber. The endless night's corridors of iron and plasteel exchanged for stone, its low-powered lumen strips replaced by a simple open pyre. Save for the armor we wear, there is no technology here, nothing to dissuade the notion that we dwelt in a shaman's lodge in some savage land. For a moment, it feels like Posel, like the home I am slowly failing to remember.
We join here in the ancient way, to commune with the Ultimum Bellator.
The chaplain speaks the ritual words, and the squad draws its flensing blades as one.
As warriors, we offer tribute to entreat his radiance.
I run the edge of my knife along my palm. We let the blood fall into the pyre until the scent of blood smoke fills the chamber. Astador takes a measure of powder from a vial on his belt, adding it to our offering. The air takes on an acrid edge, blurring with the blood to form a kind of incense.
Look into the flames.
I obey him, though the light hurts my eyes. It is not punitive, this pain, but necessary. War is blood and pain, and so it is through blood and pain that our communion shall occur. I take incense in, and a tingling creeps over my flesh. The feeling begins to seep out of my limbs, a gentle numbness. As the chaplain intones the rites of meditation in the tongue of Old Pozol, the corners of my vision begin to waver.
Koren va nola dunesar. Koren va nola dunesar.
The instant seems to stretch, an infinite corridor of repeating light. I no longer feel attached to my body. I have no weight. I look to my squad within the circle. Each of them blazes alight like pyres of golden majesty. It is the touch of the Ultimum Bellator, the master of mankind, bestowing the gift of his glory upon my brethren. I turn my gaze upon my own hands and see only darkness. There is no favor shown to me. There is only blackness, oblivion, and nothingness. I feel a weight crush into my chest, the sensation of falling. The moment ends, snapping back like elastic. Feeling returns in a slow ebb, the cold of the stone beneath me, the spice of the incense. I raise my head, confronted by the chaplain and his skull face.
What did you see?
I saw each of my brothers bathed in the light of the Ultimum Bellator, but no such radiance touched me. Panic laces my soul. Feeling has yet to return to my hands. I look to Astador, eyes stinging as the world drops away from beneath me. Am I beneath his gaze, Master? Am I damned? For a long moment, the chaplain is silent. I feel his stare bore into me, measuring every facet of me to judge my worthiness.
We shall see, Faceless. We shall see.
We finally touch the surface of Aztlan. The familiar sounds of the base, boots and soldiers and machines are lost to me, eclipsed by the environment that surrounds us. The sheer amount of moisture in the air is shocking to me. The sweltering vegetation, the mingling sense of billions of living things. I look up, marveling at the sky, not shrouded in unending darkness, but of a stunning, blistering blue, streaked by wispy banks of cloud. A glance at Matthias tells me he is similarly unbalanced by it.
Now we don't have to imagine it.
My body has been transformed to adapt to these changes, to thrive in any environment. But my mind takes more time to adjust to a world so filled with sights, sounds, smells, and light. The disruption cannot undo the happiness I feel within. This world is precious to me. I will either gain a name within the chapter on Aztlan, or I will die here. A mortal in rumpled jungle fatigues awaits us, holding his cap to his head as our Thunderhawk lifts off. The small honor guard arrayed behind him grip their weapons tightly to their chests. Our sergeant looks over his shoulder at us.
Most mortals live their entire lives without witnessing one of the Adeptus Astartes. And we are likely far different than the statues and stained glass heroes they adored as children.
He turns back, stepping forward as the human officer makes the sign of the Aquila.
I am Major Grin, 451st Ricothian Air Cavalry. In the name of the Emperor, I bid you welcome to Aztlan.
Balthazar leads us forward, scattering the honor guard to either side of us. He maintains his stride across the landing pad, forcing the Major to jog beside him to keep pace.
I must confess my surprise at your arrival. When Command sent the call for assistance here, I had never imagined they would send Space Marines.
Balthazar stops, only now craning down to look the man in the eye. He gestures to us.
These are not Space Marines.
The human hesitates, unsure of how to respond. The calculus of questioning one of the Emperor's angels of death takes very little time for his mind to process. He forces a nervous smile, burying it in a hurried nod.
Yes, of course. As you say,
Sergeant.
Sergeant, yes. We are grateful for the support of your chapter in whatever form it takes.
Tell me of the Xenos.
The bastard Tau. These jungles are riddled with them. Any intelligence we have gathered suggests they are present in proportionately small numbers, but their operational methods are such that they have eluded our efforts to close with and destroy them.
The Tau is craven by nature, Major. But their cowardice cannot save them. Not any longer.
The base is a broad square of sun-baked rock.
Fucking fly, man.
An island amongst the trees.
Kill it.
Rows of barracks fill one side, with the landing pad behind us, and the vehicle yard and marshalling ground ahead. Observation towers punctuate the walls. Sniper teams scanning the flattened kill zones that had been hacked and burned clear from the jungle. I look up to see a pair of aircraft high above, cutting through the clouds. My eyes are drawn back down to a scene developing just inside the base's main gate. A weary soldier stumbles towards the checkpoint, weaponless and blood-stained. I can tell from his gait and face that he is in severe pain, clutching at his abdomen. He collapses, drawing those on guard duty and nearby comrades to come to his aid. They cut open his fatigues, revealing a trail of rough stitches along his torso. A medical chimera comes to a stop at the gathering. White-robed personnel disembark, laden with equipment. The soldier begins to convulse. I can almost see what will unfold before it happens. The blast is strong enough to cook off the Chimera's fuel cells and shatter its hull, sending shrapnel spinning for meters in all directions. A column of thick smoke climbs the sky. Men and women stagger around the crater, maimed and screaming.
Animals!
The Major looks back at us, his face screwed up in rage before he runs towards the blast site.
We are fighting animals!
Emergency response and Medicaid teams rush towards the carnage, fighting the fires and pulling their comrades back. Balthazar does not move, and so neither do we, clinging behind him like his shadow.
So they captured a soldier, incapacitate him, fill his body with an explosive, and then turn him loose. He believes he has escaped and then returns here to unwittingly deliver the bomb. Clever.
Only if that is the truth. How could you know such a thing for certain?
Because subterfuge and ambush are these creatures' proclivities, brother. And because, were I in their position, it is exactly what I would do.
Do not look upon the world through the eyes of a Xenos, brother.
Zolt taps the skull laid over his own.
Just this one.
I take a step closer. My eyes fall over the sizzling bodies. The smell of roasting flesh fills my nose. I close my eyes as it washes over my tongue, a tantalizingly familiar sensation. I look up at the green-skinned skull leering over me.
You will focus, faceless.
The sergeant stalks away, and Matthias holds me to my feet. Cornell and Zolt say nothing as we follow behind our leader.
Major.
My lord.
My sergeant's posture shifts, the movement too subtle for the mortal to see, in irritation at the title.
Sergeant. That charge was triggered remotely.
Meaning the saboteur must still be nearby. Vox!
A soldier hurries towards us, handing the bulky Vox set on his back to Gren.
Kilo 4, this is Falcon's Talon. Request fire mission, all channels. Possible sighting of enemy element. Broad sweep of fire from grids 2-1 all the way to 4-9. Sustained barrage. I want that entire tree line gone, now!
Eager for vengeance, the base comes alive. Every weapon is swung towards the jungle-ridden hillside beyond the camp's walls. Artillery officers call out coordinates to saturate the entire area with shellfire. The terminology springs into my mind from the Blessed Primarch's Codex. Reconnaissance by fire. The full might of the Astra Militarum's arsenal opens up, drenching the hillside in fire like horizontal neon rain. They hope to draw the shooter out or destroy a wide enough swathe of our surroundings to kill the Xenos they cannot see. I frown. If it were I in that jungle, I would already have displaced long before they had ever started their fusillade. A pair of lightning strike fighters punctuate the barrage with a gun run, lending rockets and bombs to leave nothing standing across nearly a square kilometer of once verdant jungle, now a blazing ruin.
Impressive. A waste, albeit an entertaining one.
Right. Now we begin.
Brother Sergeant?
If that Xenos is of any skill, the garrison's barrage didn't kill it. Nor did it need to serve our purpose.
He points past the tract of jungle that was now a scorched ash plain into the narrow region just beyond.
What it did achieve is block off any other way the enemy could escape and force them into that valley. That is now our hunting ground.
The Valkyrie is cramped and small compared to our Thunderhawk, a more fragile transport for a more fragile soldier. I watch one, a man strapped to the heavy stubber hanging off the gunship's hip. He makes a habit of stroking his fingers along the belt of linked shells that feed into the cannon, wide-eyed and nervous and reeking of low-grade stims and fear sweat. It is not inexperience that brings on his fear. The kill markers etched into the temples of his crash helm in uneven rows of silver scratches disprove that. Perhaps experience is the very reason for his fear. He sees me watching him. My eyes are red, far from a unique trait on Posel, yet different enough to cause discomfort in most I encounter. He looks away. I do not understand his fear, not anymore. Such a capacity was taken from me, replaced with conviction and an unyielding purpose. War, the source of his fear, is what I am made for. The gunner cuffs the sweat dripping from his nose as the gunship slows, breathing through his teeth and panning his weapon in quick sweeps over the jungle.
Come on out, Blueskin. Come on out. I've got Miss Painless here, all dressed up and ready for you.
One by one, the troopers begin rappelling down lengths of fast wire, vanishing into the jungle canopy. I draw the combat shotgun from the sling on my back and step out of the Valkyrie, falling for a moment before the sea of treetops swallows me. The jungle crowds around me and towers overhead in an undulating green cliffside, the swaying canopy stealing away the sunlight until it darkens almost to twilight. My eyes are grateful for it. I crouch, taking up a handful of the soil and masking my face with it. I allow myself a moment to savor the functions of organs still new enough within me to consider miraculous, parsing through the chemical properties of Aztlan's verdant bounty.
Up, Faceless.
The stock of my shotgun crunches against my shoulder as the other scout passes me, joining the squad in panning the trees for threats. After a quick perimeter check, the mortal troops settle into patrol chevrons, and we move.
Faceless, both of you. On point.
Matthias and I jog to the front of the formation, alongside the Pathfinder troopers. We forge a passage, hacking with our blades. The humidity forms a curtain of smog that swirls up knee-high from the jungle floor, reducing the ground to a murky silhouette. We trek with care, maintaining a decent pace through the undergrowth when Matthias freezes. Hold. I raise a fist and the patrol halts. I strain my senses, eyes roving, ears parsing through the deluge of stimuli for anything that could be hostile. The muscles in my neck tense around the Vox bead taped to my throat. After a few moments, Matthias nods to the Pathfinder. Nothing. This time. The soldier ahead of me waves the patrol forward, a moment before he disappears down into the earth.
Aiko!
I crouch over the pit to glance down at the trooper impaled through the legs 2 meters down. The trap is simple, a confusion of crude wooden spikes easily splintered and smeared with filth to hasten infection.
Throne of Terror! Help me!
The trooper reaches for me with shaking hands, already pale from blood loss. He has a wild, fever-sick kind of desperation in his eyes, like I am going to be the one to save him from all of this. I am not. I consider reaching for him, or putting a round through his head, when I feel Baldezar's gauntlet on my shoulder.
Leave him. The mortals insisted on coming along, but the sooner they are gone, the faster we will be able to move. Until then, each of them is at least...
Yo, Riemtev, what's up? Sorry, didn't see you earlier.
Strikes the target.
Wait. We have to hold here. Give time for a Medicae to stabilize him until we can Vox for a bird to pull him out.
Traps like this are designed to fix us in place for an ambush. We keep moving.
We cannot just...
Be silent, or I will make you silent.
The sergeant suddenly sees his reflection in the edge of Matthias's flensing knife. The soldier's face tightens, but he yields with a hollow nod of his head. Balthazar gives the signal, and we continue forward.
Easy now, Heiko. I've got you.
The hours stretch behind us with no contact with the enemy. All I see of the Tau is the traps it has woven through the jungle. Each snare and deception is more cunning than the last, but after the first of them, our guard is high, and we are able to bypass or disable whatever we come across.
Why do they not come and fight us?
I can sense the building frustration in my brother's soul, because it mirrors my own.
We are fighting, brother, here and now, to determine who is hunter and who is prey.
It is as we press deeper that I hear it. An almost imperceptible hum, not one heard so much as felt, as a subtle vibration within my inner ear. It is not a natural tone, but a mechanical one. The Prometheum-fueled rumble of Imperial technology is absent from it, and in its place is something sterile and slick that sets my teeth on edge. I glimpse the fronds of a broad leaf shimmer and flex, like water is pouring down it. But there is no water. I see the vaguest blink of a red circle, a second too late. Matthias's head is gone, his heart's beating blood in a steaming froth from the burning stump of his neck. He collapses at my feet, limbs twitching as his nerves fire without purpose.
Contact! Fire! Fire!
The mortals fire back without a target, any sign of former discipline cast aside as they shoot in all directions. They have accepted the role of prey. Blue-tinged thunderclaps burst the trees around us, sending the massive trunks crashing down to crush and separate us. The foe seeks to disorient, to sow confusion and bedlam. They are succeeding. The first clear sight of the enemy comes, a shoal of pale grey saucers flitting through the trees. Plasma fire pours from the weapons mounted to them, stitching across the patrol. Soldiers scream as they are riddled with energy bolts that char their flesh and set them on fire. I strike one of the drones with my shotgun, sending it pinwheeling into the trunk of a rotting tree, where it explodes in a spectral blue fireball. I roll as two more inundate my position with plasma. Balthazar and Zolt lend their bolters to the firefight, blowing them apart.
In the trees!
More aliens materialize, yet these are not the Tau either. The Xenos are one of the Tau's subservient races, an abhorrent breed of avian biped with mottled greenish-brown flesh and distended jaws. Slender and dressed only in bits of leather and bone fetishes, they leap from the treetops, brandishing bladed clubs and crude rifles that spew great bursts of black smoke. More of the wild aliens rear up from out of the fog within arm's reach of the patrol. All semblance of order disintegrates as each man is forced to fight for his individual survival. One of the Kroot appears before me. My blade punches through its temple. A kick to the ribcage flings it back as my shotgun kills a second. Even as we crash against them in melee, I know the Kroot are not the real threat. They and the drones, their attack is a ruse, the hounds sent in to disrupt and flush out the quarry, to grant targets to the true hunters lurking in the distance. A shot punches a wailing Xenos out of the air, sending it crashing down in a tangle of limbs. I ensure that the Kroot is dead before sprinting towards the sound of gunfire. Tracer rounds slice between the trees, flecks of steam starlight in the tropical murk. More of the Xenos machines emerge, loosing salvos of stark blue plasma before shimmering back into the trees. Again, I witness the red circle blinking in the distance over Sergeant Baldassar.
Faceless, move to the flank.
My sergeant staggers as a pulse round strikes him in the chest. It has cored him through the torso, but still he kills two more Kroot in a rage before a drone crashes into him and takes him from his feet. The Xenos machine hugs his chest for a moment before the energy source powering it overloads. I turn as bits of my sergeant pepper my back. And then, as quickly as the ambush began, they are gone, vanished back into the vegetation.
Brothers, anyone, where are you?
I find Cornell crouched among a heap of dead Kroot, sifting through their accoutrement with the tip of his knife. The blade lifts a set of Imperial identification tags bound to one of the creature's war clubs.
Bastard Xenos.
He acknowledges me standing there, looking up with the dead
Oh
pilot's
my god, I think I
face.
got it. I got the level, dude.
The sergeant, he is
I'm the
gone.
best.
Aye.
But I didn't get this second thing,
Where
whatever
is
that is.
Dead. Crushed by a tree fall. I like to believe that he died without knowing what had felled him. I cannot imagine he would have found it a
Now I
satisfying
have video
end.
sequence without audio. Fuck.
Only a handful of the mortal soldiers remain alive. They twitch at every sound, eyes bulging from pale faces drenched in sweat. Cornell nudges the corpse of a Kroot warrior with his boot.
They knew we were coming. They laid a good ambush. We claimed a fair number of them here, but no Tau.
The scales are not balanced then, not for who we lost. The Tau sniper who led this attack yet lives, where Matthias and the sergeant lie here dead. Cornell tilts his head, unfamiliar with my brother's name, but understanding reaches him quickly.
Agreed, Faceless. Our kin cry out for a greater vengeance, and you and I will claim it for them.
You and I.
Form up! Noise and light discipline. Discard anything that will slow you down. From here on, we are moving fast and light.
The troopers look to one another, sweat caking the blood and dirt to their faces. One at least has the courage to give voice to what his comrades are all thinking.
Lords, please, we can turn back, regroup, get on the Vox and have the air power burn this whole jungle black to get these Xenos.
No, that will not be necessary.
He looks to me, then, for the first time, as something approaching an equal, a brother.
Because we are the fire.
We set out again, following the trail left by the Kroot. Their hideous musk clings to the jungle, anchored by the steam and moisture, guiding us along the path they had taken, out towards where they had ambushed us. Cornell moves with an unnerving silence ahead of me, his path always shifting, his eyes poring over every treetop and every shadow. Brother, how do we... The older scout seizes me by the arm, flinging me down into a ditch, and then stealing down beside me. The mortals scatter, hurrying to cover wherever they can find it. I make to question Cornell, but he looks to me with a hunter's shine to his eyes and a finger pressed to his lips. He nods towards the high tree 60 meters ahead of us.
Do you see it?
I follow Cornell's line of sight, combining the surrounding walls of undulating green until... The camouflage is near perfect, bending the light around a something perched in the high branches of a broad tree consumed by vines. But I glimpse it again, a smear of awkward space that remains still while the branches around it sway and flex in the jungle's primordial rhythm. For a moment, the stealth system diminishes, revealing a small grey figure holding a long-barreled rifle, its back-swept helm bisected by a single stripe of red.
Brother, do you see it?
Yes.
Good. Their tactics may be sound, but not when used twice. The Xenos thinks to spring another trap and catch us unaware, but this time, we are ready for it.
He chambers around into his stalker pattern bolter.
We will press up, and while we do, I want you to swing around, nice and quiet, get behind it, and push it right to us.
Would they use the same tactic again? If so, there will be others in concealment. They will move to hound us into its crosshairs.
I need you to focus now, Faceless. Move along the flank, fast and quiet, and force the Xenos to me. Clear?
Done.
We take it together, and the skull is yours. Now go.
I slip out of the ditch, circling to the right and moving quickly from the shadows of tree after tree. I stalk silently, my eyes locked to the cyclopean hardwood where the smear lurks in its perch. Unease curls my guts as I approach it. Was Cornell right? If the Tau intends to repeat its plan, there will be other elements at play. More of its foul kind sent to dislodge us from cover and spoil the sharpshooter with a wealth of targets. If that is true, then where are they? The question ticks into my mind at the same time as ice wraps my spine and instinct throws me flat. A flurry of energy bolts slashes over my head, close enough to blister the flesh of my scalp and blast the tree behind me to pulp. With the groan of a wounded beast, the bifurcated trunk swings down towards me like a clubbing fist. I roll out from its darkening shadow as it strikes the earth, spraying leaves and tangles of snarled vines. A smudge with a hunched, vaguely humanoid silhouette lands atop the fallen tree. Another appears to my right, but far enough from me that it has yet to bring its weapon to bear. The Tau above me has no such issue. I throw myself to one side, dodging the fusillade of energy bolts that blaze like a swarm of blue firebugs. A shell forces the Tau back, giving me time to close the distance. Tackling the infiltrator is like trying to catch the fog from the jungle floor. The Xenos' armor is all slick surfaces, with nowhere to secure a hold for leverage. We strike the ground, and I hear the air driven from the Tau's lungs. Its stealth field overloads, exposing the dirty grey armor beneath. Momentum carries me over the alien, but I reach out at it and arrest my fall. I seize hold of its chest and roll, coming atop the Tau and ramming my shotgun beneath its jaw in a single motion. The jungle floor glistens with a coating of the Xenos' blood and brain matter. I rise from the shivering corpse, drawing a line of sight on where the other infiltrator is hurrying to put space between us. With the enemy's cloak engaged, I fire where the hum is, shredding the branches and vines around it. As my vision sharpens, I glimpse the Tau blur between the trees. I fire again, and sparks fountain from it, revealing the Xenos as he staggers from a glancing hit. I listen to the Tau's armor grinding and catching. Poised to pursue the alien, I stop, focusing not on what I hear, but what I do not. Cornell's bolter. I sprint back to his position. Cornell! Brother! I step, and my boot crunches against something. I look down. It is human bone, the fragments of a skull. Some of it is old, and some of it is not. Cornell is slumped within the underbrush. I can see the jungle floor through the neat hole in the side of his head. Surrounding him are the last dregs of the mortal troopers, blasted into heaps of charred limbs, the telltale work of the Tau's long rifle. A twinge of my past surfaces, the urge to stop for a moment, to devour on some of the roasted meat, to gird my strength, but I ignore it. A greater, more righteous prize beckons. The daylight begins to drain, slithering back from the canopy. The shadows lengthen, blooming to consume all as darkness descends. I check the ammunition of my shotgun, and, finding it empty, I drop it. I shed the tools of my chapter, the webbing and technology they had bestowed upon me. I tear the vox bead from my neck. I discard all, save for a rough iron cylinder I store at the small of my back, and my flensing knife. I will finish this hunt the way I know, the way of Pozor. My brother had been right about one thing. The Tau skull would be mine. I catch up to the wounded Tau infiltrator moving along a riverbank as the last daylight fades. The Tau's damaged stealth systems flicker as they struggle to function, bathing portions of its body in short washes of invisibility. With its back towards the water, it comes to a halt behind a fallen tree, cursing as it presses a four-fingered hand against the damage my shotgun blast had made of its left shoulder. The Xenos' sleek helmet is hooked to its belt with no red stripe upon it. I study the visage protruding from its rubberized collar armor. Its face is flat and broad, noseless and covered in oily blue-gray flesh. Lusterless, claret black eyes dart back and forth as it fumbles for what appears to be a field dressing applied by some hideous jellied spray. Reaching down, the Tau pries a parasite loose from where it has attached itself to its hoof, flinging it into the river and scratching at the bite. I watch the alien from beneath the water. It is not the alien that took the lives of my kin, yet it will die all the same. I come up without a sound behind it. The Tau has no time to react before it is falling, slipping silently down into the river with me. I embrace the alien from behind, keeping it from thrashing free, legs lacing about its waist, letting our combined weight drag us down. I keep its grasping hands away from its helmet and the life support systems it holds. It needs to breathe. I do not. I do not have to drown it. I can open its throat with my knife, or use it to stab its internal organs into ruin. I can break its neck. But then I see my sergeant, my other slain kindred, lying upon the ground, feeding it with their blood, and indulge the seconds it will take for the water to kill it. Fatigue calms the Xenos for a moment, its chest heaving as it tries to swallow air that is not there. It doesn't last. The Tau knows it is dying, and that starts it thrashing again. The creature's last fight before it drowns. I cradle the dead alien until the last nervous spasms run their course, until I know it is gone. Then I let go, and it slides off my chest to rest against the riverbed. The thought occurs to me then that I could take that Tau's skull as my trophy, the offering needed to return and declare myself blooded and a named member of the chapter. Yet I cannot. A strange sense I do not fully grasp compels me to stay. Is it honor? Vengeance? I do not know. But whatever it is, I know in my bones that it is right. I cannot leave with the skull now soaking in the river. That is not the head I am destined to claim as my face in the wars to come. I watch the current drag the body away, and the conviction forms in me. It has been there all along, since the moment Matthias fell, now crystallized into finality. I know what I must do. The soft sound of the alien's drone finds my ears. I sight the disc, struggling along on a damaged drive as it flits through the vegetation, and start after it. The hunter is out there, and I shall use its own hound to find it. Stalking the Tau drone carries me high above the jungle floor, spanning a tract of near impassable terrain, before surging upward to the crest of a green-wreathed mountain. A second drone hovers about the Tau, though this one is festooned with antennae and protruding sensor clusters, rather than the plasma carbines of the Xenos' hound machines. I hear the vile tongue of the Tau scratch and blubber from its casing as the sniper communes with its hideous ilk. From just a handful of paces distant, I watch it, attending to its machines, guard low and arrogant, believing itself to be safe. The Tau turns to regard the battle drone as the machine sputters towards it, and that is when I begin. The combat drone falls as my thrown knife punches through its armored casing, giving out a squawking wail that is sickeningly close to organic as it carves a small furrow into the dirt. The Tau swings the long barrel of its rifle around, the dull red light of its crosshairs winking insistently in the gloom. The technology of the Tau allows it to track by body heat, by the signature of latent power armor and electrical equipment. Between my abandonment of my gear and the cool mud of the riverbank, I deny my foe all but the barest trace of myself. I reach into a pouch on my belt, taking a simple weapon that I'd made on my path up the mountain. I grip a flat disc of stone in my hand, its edges napped into a crude but effective blade. The Tau turns towards a noise from the jungle, showing me its back. I see the silhouette of a woman's face in my mind's eye, her features lost in the shadow of a forgotten life. I aim for the join between skull and spine, guided by something greater than instinct. I throw, and I strike true. The Tau recoils as the power feed of its armor is cut, depriving it of the ability to see night as day as it tears the helmet free. Now, Xenos, you must use what nature has given you. I have not stopped to admire the hunt turning to my favor. I stalk around the Tau, drawing the hounding spiral tighter and tighter around my prey. It is firing wild now. Without its precious helmet to light the darkness, it cannot see me. The Tau is just like any other fearful creature, jumping at the shadows. I reach down, pulling my knife free from the disabled drone as I run. The pendulum finally shifts. Prey becomes hunter, and hunter becomes prey. I am in the air, knife ready as I pounce. A shot screams past my face, illuminating me in stark blue for an instant. It does not blind me, because my eyes are closed. A clubbing strike flings the rifle from the alien's hands. The second takes it from its cloven feet. The Tau reaches for a long knife on its belt, but I am faster. The sweep of my blade takes the grasping hand off at the wrist. I throw a kick to its chest, hard enough to splinter the rounded armor of its breastplate. The Xenos collapses and goes still. My knife brings a swift end to the sensor drone's prattling. At last, I stand over my quarry, the killer of my brothers, in triumph. Does it have a name? Does it matter? Ascension was my mission here, but now it is vengeance. This creature is the answer to both, the debt of honor and the head to be taken. This day you have earned my knife, and this night you shall become the work of my hands. Are you still alive? Of course you are. I can hear you breathing. That is good. The Tau's helmet is slick in my hands, its curved faceplate blank, but for the cluster of darkened sensor lenses protruding from it. I drum a finger against it, tracing along the red stripe bisecting the helm. I assume it is the mark of a veteran, one that designates the alien's seniority. The cunning that this creature has shown would justify that. I cast the helmet aside as I look down upon the creature that wore it. You were too reliant on your technology. I beat you with only a knife and my eyes. A hunter's tools are a boon, but if you cannot claim the prey without them, then you are no hunter. You would never have survived on Pozor. I crouch before the creature, shaking my head slowly. I don't need you to speak. The moment has come, crystallized in time like amber. The moment when I cease to be faceless and claim what is mine by the ancient law of the hunt. I only need you to witness this. The skull is more delicate than a human's, but was little different to Flem's. My adversary had managed to remain alive for longer than I had anticipated it would, leering its agonized curses up at me as I worked, before finally succumbing. I hate you, as I hate all who stand against the Chapter and Imperium. But here, on this night at least, you have earned my respect. As I weigh the trophy in my hands, I feel none of the former doubt, but instead, satisfaction. I have won my passage into the Chapter, no longer faceless, but named and blooded. You, the prey that thought itself the hunter, are dead by my hand. The spirits of my brothers can go to their fate in peace. A bladed ferocity flows through my veins, the sheer elation of a foe brought to oblivion in the hunt, honor given to the mortifactors. I draw the iron cylinder I carry, depressing a rune that rouses its dormant spirit to wakefulness. The beacon strobes crimson in my fist, making the blood on my face as black as the night sky overhead. The chapter is listening for its call, and soon will come for me. I stand exactly where I was before, when the endless night had first breached the Sea of Souls and settled into high orbit over Aztlan. There is a faded quality to the jungle sphere now, as though the act of spilling blood there had lifted its mysteries from it. Like a jewel that has lost its luster, Aztlan fails to elicit the same wonder it had first roused within me. The planet seems different, yet I understand that it is rather I who has changed, the lens through which it is beheld. Just as I cease to see the world as a feral child taken from benighted Pozol, my perspective evolves further.
Hello, Alawi. Sorry, didn't see you. And yeah, F for losing, I guess, not for disconnecting.
And so, we are faceless no longer.
I turn to regard the chaplain as he comes to stand beside me. I hold out the death mask crafted from the Tau skull for him to inspect. He takes it, gauntleted fingertips running along the ridges of its empty eye sockets.
This shall be your visage in war. The last sight your prey shall see until you either fall or ascend to the battle companies. A worthy trophy won, Adoni.
Were it not won at such a cost?
Do not grieve for them, brother. It is our destiny to die in battle. Their bones shall be anointed and enshrined with honor within the Basilica Mortis. Each of your brothers now bathes in the light of the Emperor, and they dwell for eternity with him in the Hall of Victors, just as your vision showed you.
My vision? You knew what it meant?
I understood the possibilities, the potential. What is witnessed in a vision is a reflection of the soul, and each is different in what they see. Blackness does not always mean only one thing. Sometimes it means that your fate is not yet written.
I turn to look back down at Aztlan, my fingers curling into fists at the thought of the Tau still infesting its jungles. At the just retribution I owe, to be paid for by their extermination. When do we get to go back in?
We don't. Not here.
Then where? I am already feeling softer, my edge blunting with every blink of my eyes. When?
Soon. There will always be another war waiting, Adoni. You will learn that now that you are a taker of heads.
Taker of Heads.
Taker
by
of
Ian
heads,
St. Martin.
rip ears. Taker of
Performed by
ears.
John Banks, Steve Conlin, Andrew Fetz, Emma Gregory, Matthew Hunt, Philip Nightingale, and David Seddon.
Infinity's End. Infinity's End, Book 9, by Eric Warren. Narrated by Larry Gorman. 1. It was funny. Nothing looked different from this angle, despite the fact all of it was different. Alien, in the truest sense of the word. Evelyn Diazol stared out at the vista. Were it not for the purple glow of the planet suspended before her in the blackness of space, she wouldn't even be able to tell she was far away from the stars of her home. This wasn't what she had once known as Coalition space, nor was it the frontier of the Sargan Commonwealth or the non-aligned worlds. No, she was deep within Syl territory, in orbit of their home planet, one she had set foot on not more than 3 weeks ago. She hadn't expected to see it from above, or to leave the surface alive. But somehow, she had managed to convince the Syl governing body, otherwise known as the Sanctuary, that humanity was worth saving, and they had agreed to assist in their fight with the species known as the Athru. She'd felt the thrill of victory when she'd been up on that stage, addressing their arrogance and watching the gears turn in their heads. To confront a species that had for so long discounted the human race as nothing more than a nuisance to be ignored, and forced them to acknowledge their mutual problems, had been a significant accomplishment. She understood what Cass had felt when he came back from Zenfor's ship victorious.
I don't like this guy's voice.
Herself.
Oh my god.
She shouldn't feel pride at a time like this. As soon as she glanced down, a surge of guilt ran through her. The casket before her reminding her, despite all her success, it had come at too high a cost. Evie reached out and placed her hand at the top of the casket, its cold metal contrasting the warmth of her skin. She would do anything.
In the grim darkness of the far future, amidst the ravaged battlefields and forgotten with a faint chemical odor, but she relished it. In the grim darkness of the far future, amidst the ravaged battlefields and forgotten corners of the universe, whispers of unspeakable horrors echo through the void. Welcome, brave souls, to a realm where fear reigns supreme, and the line between sanity and madness is but a fragile thread. Welcome to the twisted tales of Warhammer Horror. Nightbleed. Peter Fehervari. Needle bright, needle dark. Won't you unstitch the light and switch out the stars to blackest night? The needle song. No, the Grey Woman says, or tries to say, when she enters the White Ward. No. As is so often the way with dreams, her words go unspoken, but not unheard. Yes, the ward replies in a shimmer of gleaming tiles, drawing the newcomer forward. Yes. The long room opens out around the woman as she advances, its walls falling back to either side like retreating tides, carrying rows of dark windows and vacant beds beyond her reach. Fresh tiles hatch from their neighbors to sheathe the widening expanse of floor and ceiling, breeding in orderly swathes that mock her confusion. Glancing down, she sees she is wearing a trim white tunic striped with blue. There's a tightness about her head, indicating the peaked cap containing her hair. This is the uniform of a life that slipped away years ago, along with her youth and every spark of hope she once nurtured. This is where I lost myself, she realizes, recognizing the ward despite its strangeness. It is an abstraction of the reality she once walked,
I should have taken the
stripped
money.
to the bone, then sharpened to a merciless point. Her unease curdles into fear as a lone bed rises smoothly from the floor ahead, like a puzzle piece slotting into place. Unlike the others, it is occupied.
No, the dreamer protests again. Urgently this time. Please, no.
Oh my god, this
Yes,
voice.
the ward insists, its breath caustic with disinfectants. Yes. The woman's legs obey the decree, carrying her onward, caught in the room's invisible, inevitable currents.
With 3 HP.
She realizes her feet are bare and terribly cold, surely too cold for a mere dream. Like poison, the chill spreads up her legs as she nears the bed, numbing her body, but leaving her mind raw and receptive to revelation. There is a girl in the bed, sleeping, her breath coming in ragged, wet gasps. She is scarcely past childhood, yet her face is gaunt and her scalp hairless. Evidently, the sickness in her runs deep, probably too deep to expunge, though nobody will ever know for sure, for she will never be given the chance to heal. The bed's brass footboard is embossed with the Gothic numeral Siffi House. A note is taped to it, bearing its occupant's details, but the dreamer cannot decipher the handwritten scrawl. Those words are not part of her memories. She neglected to read them when this scene was real, so they elude her now. Nevertheless, she knows this patient's name as intimately as her own. Rosalia Tomato. The Grey Woman is not a killer by nature, so killing has left an enduring scar on her soul. She will never forget the girl she murdered. No, she pleads, raising the hyposyringe in her left hand. It has been there since she entered the ward, primed to play its part in this tragedy. I won't do it. Yes, the bed exhales in a waft of budding decay. Yes. Surrendering, the Grey Woman is rewarded by a rush of sudden, spiteful eagerness. As she leans over the sleeper, she notices the serum in her hypo is black. It isn't a natural darkness, but the stain of absolute nothingness, of the void. A moment later, another aberration becomes apparent. She isn't holding the hypo in her hand. The hypo is her hand. Chell snapped out of the nightmare with a violence that shook her bed's rickety frame. Her heart was pounding furiously, as though she'd been running hard. Sweat clung to her like a second skin, though the room was cold. Shivering, she peered at her fingers through the gloom, half expecting to find the hypo there. She could still feel it, but her hand was empty. A dream, she murmured, closing her eyes. Just a dream. And a lie, she added, fearful of speaking the denial aloud, though she didn't know why. The dream had lied. She had never wanted the girl's death, and certainly never delighted in it. So why was she afraid to defy the dream's narrative? I'm not, she whispered, but that was also a lie. She was no stranger to nightmares, but they'd stopped mattering years ago. Most washed over her like dirty water, leaving a stain without pain, like all the other detritus that passed for her life. These dreams were different, as sharp as any part of her waking experience. Sharper, more real. When had she ever felt anything so vital as the eagerness with which she'd administered the poison? or as bitter as the shame that welled up inside her during yesterday's sleep cycle when she'd revisited her dismissal from the medics service. A court of faceless obsidian giants had judged her, their verdict infinitely more damning than the condemnation of their flesh and blood counterparts. And when had she known anything like the terror of the nightmare before that, where she'd stepped into a lift and plunged into a shrieking abyss, or the black despair of the first of these torments? That had been the subtlest yet most unnerving of them all. There she had wandered her city as its lights expired one by one, leaving hungry shadows in their wake. When had she ever felt so horribly, nakedly alive? Never, Chell answered herself. Could that be a coincidence? No, she decided, thinking of the VLG-01. The liquid in the dream hypo had been the same lusterless black as the Terry sample waiting in her lab, and these dreams had begun 4 days ago, after she... Chell shook her head. This wasn't the time or the place to brood on that choice. Let the worrying wait until she could do something about it. She was no longer a medici, but the methodology of observation, analysis, and treatment endured. It would probably be the last part of her to fade away. Opening her eyes, she saw a pallid light leaking through the window's blinds, painting the room in a washed-out twilight that consummated its shabbiness. Far below, the muffled rattle hiss of the autotrams had become a near-continuous stream as they ferried workers home. It's still early, Chell realized, and the city's night cycle was only just kicking in. Her shift wasn't due to start for hours, but sleep wouldn't return, and the thought of lying here in the gathering darkness was intolerable. Besides, if she left now, there was no chance of bumping into Lyle. He rarely turned up before nightfall, but sometimes he was too tired to go drinking after work. She'd been seeing too much of him lately. Get moving. With a groan, Chell threw aside her rumpled blanket and rolled into a sitting position, then perched on the bed's edge, waiting for her spinning head to catch up. She'd been working nights almost 4 months now, but her body still hadn't acclimatized. The apartment's constant chill didn't help with getting up either, but Lyle was against heating it. "We live under a dome, Chell," he'd explained in that slow, condescending tone she'd once taken for gravitas. "Our city regulates itself like a living body. Light, heat, and clean air filtered, cycled and recycled to keep things running smoothly, as our forefounders intended. It's not our place to interfere with the balance." The balance was always capitalized in Lyle's speech, as much an article of faith as a matter of machinery and science. Chell suspected everyone in the Canopic congregation felt the same way, from the army of laborers who kept the city's vast dome patched up, to the tech magi who communed with its ailing spirit. Not that anyone would admit its spirit was ailing, at least not openly. The integrity of the dome was deemed beyond reproach. Voicing doubts bordered on heresy. After all, everyone's life depended on the balance. As above, so below, Lyle was fond of saying. It was the credo of the congregation. He always proclaimed it as if he were imparting some profound wisdom, though he'd never explained its meaning. Chell suspected he didn't know either. He was just a minor functionary in the organization, but he talked as though he were a full administrator, puffed up with pride and big ideas. She'd found that endearing once. "I thought he was a dreamer." Chell snorted at the notion. They had both been in their 20s when they met. Back then she had been a junior medici, doing her internship in one of the civic hospitals. Lyle had been admitted with a bowel disorder, which Chell diagnosed as stress-related. The context couldn't have been less romantic, but they'd found humor in it, which sparked things off. She'd liked his earnest manner and devotion to their city, mistaking servility for idealism. They had married within a year, but that was all before. Thrusting the memories aside, Chell rose and padded over to the room's sanitation cubicle. It was so cold she was tempted to skip showering, but she was sticky with the nightmare's residue. She needed to wash it away. I wish I could. She showered in the dark, unwilling to face the apparition that stared back from the cubicle's mirror. Though she wasn't yet 40, her skin was ashen, and her close-shorn hair peppered with white, as if age had reached a withered hand back from the future to clasp her prematurely. At this rate, she'd be an old woman by 50. Oddly, the prospect didn't much trouble her, just so long as she didn't have to see it. I won't, Chell promised herself, unsure what the vow meant. The water was a lukewarm drizzle, with a faint chemical odor, but she relished it, delaying the moment when she'd have to step out into the cold again. Nothing better awaited her in the long night ahead. Gonna be a good night, Screech decided. Gonna be sharp. He stepped back from the alley wall to gauge his handiwork. The painted words glowed neon pink in the gloom. It wasn't a color he'd have picked, but these days he used whatever he could scavenge. Besides, it didn't blunt the Kratos' edge. Emblazoned in the spiky script he'd perfected over the years.
Ah, fuck.
It had power. Bite. It's a lie. Screech chewed his lower lip, agonizing over adding an exclamation mark. He raised his spray can, then lowered it again. No, too much. It didn't need to shout. Not this time. He'd painted the slogan plenty of times over the years, usually with a mark, but this was his best. Maybe pink worked after all. It's a lie, he read in a growl, reaching for the tidal hatred that had washed him onto this path. As always, he only found a trickle of that wave, but it was more lively than usual.
No.
He was getting closer, and the night below was getting stronger. Growing, Screech thought, spreading right under the sleepers' noses. He grinned at the notion, showing sharpened teeth. Filing them into points had been crazy, painful, but the spidery tattoos covering his face had hurt far worse. He'd inked them himself, using a pilfered kit without a clue how to do it right. The infection that followed had ruined his skin, and forced him to hole up for weeks with a fever, but he'd hugged the pain close, knowing it would make him stronger. It's a lie, he repeated, his mantra addressed to the sleepers. They were the dross who strolled, shambled or staggered through life without smelling its deceit, the blue bloods and worker drones who kept things rolling along, and all the dreggers and deadheads who fell between the cracks without fighting back, and worst of all, the priests and enforcers who kept all the rest in line, kept 'em blind. Some of the lawmen probably smelled their world's sickness. They waded through too much sin and shit not to, but they didn't have the guts to taste it, let alone drink deep and run wild with it, as Screech did. All a lie. He placed a hand on the wall. Sometimes he could feel the current of his secret savior, coursing through the city's bones, breathing fleeting life into metal, stone, or glass. That pulse was what woke him up in the first place. He'd been a kid back then, just coming on 14, but he'd never questioned the message, never hesitated to serve when it opened his eyes to the lie. I served them up, he recalled fondly, served them sharp. Taking a fork from the kitchen, he'd crept into his parents' room one night and stood over the sleeping forms, waiting for a sign. They were rich folks, under-tower alpha bloods, who'd hidden themselves far from the dome and the endless night beyond, never imagining the deeper darkness already inside. No matter, their son brought it home to them. "Woke you up?" The messenger giggled at the memory. "Made you see the night?" A tremor had run through the boy, more intimate than anything his god had offered before. Electrified, he'd plunged the fork into his father's left eye, hard enough to pop it, but not enough to pass right through, then spiked the other one before the first strike even registered. The screams had roused his mother as the boy came
Actually,
for her
they're
eyes.
coming in here also, I didn't see.
She'd opened them as he stabbed, which was helpful, but she'd also tried to sit up, which wasn't, because the prongs had ended up going too far and killing her outright, denying the revelation he'd granted his father. But things had worked out all right, 'cause she'd given her son a gift instead. The boy heard his true name in her dying screech. Yes, a screech. It hadn't sounded like a human shriek at all. It was more like the noise-beaked animals made in the vidcasts he'd seen. Birds, they were called. At first, that struck him as funny. Then he'd realized it was another sign and found his name. Later, long after he fled the undertowers and took refuge in the slums, he'd pared the name down to its raw form, scraping away the stupid rules his tutor had drummed into him. That was how Christopher Eugene Bunditz became Discreech.Shreds Delit. Of course, the city knew him by yet another name. The wall twitched beneath his palm. It only lasted a moment, a divine heartbeat. But there was no mistaking its meaning. The slogan had pleased his savior. Screech moaned happily. It had been a long time since his devotion was acknowledged. Even his bloodier communions had been met with silence, but he'd never once questioned his faith, never wondered if it might all be in his head. This was proof he was back on his game. It called for something special. The Knight's Herald pulled up the collars of his leather trench coat and crept from the alleyway.
What was that? Was that a sound alert?
Bright lights lined the avenue beyond, hanging from arced pylons like offerings, burning to hold back the encroaching habblocks. The city's thralls hurried along the pavements, ignorant of their bondage, but the crowd was already thinning as the evening stampede died down. Auto trams trundled along the tracks at the street's center like boxy yellow beasts. Human cargo, visible through their dirty glass eyes. It didn't matter which way the herd rushed. They'd all end up in the same place soon enough. "It ain't real," Screech murmured, allowing himself a flicker of pity for the slaves. "None of it." He glanced up. High above, the dome might have been a star-studded sky, its sunlights dimmed to bright points for the evening cycle. Screech hated the cycle. It was another scam to keep the herd docile. Cerastus's real sun was deep in its dotage. Its radiance faded to gray, long before humanity claimed the planet. The land between the 5 great cities was dead, its waters tainted by acid, and its air bitter. But it was honest. Screech had climbed out onto the dome's skin once to taste it. It was a dangerous pilgrimage, not least because it was strictly forbidden, but it had been worth the risk. It proved his faith. "It's a lie," he yelled as a tram sped past. Nobody heard him over the racket, but it felt good to proclaim it out loud. All a lie. Someday, soon, the night below would answer the call of the night above. Like a titanic obsidian needle, it would rise up to pierce the dome and crack the lie wide open. The signs were everywhere. The city was ready to break. It just needed a push. Gonna put out your lights, deadheads. Shoving his hands into his pockets, the street prophet joined the throng. As he walked, his eyes flitted over each passing face, hunting for inspiration. Yes, this was going to be a good night. The lift was a long time coming. Someone had smashed its indicator panel, so Chell waited in ignorance, trusting it was on its way. There were 12 lifts serving her hab tower, 3 to each side, but only 7 still ran. Her apartment was on the 131st floor, roughly midway up the block. Walking down a stairwell would take over an hour. Walking back up might as well take a lifetime because she'd never last the journey. Lyle claimed he'd done it once, but that was years ago, before he let himself go. Over the last decade, he'd run to fat while she'd wasted to skin and bones, as though one body had leached the other, though neither benefited from the transaction. If the lifts die, we'll die with them, Chell reflected bleakly, gazing along the corridor to her right. She never walked that way, though it offered a shorter route to her apartment. Something about the passage repelled her. As always, many of its overhead bulbs were out, while the rest blinked erratically, transforming it into a patchwork path of light and shadow. Winged bugs worshipped at the surviving lights, fluttering about the bulbs in faltering circles, confused by the flickering. There was a mournful quality to their devotions, as though they suspected their idols were mocking them. Some of the flyers had defected to the steadier illumination of Chell's torque. Like many citizens, she carried her own light source, fearful of getting caught in a blackout. They were becoming more frequent, occasionally plunging entire districts into darkness for horrors. Lyle, who refused to carry a light, claimed it was nothing to worry about, but there was a scraping noise along the shunned corridor. Chell shone her light into the gloom, her other hand drawing a shock jack from her pocket. The compact weapon only had a single charge, but she'd been assured it packed a heavy punch. She'd bought it from one of the stim dealers on her district's outskirts. Like the seller's primary wares, it was illegal. Lyle would be scandalized if he found out, which pleased her. "Hello?" Chell called out. Her beam couldn't penetrate beyond the first few dark patches. "Is someone there?" In theory, the tower was safe, sealed behind shutters and coated gates, but strangers still got inside. The upper 7 floors, which had been gutted by fire years ago, were overrun with vagrants. The block's warden stayed clear of the derelict floors, but they'd cut off power and lift access, sealing their status as a no-go zone. Lyle called the area the Warren, capitalized like the balance, but the spiritual opposite of his beloved harmony. The disorder overhead symbolized everything he loathed. "I'm armed," Chell added, raising her jack pointedly. There was no reply. It was probably just a rat or one of the feral cats that hunted them. Both were getting bolder and bigger, but they usually avoided residents, though they'd been known to attack young children. But it wasn't vermin that worried her. Not that kind anyway. The stairs to the Warren had been sealed off many times, but the barriers never held, and the wardens eventually gave up repairing them. There'd been talk of starting up a residence watch, but nothing united the people of Barca Tower except misery, so it went nowhere. The squatters had been reported to the authorities, but the city's law enforcers had bigger problems on their hands. It would probably take another fire to purge the infestation. Infestation. Purge. Chell frowned, ashamed of using such terms. His terms. The intruders might be unsettling, but they were still people. Many of them probably only a few bad choices along from her own position, if they'd ever had a choice at all. Since her dismissal from the Municipal Medical Service, Chell had drifted between jobs, never lasting more than a year in one place. The trajectory in respect and pay had been relentlessly downward. That was why she'd stuck with Lyle. The congregation would look after him if they split, but she'd probably end up in one of the periphery slums. There's no way back from that, she thought, as her light played over the flaking, graffiti-covered walls. It illuminated declarations of love and hate, devotion and revolution, and more often than not, sheer nonsense, or something that would only make sense to its author. The many-colored scrawls overlapped each other in a continuous skein, recent avowals smeared over the old, creating layers of desire and delirium. There were pictures, too, caught amid the tangle like snared hallucinations. Most were obscene, but two, undoubtedly the work of the same hand, were striking. "You're new," Chell gauged, certain she hadn't seen them before. Her gaze lingered on each in turn. They sliced through their rivals in stark black lines, sometimes flowing, sometimes jagged, but always vicious. The nearest depicted a spiraling mandala that bristled with spines and sharp petals, like a malignant flower. A vertical eye nestled at its core, wide open and defiantly insane. The composition was disturbing, though not without beauty, but the other... Chell shivered as she studied the second picture. Was that meant to be a person? The bipedal figure was about the height of a man, but it wasn't remotely human. It looked like the thing's body had been torn apart, then strung back together at random, with the pieces connected by taut tendons.
No.
Spindly limbs sprouted from its torso, jointed in multiple, sometimes conflicting angles that forced the appendages into zigzagging contortions. The legs tapered into sharp points, while the arms bloomed into sheaves of needle-like talons. But the head, if it could be called a head, was the worst part. That swirling ribbon of fanged eyes glared at her, alive with gleeful malice. Who had painted these things? The prospect of the mind behind such visions wandering the corridors was frightening, yet also exhilarating. There was a mystery here, and mysteries had no place in Barca Tower, let alone the limbo of Chelgero's life. What do you mean? What are... There was a chime beside her. The lift doors parted, releasing the pent-up stench of vomit and urine, laced with the tang of some narcotic. It was a foul mixture, but Chell had smelled worse. Sometimes there were more substantial deposits waiting inside. Predictably, the lift's light was out, leaving only faint rings of radiance from the buttons on the control panel. With practiced wariness, she scanned the compartment's floor before stepping inside. The enigma of the pictures would have to wait. "Don't go away," she prayed to them. It was a peculiar wish, yet she couldn't deny it. As she reached for the panel, the scraping sound came again, closer and more protracted this time, as though something sharp were being drawn along the wall towards her. Several sharp things. A glassy chittering accompanied the scraping, so delicate it might be subliminal. Chell froze, picturing the shredded man slithering along the wall, navigating its peeling canvas in a ripple of black lines. The noise stopped just outside, waiting for me to choose. Strangely, Chell felt no fear, just an apprehension of disappointment. What if she looked and found only vermin, animal or otherwise? No, it was better not to know. Let the mystery endure. She pressed the button to the lobby. There was a uniformed man standing on the street corner ahead, watching passers-by. His blue suit was armored with flak plates, boosting his already considerable bulk. The winged sun icon of Carcery Hive shone from his breastplate and helmet. A tinted visor hid most of his face, but his vigilance was obvious. Enforcer, Screech thought sourly. He slowed his pace, but kept moving, wary of drawing suspicion. The lawmen were becoming more active on the streets these days, as if they knew something big was coming. There'd never been many of them, maybe 1,000 covering the whole city. But even one of the bastards was bad news. You're looking for someone, Screech guessed. Violent crime used to be rare in Carcery, but things were becoming edgier in the final days. There'd always been gangs working the slums, running vice in all its flavors or making trouble just for the hell of it, but nothing like the doomsday cults that had come crawling out of the shadows in recent years. Crazies like the Razors or the Dark Scars killed because they liked it, even if they had a creed of sorts. Screech reckoned they'd heard the call of the night below, but didn't have the soul to listen the way he did. Unfortunately, they'd carried their trouble beyond the slums, which upped the heat across the whole city. That made his crusade trickier. "Ain't me you want," he guessed, eyeing the enforcer ahead. Oh, the authorities knew his work for sure, but they didn't get its significance, and they sure didn't know his old name or face either, the one he wore now, or they'd have taken him out long ago. To them, his offerings were small fry beside the cult's mayhem, but the herd knew better, in their blood if not with their heads. The newscasts proved that. Nothing scared them like the kiss of the Needleman. Screech realized he was smiling. Guiltily he bit his tongue, drawing blood as penance. This was serious. Maybe the law wasn't after him specifically, but that enforcer wasn't going to like the looks of him. The odds were good. He'd be stopped and searched, which wouldn't end well. Not with the things he was carrying. But turning round was also risky. The crowd was pretty thin, so the lawman might notice and come after him. Make a move, Screech urged himself, turning the options over. Both were bad. As so often happened in a crisis, his savior threw a miracle his way. This time it showed up as a rushing yellow wall. The tram rolled alongside him, heading away from the enforcer, going fast, but not so fast. Screech didn't see the gaping doorway coming right up,
Game over, Ash.
jammed open, like they sometimes did. There wasn't time to think things over. Now or never. Screech leapt. A heavy thud cut through the soporific rhythm of the wheels. Startled from her dozing, Chell glanced along the carriage. There was a boy leaning against the wall opposite the faulty door, about 10 paces away. His hands pressed against the glass. Clearly, he'd jumped aboard and lost his balance. It was a reckless, stupid thing to do. Idiot, Chell judged. As if hearing her scorn, the newcomer turned and caught her gaze. His sallow face crawled with scars and tattoos, but his eyes were striking, like clear blue pools in a swamp. Black hair hung to his waist in a snarl of dreadlocks, braided with fragments of metal and glass. His leather coat was frayed, its gloss faded and spattered with paint. He didn't look much past 18, but his spirit would be older, coarsened by violence and wounded pride. Chell had seen the type before, both men and women, especially since she'd started working nights. This boy would cut her open without a second thought. He's smiling, she realized. It wasn't the arrogant smirk she'd expect from such a face, but something softer, filled with wonder. She looked away quickly. There were 6 other passengers in the carriage, all Delta-class laborers judging by their drab coveralls, probably cleaners heading for the industrial district. None of them paid any attention to the predator who'd leapt among them. Either they were lost in their dozing, or fearful of drawing his interest, as she'd done. If the boy attacked her, they'd just sit by and sink deeper into themselves, seeing and hearing nothing. You're all dead already, Chell thought, studying their placid faces, but too lazy to see it. Cautiously, she glanced at the newcomer again. The boy had sunk to the floor, back against the wall with his legs drawn up, evidently contemptuous of the seats. His fingers drummed skittishly against his knees, betraying the tension beneath his relaxed head posture. He was staring at the blur of buildings through the doorway, but Chell sensed his focus was elsewhere. On me. For the second time that night, she felt no fear at the prospect of danger. Indeed, she was energized by it. She didn't trust the smile the boy had offered, but she trusted the desire it concealed, the urge to hit out and hurt. Trusted it because she felt an echo of that same compulsion in herself. Come then, she urged, her fingers stroking the shock jack in her pocket. Try me. But the boy didn't answer her unspoken challenge. The carriage emptied steadily with each passing station, until they were the last on board. But even then the predator didn't stir. Had she misjudged him? No, she'd never felt more certain of her instincts. Her sharpened dreams had sharpened her in turn. Somewhere beneath that razor-bright clarity, her old self chimed a bell of warning. This wasn't right. It was the VLG-01 talking, twisting her out of kilter. It had to be. I don't care, Chell whispered, stifling the alarm. I like it. The tram ground to a halt again, signaling her stop. They were nearly at the line's terminus, beyond which lay the periphery slums, and where civilization petered out. That's where her fellow passenger, fellow predator, belonged. Finally, the boy moved, rising smoothly when Chell did. They stepped outside together, exiting by different doors in parallel. As the tram pulled away, Chell turned to face him. They were alone on the platform. Surely the moment of danger was imminent. The jack felt alive in her grip, as eager as the syringe she'd used to murder Rosalia Tomato. Not murder, she corrected herself. It was an accident. But suddenly she wasn't so sure. Hadn't it felt good? So very... Chell shook her head, trying to focus on the present. The boy's face was in profile to her, his gaze locked on the wall ahead, as though it carried an invisible message. What do you want? Chell demanded, thrilled by the steel in her voice. Why are you following me? He didn't answer, didn't even look at her. Scowling, Chell stepped towards him, then caught herself. What was she thinking? This was madness. Her inner alarm was tolling again, louder than before. This isn't me. Screech exhaled slowly as his quarry's footsteps receded. For a moment there, he thought the woman might push it, maybe even attack him before he was ready. Sometimes the marked ones fought back, but most just froze up and let things play out. None had ever confronted him. That proved he'd chosen well. Sure, the woman was old and dried up on the outside, but there was a spark inside her, something fierce and bitter looking to break out. "I'll show you the way, sister," Screech promised, pulling a bag from inside his coat. Reverently, he withdrew his true face. To call the sacred artifact a mask was unthinkable. No, his mask was the ink-stained meat he currently wore, not the black iron visage in his hands. He'd forged it soon after starting on his path, taking inspiration from the stories that terrified him as a child, the ones that proved to be so much more than just stories. Behold the Needleman, piercer of light and spinner of night. The totem stared back at him, its ragged eye slits demanding to be filled. Fulfilled. Screech was no craftsman, but that didn't matter. His creation was pure in its ugliness and savage in its honesty. It was a long veil of metal that tapered to a jagged point, with uneven edges that were sharp to the touch, as his scarred fingers attested. The surface was mottled with dried blood and rust, symbolizing the twin anathemas of violence and decay, through which revelation could be ripped, then rotted away, cycling the seasons of riot and ruin over and over again, until the world itself wound down. Beware the Needleman, bearer of all things dark and spiteful. Screech closed his eyes and donned his secret face, binding it to his skull with a leather cord. He shivered as his mind opened up, flooded with impressions that didn't belong to him, along with an eloquence of thought that was equally exotic. In that moment, he became what he wore, anointed by the night below. Hail the Needleman, reaper of lies and weaver of sharp truths. The myth was as old as the hive itself, though its roots extend much further back, hooked deep into the human psyche, drawing sustenance from that most primal of aversions, the fear of the night. On a world without natural light, where absolute darkness was only a whisper away, that terror had taken ardent form. Run, hide, weep, or fight. It'll all end the same way. For where there's one, there's always more, waiting right inside you and wanting out. One of his family's servants had told him the story when he turned 9, sharing it like a dread secret. There were cracks in the great dome that shielded them from the night, riddling it like a spider's web across an eggshell. They were too fine for the naked eye to see. But if you stared hard enough, then closed your eyes, suddenly you'd glimpse them, snagged in the torn interval between sight and its absence. Master the trick, and you might even see more, though you'd wish you hadn't, for those black fissures weren't empty. Oh no, they were full of needles. Not the kind of needles that mended things, or made you better with a quick jab of pain. No, these were barbs of pure darkness that raged against the light that condemned them to their hairline trenches. But late at night, when the sunlights had dimmed, then the prisoners would come slithering out, coalescing into seething, spiny shapes. They would crawl across the dome, searching for a way to extinguish the lights for good. The Needlemen. The night's terrors were without number, for they were all figments of the same immaculate fever dream. Sometimes they swarmed in the thousands, like black bugs, each fragment no bigger than a human hand. More rarely, they melded into a vast thorny blanket that oozed across the canopy as one. But most commonly they took forms that looked man-like, but only if you didn't look too closely. Of course, Screech had looked closely, and often. Once he'd started, he couldn't stop, and in time, the children of the fishers had looked back and recognized a fellow servant of the night below. Opening its eyes, the needleman removed the remainder of its vestments from the bag. The gloves were tipped with slender blades, no two the same length. The herald smiled as it slipped them on and flexed its fingers experimentally. "Will you? Won't you?" it asked its blades, anticipating the divine terror they would wring from its sacrifice. There had been no need to shadow the woman. Her jacket carried her company's logo, a cartoon tin can with goggle eyes and a manic grin, its white-gloved hands raised to offer a double thumbs up. That same absurd figure crowned a building a few blocks from the station, rendered in plastic, its vast form glowing against the skyline. "Deceiver of fools," the needleman challenged the false idol. Moving with a jerky grace, it set off in pursuit of its prey. What was I thinking? Chell asked herself yet again. In the sterile sanctuary of her lab, a measure of her composure had returned. Her encounter with the scarred boy felt unreal, like an episode from someone else's life, yet its flavor lingered. A reckless abandon that was almost euphoric. "I wanted to fight," she admitted. "Wanted to break him." But none of that mattered right now. The anger was just another symptom of her disorder, like the nightmares. She needed to focus on the cause, the vector. She returned her attention to the sample in her petri dish. She couldn't shake the sense that the black gruel was staring right back at her. That was ridiculous, of course. It was only a food additive, like countless others, that had passed through her lab for testing and approval. She always approved them. The plant's manager had made that requirement perfectly clear when she took the job. Quantity over quality. Pot and Vitapax supplied the city's Delta-class laborers with cheap synth proteins, keeping millions just above the starvation line. That precarious swathe of humanity wasn't picky about its food, only its absence. "We keep them topped up so they don't start chowing down on each other," her new boss had winked conspiratorially. "Or on us." Chell suspected even that crude mission statement wasn't strictly true. It was rumored that Potten's base stock, the euphemistically named Vita Ephemera, wasn't entirely synthetic in nature. The gray sludge was delivered via an underground pipeline and funneled into the plant's vast network of vats, where it was refined, flavored, colored, then finally packaged for distribution. There were countless varieties under the company's brand, but the essence was always the same. Chell sometimes wondered what a molecular analysis of that raw gloop would reveal, but that led to questions about what lay at the other end of the pipeline, which conjured possibilities she didn't want to dwell upon. Dismissing the unwanted train of thought, Chell returned her attention to the sample on her desk, VLG-01. The compound's code name was bland,
pick a remark.
yet it had piqued her curiosity immediately. The L1 designated it as the first formula from a new supplier, which was unprecedented in her experience. Potten's additives were always sourced from the same handful of companies, with most products numbering in the high thousands. Who was this VLG? The toxicology analysis had come back negative, unusually so in fact. No traces of carcinogens or impurities at all, unlike many of the borderline poisons she'd rubber-stamped for her paymasters. Suspecting an error, she had repeated the test several times, always with the same results. The compound was clean. And yet she'd held off approving it. Results be damned. She didn't trust that Terry slime. She'd felt a visceral aversion the moment she saw it, which had intensified with every test it evaded. "What are you hiding?" she murmured. For better or worse, she'd uncovered part of the answer already, though it raised more questions than it settled. The compound had psychoactive properties, though nothing had shown up in the chem tests. It had taken a more direct approach to unravel that particular secret. 4 nights ago, she had administered 3 undiluted drops with a pipette directly to her tongue, forgoing the customary infusion wafers or solutions employed by the company's indentured tasters. It was a flagrant violation of protocol, never mind good sense. Indeed, she couldn't say why she'd done it. Part of it was her antipathy towards the sample, an unwillingness to let the damn thing beat her. But that wasn't the whole of it. At some level, it hadn't been a decision at all. I had to try it. Chell shuddered, remembering the rancid sweetness that had infused her mouth, like the pulp of a rotten fruit. And beneath that, something other, a quality that had no parallel with any natural flavor, yet one she'd recognized in a heartbeat, like a buried memory that was eager to be exhumed. No. You. She frowned, unable to tell whether the slurred thought had been her own or a reverberation from something outside, slipping through her mind like an intruder. As she floundered, the liquid in the dish moved. Ripples spiraled from its center, shaping the ooze into concentric ridges that persisted as the liquid flowed through them. Chell held her breath as a complex geometry of spines and petals coagulated before her eyes. It looked like a glistening black orchid, or a mandala, she realized, picturing the graffiti she'd seen earlier. This was another manifestation of that arcane form, but rendered in living fluid, it captured the reality in a way paint never could. The reality? Chell leaned closer, fascinated. The liquid couldn't actually be moving, though it had moved her to perceive the effect. This had to be another hallucination, but that didn't make it meaningless. No, there was
What
a
the hell's
message
happening,
here.
dude?
She felt sure of it. As within.
Get him!
Once again, she was struck by a sense of disconnection, as if the thought weren't hers. So without, she whispered, intuitively completing the verse. With creeping slowness, the mandala flexed within the dish, extending itself into a quivering corona of thorns. Reaching for her, Chell's hand answered of its own accord, snatching up the container and bringing it to her mouth without recourse to thought. The flavor was exactly as she remembered it. Distilled darkness. Potten Vitapax was a sprawling complex of blocky buildings encrusted with pipes and cooling towers. A chain-link fence encircled it, topped with coils of razor wire. The needleman walked its length patiently, looking for a way inside. It could smell its prey within, ripe for revelation. Won't you prick out the lights and bleed the night anew? The ancient rhyme spun through the hunter's mind as it searched. Whenever the holy fugue awoke, yet those words were waiting, vibrant with power. Won't you seek out the sighted and slash their little lies away? Finally, an opportunity presented itself. A burnt-out truck hunkered alongside a stretch of fence, its pallet piled high with ruptured barrels. In a healthy metropolis, such a carcass wouldn't be left to rot on the streets, but Carcere's industrial quarter was a graveyard of dead machinery. Someday soon, such relics would spill out across the entire city, mingling freely with the corpses of its creators. Will Won't you shred the wiles of day and spread the seeds of wild decay? The Needleman climbed the mound of canisters, picking its way around the runnels of oxidized gunk they'd vomited. The peak was almost level with the top of the fence. Throwing out its arms, the hunter leapt over the barrier and thudded down into the yard beyond, rolling into a crouch as it hit the ground. The impact was bone-jarring, but nothing broke, which was all that mattered. Later, there would be pain, but something growled nearby. The Needleman looked up as the growl exploded into a furious barking, and a dog hurtled across the yard
What the hell
towards
happened
it.
here? No.
The animal's body was a black furred slab, bulked out with vat-grown muscles, and ridged with augmetic
It was
implants.
me. I did it. I'm so dumb.
Serrated metal teeth glinted from its muzzle, like the jaws of a trap. A spike of fear shot through the intruder, puncturing its fugue. Suddenly, horribly, it was mortal again. With a moan of terror, Screech backed away, then wailed as the hound's jaws snapped shut around his left leg, just above the knee. Swinging its head about, the dog tore through leather and flesh to the bone beneath. Agony drowned out Screech's fear, threatening oblivion. He slashed at his attacker wildly, his finger blades ripping red gouges through its pelt, but it paid no heed. The thing was a damn ward dog. Its lobotomized brain was wired to ignore pain, maybe even get off on it. "Help me!" Screech begged the night below. "Help!" He kicked out with his other leg and lost his balance. With a yelp, he crashed onto his back. The hound was on top of him in an instant, its weight crushing his chest. Hot breath wafted from its jaws, reeking of decay and oil. He kept hacking at its flanks, but couldn't cut deep enough to do any real damage. Drool spattered his iron veil as the dog snapped at it, trying to reach his throat. Fortunately, his mask extended to his breastbone, presenting an impenetrable shield. But if its cord snapped, he was done for. Won't you tear my bloody throat out?" Screech thought frantically. "Yes, you bloody will." He giggled, unable to resist the absurdity of the moment. To die like this, chewed up by a mindless beast, after achieving so much and coming so close to the end of days. It was so damn pointless, and maybe that was the point. A blissful serenity suffused him. Letting go, he sank back into the fugue as his severed self arose, eager to be about its business. "Will you?" the Needleman asked the dog softly. With a sigh, it flexed its arms and twisted them at the elbows, then again and yet again, contorting them to line up its blades at just the right angle. "Won't you die for me?" Then it set to work, stabbing and slicing in swift but unhurried strokes, its blades flicking about in perfect synchronicity, instinctively finding and following the fault lines in their subject's flesh, severing tendons, arteries, and circuitry in a symphony of evisceration, delving deeper with every pointed note. The dog whimpered and its eyes glazed over as some vital connection inside was ruptured. Blood and smoke spewed from its jaws. Then it shuddered and slumped forward into death. "Yes, you will," the Needleman purred, its joints cracking loudly. It realigned its arms and thrust the carcass aside, then rose unsteadily. Organs flopped from its blood-drenched coat. Despite the eloquence of the butchery, it had been messy work, unbefitting of the herald's sublime calling. But that indignity was trivial beside the damage done to its leg. The dog had gnawed deep into the bone. Blood was pumping vigorously from the wound, threatening to bleed the hunter out. Ignoring the pain, the needleman cut a strip from the hem of its coat and bound the wound tightly. Without proper attention, the leg would likely be lost, but that was irrelevant for now. It was still more or less functional. That would suffice to fulfill this night's obligation. Looking up, the herald glared at the smirking totem atop the refinery. The colossal tin can god appeared to mock it, reveling in the damage its guardian beast had inflicted. They embodied opposing creeds in the secret war for the city's soul, yet both had arisen from the same primal sickness, albeit from different strains, one seeded by greed, the other by fear. No matter how far humanity journeyed from its wellspring, its innate curses would go with it.
Damn, I'm eating this chapones from Aldi, and I swear they're like 60% cheaper than the normal one, and they taste exactly the same, dude. Oh, they're so good.
Find fertile soil to fester.
But what's interesting about cookies like that, it costs like 160 or whatever, and that's still technically more expensive than pork. That's crazy. And the other one in the normal shop, made in Switzerland, I guess, and this one probably not. Or this one were made in Germany. They cost $4 or something. This one 160.
You lie to them, the needleman rebuked its rival. I tell only truth.
God, I just realized how boring that sounded. But yeah. You guys getting scammed?
Dismissing the crass idol, it limped towards the nearest building. The vastness of the complex would be no obstacle, for the hunter was connected to its ordained prey by an intangible yet unbreakable cord. It simply had to follow the thread. Chell felt lightheaded, yet paradoxically lucid, as though her body had receded, leaving her senses at the fore. The world around her appeared tenuous and transient, as though it were merely one possibility among many, its persistence entirely contingent upon her conviction in it. She understood this was an extension of the state she had been experiencing for days, heightened by the extra dose of the drug she'd swallowed. I was blind. Now I see. She was walking the snarl of gantries overlooking Block D, which housed a sweeping expanse of storage vats. Vita ephemera swirled languidly in the open-topped containers below, churned by fans to prevent it from congealing. It was all coarse gray gloop, still awaiting processing into the garbage her masters passed off as food. Siphoning pipes protruded from every vat, connected to testing stations above. Part of her job was to conduct regular hygiene checks on the stock. While the company's nutritional standards were pitiful, actually poisoning its consumers wouldn't be profitable. We might kill them, Chell reflected, but we'll do it slowly. During the day, the refinery would be packed with laborers, which was why the company had her working nights, tucked away while production went on. Other than a couple of watchmen, she was alone in the complex. But she didn't feel alone now. In fact, she felt crowded, as though the place were teeming with unseen people. Not people. Not anymore. Chell halted and gazed down at the gray pools, studying them with an honesty she'd never allowed herself before. This place was haunted, but its shades weren't true ghosts. They were too diffuse and degraded for that. Their spirits dissolved alongside their bodies, blended into an aggregate spectral sludge. Processed like sewage. Once she accepted the truth, she began to see the dead, swirling through the gloop in tides of distended, melded faces and groping hands. They were hollow-eyed and hopeless, bereft of sense or sanity, yet suffering all the same. It wasn't just flesh and blood the city recycled and shoveled into its poor. We've turned them into soul eaters. Chell realized she was crying, but she didn't try to stop the tears falling into the gray swirl below. It was already contaminated beyond anything she could offer, tainted though she was. There was no denying her guilt, of course. Ignorance couldn't acquit her collaboration, especially when it was willful. I knew, she confessed to the dead. I've always known. Somewhere far away, the fading fantasy of her old self railed against the admission. This couldn't be, real. It was just another drug-fueled delusion, like her nightmares. She wasn't herself, hadn't been since she'd taken that first fateful dose. Why else would she have swallowed more of the damn thing? They were tempting denials, but they were still lies, and she was past humoring them. The narcotic wasn't an engine of delirium, but revelation, and once the taste was acquired, there was no going back. The change it engendered in the brain, perhaps even the spirit, was permanent. She grasped that viscerally, with both regret and relief, but above all curiosity. Why would anyone create such a provocative substance, let alone seek to spread it among the city's forsaken? Why wake them up to the horror of their existence? It was those questions that had led her here. She needed to find the sample's source container. Perhaps it would offer a clue as to its creators. "Who are you?" she whispered. "Doc?" someone asked behind her. She turned, unsurprised, as though she'd always known the man was there. He was in his late 60s, but his back was straight, and his shoulders broad. The face under his cap was like carved mahogany, leavened by bushy white brows and lively eyes. "Sergeant," Chell answered. She didn't know the watchman's name. Everybody just called him the sergeant, the same way they called her the doc. It was rumored he'd been in the military in his younger days. There was a laconic authority about him that supported that. Yet he was an affable fellow. They'd shared the occasional mug of caf, even played cards once. Regarding him with her newfound clarity, Chell realized he might even have become a friend of sorts if she'd been open to such things. "You see something down there?" he asked, his eyes sweeping the refinery floor. "Something off? Nothing that wasn't there before." He frowned. "You all right, Doc?" "I don't know." She was unwilling to lie anymore, even for convenience. "You got the look tonight," he gauged, taking a step closer. "The look?" "1,000-yard stare, like you're seeing right through things." Chell lowered her eyes, unsettled by the observation. "Maybe a brew to perk you up," he suggested gently. "Another time, Sergeant." Then a thought occurred to her. "But there's something you could help me with." She showed him her data slate. "I'm looking for this warehouse." The stock manifest had identified where the VLG-01 was stored, but she'd been going round in circles trying to find it. "Yeah, I know the place," the watchman said, squinting at the slate. "Ain't used much these days." "Can you show me?" He raised an eyebrow, weighing her up. Though the warehouses weren't off limits to her, it was an unusual request. "Please, Sergeant. It's important."
Sarge!
He held her gaze a moment longer, then nodded. "Okay, good enough for me. This way." Getting inside the complex had been easy. The first door the needleman tried was unlocked and unguarded. The worst of the refinery's security was probably behind it, but haste had already cost it gravely, so the intruder proceeded cautiously. Not that speed was an option anymore. Its mauled leg had become a dead weight, trailing behind it as it crept through a maze of vats. Every step sent slivers of pain up its leg, threatening to break its equilibrium. But blood loss was a more pressing concern. The crude tourniquet had staunched the flow somewhat, but without stitches, the bleeding wouldn't stop. Unfortunately, despite its name, that craft was alien to the Needleman. Its vocation was dissolution, not restoration. This body is failing, it judged, accepting the conclusion without emotion. It was of little consequence. Another herald would take its place, perhaps many others. After all, its kind was legion. A clatter of footsteps approached from somewhere overhead. The hunter pressed itself against a vat as a pair of figures appeared on the gantry above, a man in a gray uniform, and... The Needleman smiled, recognizing its prey. There was a new vibrancy about the woman, as though her potential had bloomed since their last encounter. It could hope for no finer offering for its final sacrifice. Won't you bleed to feed the night?" it whispered. The cord between them grew taut as the woman passed by, tugging the hunter after her. Relenting, it shadowed the pair as they crossed the concourse, then fell back when they descended a stairway to its level. "This is the one," the watchman said, grabbing the handle of a heavy door. It creaked in protest when he yanked it open, like nails raking metal. "Like I said, ain't used much." "Why?" the woman asked. "Can't rightly say." He shook his head. "Some places, they just don't work out." Lights flickered on in the chamber beyond when they entered. The Needleman took 10 long breaths, then followed. It wouldn't be long now. Her quarry was on the far side of the warehouse, lurking in a shadowed corner. There was no mistaking it. Vast and dark, the barrel loomed over its fellow containers like a cylindrical monolith. Its dark body was girdled with broad iron bands and massive rivets. Like a cage, Chell thought, approaching the vessel warily. It was almost twice her height, yet that wasn't what unsettled her. No, it was the age radiating from it. A deep and baleful antiquity that seemed to diminish everything around it. "This what you're after?" her guide asked, speaking quietly, as though afraid of waking the slumbering giant. "Yes. Have you seen anything like it before?" Chell asked, already knowing the answer. "No," the sergeant whispered. "No, I ain't." Chell realized he was hanging back. His stubborn vitality had drained away, yet there was steel in his eyes. This was a man who'd faced down fear before. Why had she never taken the time to learn his story? "You can go, Sergeant," she said, releasing him from whatever vague obligation he felt towards her. This wasn't his problem. "You sure?" His expression teetered between gratitude and guilt. "I am. Thank you." "I'll be right outside then," he said hoarsely. "Holler if you need me." Chell watched him go, then faced the vessel again. There was a brooding expectancy about it, as though it had been waiting for her. How long had it been here? And who'd brought the sample to her lab? It hadn't appeared with the regular batches. For that matter, the name on the testing requisition form, Vedas, had been unfamiliar, though its authorization stamp was in order. How was that? No, such mysteries were inconsequential. The drug had come to her because it wanted to, wanted her. She felt sure of that. "Why?" she asked, taking the final steps towards the barrel. "Why me?" That was the only question that really mattered. "Tell me." Up close, she saw the bands girdling the container were engraved with runes, though she couldn't make them out clearly in the gloom. Hesitantly, then with sudden eagerness, she reached out and ran her fingers over them, trying to identify their forms by touch, though she couldn't say why. Like so much else recently, the action felt inevitable, as if she were snared by some implacable gravity that rendered volition obsolete. Perhaps that had always been the way of things, but she'd never noticed before. Maybe choice was only ever illusory. She couldn't decide whether the possibility was repellent or comforting. There was a scuffling sound somewhere behind her, punctuated by a harsh gargling. Chell tried to turn, but the runes wouldn't allow it. They crawled beneath her fingertips like worms etched in water, urging her to follow their flow. Follow. Closing her eyes, she circled the barrel, drawn along by the riddle. Follow. What are you? She murmured. What are you, Cheljaro? The enigma asks in answer. Opening her eyes, the gray woman sees she is in the infinite ward once again, standing over the sick girl. No, not sick. Rosalia Tomato is already dead, her face livid with decay, yet her eyes are open, their faded irises fixed on her. Why? The corpse demands in a drowned voice. Why me? The gray woman stares at her victim, aghast. Tell me. An accident, she confesses. It was an accident. She had been so tired that night, drained by a triple shift she should never have accepted, but pride had demanded. She'd misread the bed numbers, mistaking existant for Kites, and administered a blood thinner to the wrong patient, a girl whose metabolism had reacted violently to the error. It was a terrible mistake. Then it was for nothing, the dead girl croaks. I'm sorry. I don't want your pity. No, the gray woman whispers. But make it mean something. I don't understand. Believe in it. Embrace it. Choose it. Choose it. Make me a sacrifice. The gray woman hesitates, sensing a final, unforgivable precipice. I can't change the past, she protests. But you can choose your present. The revenant leans towards her, his body creaking with rigor mortis. Choose. Yes, Chell breathed, accepting her fate. In that moment, her hand found the barrel's spigot. It protruded from an octagonal panel, almost level with her face, and the plate was embossed with the cryptic acronym, along with a phrase in bold Gothic script. VLG. As within, so without. While her eyes lingered on the words, Chell's fingers turned the spigot's tap. Then her mouth found the spout. As above, so below, she prayed as the dark nectar gushed past her lips. The needleman took the watchman as he left the warehouse, slitting his throat with a strike, intended to silence and slay in the same instant. The wound was mortal, yet the old man still fought back, scrabbling for his killer's throat as his life leached away. The fury on his face was exhilarating to behold, so much sweeter than the dog's mindless rage, but like the beast before him, he was defeated by his foe's iron visage. So it flows, the victor whispered, lowering the watchman's body gently, wary of alerting its true prey, until all the worlds bled dry. Sighing in anticipation, the needleman crept into the warehouse, The overhead lights were sparse and feeble, leaving much of the chamber in darkness, but that was no impediment to its purpose. No, it was the leg wound that dismayed it. Spasms racked the hunter's muscles, and its vision fluttered as it moved, threatening to disintegrate altogether. "I am Legion," the Needleman hissed, steadying itself with the promise of its brethren. The woman was waiting beside a massive container, her back to the hunter. She turned as it approached, meeting its gaze without surprise or fear. Indeed, her long, pale face was entirely devoid of expression. Dark liquid trickled from her lips, staining her chin and the front of her jacket. Woven logos of the tin can deity grinned from her lapels, reveling in its worshipper's excess. Won't you rise to fulfill the fall?" the Needleman asked, stalking towards her. This was the customary question it offered the chosen ones, though whatever they wailed or whimpered in response, whether threats, bribes, or pleas for mercy, the answer was always the same. "Oh yes, you will," the herald confirmed, whirling its claws in a slashing salute. Then its step faltered as it noticed something else about its prey. Her eyes were black. The dark woman regarded the creature before her with detached contempt.
9 HP.
It was an inane, unfinished wretch, drenched in blood and banality. She recognized the supernal entity its makeshift claws and mask aspired to. But the mimicry fell far short of the graffiti that had enthralled her earlier that night, let alone the reality. The youth who'd stalked her skulked behind the sham, clinging to his delusions like a drowning man. "You are nothing," she judged. Picturing his mask's cord, she tore it free with a twist of her will. "Let me make something of you." The boy stared at her, terror and envy warring for supremacy on his face. Stripped of his facade, he was pitiful, a frail and quailing thug who'd imagined himself so much more. Only the violence in him survived his exposure, too ingrained to scour away. "Come then," the dark woman goaded, knowing he couldn't resist the challenge. "Kill me if you can." With a snarl, the youth lurched towards her, his claws slashing in dual swipes. To his foe's heightened senses, the attack appeared sluggish, as though he were wading through water, while her domain was air. She darted inside the languid arcs, and rammed her shockjack's blunt prong between his jaws, shattering his teeth and tearing through the tongue behind. The charge activated when the tip hit the back of his throat, spewing electric current through his skull. His eyes widened as they broiled, then burst wetly. Sparks played about the charred sockets, teasing out black smoke. More leaked from his jaws, which had melted around the prong jutting from them. "You were a lie," his executioner declared, releasing her weapon. She stepped away as the dead man's claws completed their passage, gnashing together like teeth. The impact unbalanced the corpse, and it toppled over, flat on its back. "For the fall," the dark woman proclaimed, granting the fool a purpose in death. Her eyes met the vacant gaze of the mask beside him. "Will you, won't you?" it asked. Deciding she would, the knight's new herald picked it up. It was a crude thing, yet they shared the same creed. They had both sacrificed to hasten the coming darkness. In time, she would far outstrip the grubby offerings of its creator, but the mask itself was potent. "This isn't me," a plaintive voice beseeched her, but it was buried too deep to matter anymore, if it ever had. Ignoring the ghost, she glanced at the liquid-filled monolith. The urge to worship at its fount and drink again was strong, but she understood she'd had her fill. Whatever remained was for others to savor. She would approve it as an additive, of course. That would be her final act in this squalid temple factory, for she wouldn't be returning. Soon, the nectar would find its way to Carceres Forsaken, too diluted to awaken their flesh as it had awakened hers, but sufficient to open their eyes. Their enlightenment would be one of many unraveling threads in this world's greater dissolution. "Thank you," she whispered to the monolith, "for the choice." Leaving the warehouse, she stopped beside the dead watchman. When the bodies were found, questions would be asked, but quickly quashed in the name of productivity. The authorities would never hear of the murders, and in due course, the cadavers would return here in another form. "I'm sorry," the dark woman said to the old man. It was her second apology of the night, and the last she would ever offer. Screech lay in a darkness more complete than anything he'd ever desired. Dead yet horribly present, severed from sensation, yet all too aware of the voracious, watchful giant looming over him. Pleading without words, he begged for forgiveness, for another chance to serve. But if his dark god heard him, it paid no heed. The dark woman took the stairwell back to her old apartment, striding up the mountain of steps as confidently as her former self would have crossed a room. Occasionally she passed shabby, broken-faced figures, but they slunk away from her, sensing she wouldn't be easy pickings, which was the only kind they cared for. Reaching her floor, she stopped to peruse the hallowed graffiti that had signposted her path. The mandala was still there, testifying to the sanctity of this place, but the figure was gone, its message served, and its territory relinquished to a new custodian. "We are Legion," the dark woman acknowledged. Later, she would ascend further and claim the tower's derelict heights as her eyrie, along with the abandoned souls who congregated there, taking some as worshippers, others as sacrifices, for they were ripe for either role. But first, she must accept the sacrament that would seal her allegiance to the night. The supplicant donned her predecessor's mask, then walked the corridor she had always shunned, shivering as its shadows caressed her. Soft but insistent, they teased her flesh and bones into finer, sharper forms, with every step she took, eliciting pleasure and pain in equal measure. "Will we? Won't we?" the mask murmured, sharing its wearer's epiphany. The dark woman gasped as her fingers lengthened then split, budding crooked blades that chittered when she flexed them. Her elbows splintered in sudden sympathy, then multiplied and knitted into new configurations that would defy mortal eyes. A few steps later, her knees followed, twisting into manifold opposing arcs, yet she kept her balance, instinctively adapting to the changes. When her torso shattered, she screamed from the soul, then moaned as the fragments realigned and spun thorny tendons to bind themselves anew, though the knots were restless, for rigidity offended them. "We are Legion." As she neared the end of the passageway, the mask tightened about her face, fusing with the skin and skull beneath. Creaking, it distended further, gouging fresh eyes along its length as its chin passed her riven waist. "We are Legion." The pilgrim's path ended at its old apartment. It slipped through the cracks in the door and flitted to the bed it had once shared with a fool. The man was there now, his jowls quivering as he snored, lost in the last refuge he would ever know. Even in sleep he reeked of arrogance. His atonement would be lengthy and extravagant, his confessor decided. Its claws clicked in anticipation, drooling shadows over the oblivious penitent. As above, so below, the needleman intoned, in a voice that swarmed with barbs. As within, so without. Then it set to work, and True Night drew a little closer. In the grim darkness of the far future, amidst the ravaged battlefields and forgotten corners of the universe, whispers of unspeakable horrors echo through the void. Welcome, brave souls, to a realm where fear reigns supreme, and the line between sanity and madness is but a fragile thread. Welcome to the twisted tales of Warhammer Horror. The Reaper's Gift. Ray Cluley. Rutger ran through the wet cornfield, staggering between withered stalks. Slipping in mud, one arm hooked around his stomach to slow the blood. A weak rain hung in the air like mist. The sky was thick with cloud, and all color had seeped away to something purple-tinged, like a contusion. Rutger held up a hand to protect his face from the crops, barely able to see where he was going in the descending darkness. He glanced behind, as he'd done countless times over miles he barely remembered, but all he saw was stalks of corn closing behind him in broken rows. Some were bent out of shape, bloodied by his passing. Others drooped with the weight of their own rot. Trampled stalks pressed beneath his boots were slow to rise again, and the prints he'd left in the mud were filling with small puddles. He would be easy to track, even in this dying light. A furrowed row, mud-thick and slick with rain, sent him stumbling, and he added a handprint to those of his boots, pushing up from the ground to continue fleeing. He turned, with the direction of the crops, and followed them for a few moments of easier progress, then turned again for the safety of their cover. Amongst the corn were tangled low growths of bloodweed. Some of it burst underfoot as he ran, souring the soil with its dark, poisonous sap. Where it was thickest, it snatched at his ankles and threatened to trip him. It was said that upon land where battles had been fierce, the bloodweed grew, and there was nowhere in Shyish that had not known battle. It thrived where blood had been spilt in vast quantities, keeping the killing fields red and spreading to choke whatever else might grow. It was desperately difficult to farm such land, but evidently there were those who tried. Rutger cursed them for not plowing deep enough before planting, for not pulling the weed properly, and he turned to find a clearer route through the rows of the cornfield. Crows burst into sudden flight around him, in a flurry of feathers that swallowed him with their darkness. He dropped into a crouch, one arm overhead to fend off the thunder of their wings. Then they were gone, lost to the early evening sky, as quickly as they had erupted into being. He heard their cries, and for a moment he was back on the battlefield, with the screams and shrieks of the dying. With his eyes clenched shut, he saw soldiers fall, carved to bloody pieces, saw them trampled by the hooves of two-legged beasts that growled and howled as they rushed towards their next enemy, each one hefting vicious blades or wickedly tipped spears. One of them swung at him, but he found his feet and ran, and he was back in the cornfield, fleeing from a battle left far behind. The sky deepened with cloud and seemed to press upon him, slowing him, trying to claim him for its own. With Sigmar's strength, Rutger began, but he was panting and could go no further with the prayer. With Sigmar's strength, he tried again, but what god would listen to him anyway? Sigmar's strength was for those who had their own, and Rutger's had all but left him. He risked another look at his stomach, but in the gloom saw only where his wet wound gaped and bled. He held it closed again, his sodden sleeve a makeshift bandage, and kept running, stumbling, gasping partial prayers to a god he'd left behind with the dying. With Sigmar's strength, I wield, he said. Forging forward, never yield. The words came at last, a litany of habit, but he dismissed all but two of them as he ran, reciting, forging forward, a heartbeat rhythm to keep his legs moving, setting a pace that kept him forging forward. Forging forward. The Freegild army was a fierce force of men and women, tough and skilled and keen to fight, but it was difficult to remain disciplined in the face of chaos. And Rutger had seen that face up close, seen the matted fur of its blood-drenched muzzle, and smelt the foetid stink of its breath as it roared its wrath and hunger. Beasts that walked as men, horned like goats, but muscled like bulls or war horses. Armed with deadly spears and serrated blades of steel and bone, they cut through ranks of soldiers in a ferocious frenzy. Driven by bloodlust, the beasts had hacked and torn, roaring their war cries, as if outraged by man's very existence. Rutger had seen friends fall and scatter, and he'd fled, determined to live while others died. He ducked into and through another line of crops, swatting a path clear and grabbing at things to keep himself upright. The strength in his legs was fading with the light. His breathing came hard and ragged. Blood oozed from his wound despite his attempts to staunch its flow, taking his warmth with it. But still he ran, driven by desperation and fear. A sudden figure loomed out of the dark, tall and long-limbed. With a startled cry, Rutger tried to halt, but fell with the abrupt action, throwing himself backwards, as best he could, to get away from the weapon he saw descending upon him. He brought his arms up, yelling with the pain it pulled from his open wound, only to find he shielded himself from nothing. The weapon hung suspended above him, its long curving blade refusing to fall. Rutger cowered from a man of straw. Tattered clothing, lumpy with old stuffing, sagged and bulged around the ropes that held it staked. Across its body, fixed in place, a scythe rusted in the rain, and above that leered a sackcloth face, slashed open in a split grin, black with mold. Rutger tried to laugh, but made only a strangled sound, like a sob, as he rolled over in his struggle to stand. A man of straw, slumped in a neglected field of corn. That was all. Rutger noted how its insides spilled from a seam around the waist, and looked again at his own injury. He held out no hope for help. Not around here, but there would be shelter, he thought. An old farmhouse, perhaps a barn. He would rest in whatever ruin he could find. And, yes, there, praise Sigmar. The land sloped and he followed it down, stumbling more than running now towards the leaning shape of an old building, little more than a silhouette in the fading light. He almost fell again, this time with relief, as if he could rest right here in sight of it. He was so exhausted, but he forced himself onward, gasping and bleeding, and forging forward. Maudlin cut the last of the stunted vegetables into small, thin pieces, as if that would convince anyone there was enough, and carried them on the chopping board to where a pot heated slowly over the room's fire. Heron, Lise, mind out of my way. The children were sitting close to the fire, playing a quiet game of straw draw on the low protruding stone of the hearth. They were too old for such games, but they went through the motions of selecting straws from the other's hand and nodding or tutting at each result. It was a game their father had taught them. Perhaps they took some comfort from that. She nudged her way past, and with her knife swept the vegetables into the stew. The pieces sank all too quickly. She would need to thicken it up, or they'd merely be drinking their dinner tonight. "Where's your brother?" Heron said nothing, too focused on his turn of the game, but Lise glanced up and said, "Chores." "Still?" The girl shrugged. Maudlin took the board and knife back to where she'd been preparing dinner. She considered the small sack of flour on the counter. Supplies were scarce. She'd have to try one of the neighboring farms soon, but each time meant traveling further afield. Not that anyone had anything they were willing to spare. "You cheated." "Did not." "Quiet, you two." "But he cheated, Ma. He took more than he should." "And what have I told you about men?" She had a scowl for her daughter. "That they can't be trusted." Lise borrowed some of her mother's scowl for her brother. "I didn't cheat." "Let me see then. Open your hand." Maudlin closed her eyes against the squabbling and wished again that their father was here. She wished it several times a day and prayed for it nightly, but if Sigmar heard, he did not seem to care. An outlier's life was a tough one, she knew, but it was all the more difficult on your own. "Let me see." "No." Maudlin opened her eyes to see Heron throw his handful of straw into the fire and move away, retreating to where he'd rolled a fleece into a seat. He was done playing. Lise leaned close to the flames to check the burning straws. "Lise, get back. Sit down. Heron, wipe some bowls clean for dinner." Sometimes Maudlin wished she was the one away at war. How long before she lost Heron to a similar cause? Lise? Even little Paul liked to play soldiers, and he was growing up faster with every day that passed. Of course, they'd rather wield swords than scythes. It was far easier to spill blood than till soil. And besides, you had to fight for the land before you could farm it. And there was far more glory to be had facing enemy forces than in defending lines of seed against hungry crows. Nobody sang of a farmer's toil or told tales of their back-breaking labor. A leather skin of wine hung from the kitchen shelf. She was saving it for her husband, but the amount she saved for him grew less each week. If he didn't come home to them soon, there'd be nothing but gritty well water to drink. Maudlin retrieved her shawl from a chair by the fire and wrapped it around herself, tucking her hair into its warmth. "Keep stirring that pot, one of you." "Where are you going?" "Oh, Lise, where can I go?" "To remind Paul that it's dark and dinner's near ready." She took the lantern pole from beside the door. They'd long ago run out of oil for the lantern, but she'd melted a candle stub behind the shelter of the glass. She lit this with a taper from the fire. "Remember to bar the door and answer no stranger," said Lise. "We know, Ma." Good. There wasn't wind enough to wrench the door from her, but it was strong enough to lash her with rain while still inside. What had been little more than a mist hanging in the air a few hours ago was now falling in earnest. To think, she prayed for this not so long ago. Now, with the corn rotting in the fields and their gathered grain spoiling, she wished for just one day of sun hot enough to dry their crops. She pulled the shawl tighter around her face and stepped into the dark, waiting under the porch eaves until she heard the door behind her barred. Only then did she head out into the rain, using the lantern pole as support across the muddy yard. "Where are you?" she muttered, looking for some sign of her son. The feeble candlelight from her lantern cast a pallid glow across the yard, showing her just how desolate their home had become. A water pump, rusting and forlorn, leaned over a stone trough that collected shadows with the rain. From the roof behind her came the croak and creak of the ancient weather vane as it turned in the wind. It had been a gift, pewter beaten into the shape of twin comets by her husband, as if Sigmar would watch over them. He likes the spirit of outliers and frontier families, he'd told her, and they had shunned the safety of a city's rule in favor of whatever freedom could be taken from the land.
Damn, I somehow thought there was no other level, but there's another level.
"Where are you?" she asked again, thinking not only of her son, but of his father too, wishing he'd come back to her so she could love him and hate him and figure out which was most true. The beast's teeth were thick with gore, its breath a reek of flesh and death as it roared its hate at Rutger. It swung its weapon up in a vicious slash, sweeping from the ground and across. But Rutger launched himself back from the blade. Cleaver-like but curved, and already slick with blood, it cut the air where he'd been standing. He lunged into the space of the weapon's wake and managed to plunge his own blade into the creature's hide. He drove it in with both hands, but the beast turned with the momentum of its swing and barged him aside with a muscled shoulder. Rutger fell, pulling his sword free, and seeing the wound he'd inflicted would not be enough. Scrambling back, kicking at the ground, he retreated from the beastman looming over him, but when it raised its weapon, he ceased his retreat and threw himself a war, sword held before him, with all the force of himself behind the strike. He buried the blade deep into the beast's stomach and yanked upwards with a roar of his own. A wet heat splashed his legs, and rubbery lengths unspooled from the creature's opened belly. Rutger shoved the beastman back, retrieving his sword from its body as it fell. He turned for his next enemy, and found one more, ready than he'd expected, a serrated blade already slashing at him. It drew across his torso and left a hot line of pain, opening the flesh of his abdomen. He staggered back, as much in surprise as from the blow itself, and he spasmed awake with a cry, twisting from his sleep and flooding himself with pain. He clutched at the rags he'd tied around himself as a crude bandage and felt them soaked through. With a groan, he eased himself into a sitting position and set about unwinding the cloth. The wooden floor beneath him was damp. The boards warped beneath a carpet of mildewed straw. Rain came in through a hole in the roof, and the wind whistled through the gaps in the plank walls. He had only the barest memory of collapsing inside. A barn, maybe a stable. He couldn't see or remember enough to know, but it was better shelter than anything he'd had for some time. He was cold and uncomfortable, but he was alive. For now. He was alarmed by the continued oozing of his wound, but his insides remained insides. There was a foul smell to it all, though. Underneath the blood, some sour stench that did not bode well. He needed a healer, and soon. Hot water, salve, clean bandages. A creak in the dark, and his wound was forgotten. A floorboard, groaning under the weight of someone or something else in the gloom. Rutger grabbed for his sword, forgetting the sheath was empty, then pushed at the floor to slide further back into the shadows of the corner where he'd slept. He looked for something to serve as a weapon, but found only panic when he saw he was surrounded. Figures looming out from the dark. No armor, no weapons, but they floated a few feet from the floor, peering down with vacant eyes and slack mouths. Rutger cowered from them with another cry like the one he'd woken with, then saw them for what they really were. More scarecrows, stuffed and sagging, hanging from tool hooks on the wooden walls. In front of him, a figure emerged from behind the slump stump of a hay bale, moving in a low, slow prowl. This was no scarecrow, though. I have bad dreams too sometimes. It was a child. He remained a short distance away, close to the cover of his hay pile and its shadows, squatting as if he might run or lunge. Rutger couldn't see much of him yet, but he could tell the boy was better armed than he was. The lad held a pitchfork across his knees. "You're in our barn."
I am.
The boy nodded, satisfied by the confirmation. "Are you hurt?" "No." "You look hurt." Rutger sat a little straighter, trying not to wince at how it pulled his stomach. "Just resting. Then I'll be on my way." "You shouldn't be here." "No." The boy took a step closer and looked him over carefully. "You are hurt. You're bleeding." "It's nothing." "Will you die?" A twinge in his wound made Rutger tight-lipped with pain, though his tight breath and sharp wince provided some sort of answer, it seemed. The boy nodded. "Ma says we all die, but not everyone really lives." "She sounds very wise." "Are you scared of dying?" A beastman lunged at Rutger, its face rushing to his with a ferocious bellow. He flinched from a bite that didn't come because he was in a barn, and there were no beasts here, just this boy waiting for an answer. "I'm terrified," Rutger wanted to say. "I've seen what's out there, and how it hungers for us. I've looked into the blood-drenched face of chaos and seen it grin." Whatever expression accompanied Rutger's thoughts, it made the boy wary. He raised the pitchfork as if to plunge the tines into Rutger's chest. "Those frighten me, that's a certainty," Rutger said, nodding at the closest man of straw. It wore torn trousers much like his own, and straw spilled from holes like open wounds. A drab tunic did a better job of keeping it in, but it sprouted from the stuffed head-like hire, a topknot thatch, where the sack had been tied. Thick woolen crosses had been sewn for eyes, and a dye-smeared handprint, upside down, gave it a drooling mouth. The whole body drooped like a hanged man. There was even something of a noose where a knot of rope tied the head to the body. "Reaper's gifts," the boy said. "We made them for the other farms, but nobody needs them now." "Reaper's gifts?" "To keep the Reaper man away. I'm sure they'd scare anything anyway." "Not the Reaper man. He's a man of straw, too." The boy had lowered his weapon, such as it was. Even driven by the strength of a child, it would hurt plenty, so Rutger was relieved. When the boy said, "If you try to take it, I'll have to use it," he realized he'd been staring. The boy feigned a jab. Rutger raised his hand as if to ward off the blow, and as an apology. He saw the boy notice the blood, and lowered his hand to press at his improvised bandages. "Who's the Reaper Man?" he asked. "You don't know the Reaper Man? Everybody around here knows the Reaper Man." "I'm not from around here. Aren't you a farmer?" "No, I'm a soldier. My father's a farmer, and he's a soldier." Rutger straightened. "Is he here?" "He's away, fighting. Ma said he's better at farming, but he went anyway." "How long ago?" The boy shrugged, but it didn't matter. Rutger could tell from the look of the place that the boy's father had been gone a while. "Can I see?" the boy asked. He pointed at Rutger's stomach. "No. I can help you. It's too dark." The boy put down his weapon and reached behind the drooping hay bale where he'd been hiding. He retrieved a lantern and opened the shutter to reveal the stump of a candle, burning. The inside of the barn was bathed in a weak and flickering light. It struck the hanging straw men so they seemed to move out of their own shadows. "Show me," the boy said as he approached, "and I'll tell you about the Reaper Man." It seemed a fair trade. Maudeline clutched her shawl tight around her face and peered out into the drizzle, lantern held before her on its staff. She went to the chicken coop, where Paul was meant to have gathered whatever eggs their scrawny bird might have managed to squeeze out. If their circumstances didn't change soon, she would have to put it in the pot for dinner. Though she feared that once plucked, all she'd have to show for it would be the poor bird's bones. It was scratching at the dirt, so Paul had tossed it something to eat at least. But where was he? After the chicken, he was supposed to. A noise in the dark snatched the rest of her thought away. A gruff breath, she thought, like the snort of a horse. And maybe the quick creak of wood as if it pulled against some nearby hitching post. But the farm hadn't known a horse since, well, a long time. And there was no hitching post. Only the boards of the coop and the line of fencing around it. The chicken book-awed in alarm and flustered a panicked path, this way and that. Maudeline did not call out. Anyone out here at this time would not mean them well, and it would be senseless to alert them that she had heard something of their movements. If it were an animal, then she didn't want it alerted either. Their larder desperately needed restocking. She drew the slim blade she always carried in the front of her apron. It was the sharpest and most prized of her kitchen wares, good for the toughest of meat. It would do. She approached the far side of the coop, keeping distance enough between her and the small pen that anyone hiding there couldn't lunge at her from its cover. But before she could see, there was a quick galloping sound in the mud, and then a rustle of corn. Shortly after that, from across the yard came a short, sharp cry. A quick shriek she recognized. "Paul!" Maudeline ran, dropping the lantern in her haste as she hurried towards the barn. Behind her, a puddle found its way into the lantern glass and doused the candle's forgotten flame. Rutger made shadow shapes on the wall, enjoying the warmth of the candlelight on his hands, and pleased with how each shape he made delighted the child. His father had taught him several by the glow of the forge: rabbits, horses, tavern-tail monsters. Rutger repeated as many as he could remember. The dragon had been poor. Using both hands had brought some pain, but the boy had shrieked with a delight that surprised and pleased him. He was making crows from shadows when a woman burst into the barn. Her abrupt entrance forced Rutger into a hasty retreat, despite the pain that came with it. The woman's eyes were wide, and wet hair clung to her face. But Rutger focused most on the knife she held. It looked sharp. The woman pointed her weapon with one hand, while the other beckoned to her boy. "Come on now, Paul." "Ma, this is Rutger. He's... To me now, come on. Your supper is ready. He's a soldier like father, but not a farmer, and... Paul." The boy flinched, but was only quiet for a moment. "He can make shapes out of shadows with his hands. Show her the dragon. You should go to your mother, boy." The boy finally did as he was told, and the woman pulled him to stand behind her. "Pick up your lantern." The shifting light sent the shadows dancing up the walls, and for a moment, Rutger felt himself swallowed by the dark, taken by scarecrows. "He's hurt, Ma." It gave her pause, though she'd surely seen as much for herself already. "Looks bad," she said. "Not many with worse get to talk about it," Rutger admitted. "You alone?" "Yes." She stared at him. Eventually she said, "You can come inside. There's not much food to share, but we will." "Praise Sigmar for you." "Praise my boy. He's the one found you." She helped Rutger to stand after watching him struggle for a moment. Blood that had pooled in his lap poured to the floorboards with the sound of a drink spill. Rutger groaned. "I'll stitch that up before you eat," the woman said. "No sense feeding you just to see it all fall out again after. Come on." She put an arm around him, and he tried to do the same to her, as she led him outside, pole bearing the light before them. "Heron, serve supper for your brother and sister," Maudlin said, carrying Rutger inside and to the table. "Keep mine and our guests in the pot for now." It was all she gave them as an introduction, though Pole told them, "He was in the barn. He's a soldier." "Sit down," Maudlin told Rutger, easing him into a chair she'd turned away from the table. "He's hurt." "Yes, Lise, he's hurt. Now eat your supper." Maudlin knelt beside Rutger, using her body to block any view the children might get of his wound as she peeled away his shirt. The smell beneath was so foul that she was forced to turn her head as she pulled the last of his makeshift bandages away. They stuck to his flesh, crusted to the split in his skin, and he hissed as they came free. Maudlin dropped the sodden rags into a bowl, already dark with blood. "I'll need to clean it first. You can hold it, but I'll need to get in under your hands with a hot cloth before I stitch you back together." Rutger clenched his teeth. His breathing came hard and fast through his nose. "What did this?" she asked him. The memory was instant and jarring, a beast with a savage cry of promised pain as it attacked. Rutger flinched. Was it a sword? An axe? Something like the two together, Rutger said, but as long as a spear. The woman, Maudlin, leaned closer, her nose wrinkled against the stench coming from his wound. "Well, it's cut you wide open, but I don't know how much damage has been done inside. I can't see." She looked up at him. She'd wiped sweat from her brow, and a line of his blood was smeared across her forehead. She had a stern face, tough-looking, like weathered iron. He'd known women like her in the army. Her youth had worn away with hard work, and children, who were likely much the same thing. But whatever hardships she'd endured only made her features more striking. "Just stitch it closed for now," Rutger said. "For now," she said. They both knew that for now was probably as long as he was likely to get. But she cleaned the wound as best she could, It was ragged in places, flesh torn where it hadn't been cut. She pointed it out to Rutger, who grunted, remembering the wicked points of the weapon's serrated edge. "Tricky to stitch," she said. "Then I'll have an interesting scar." His skin, pale as fish belly, was numb to each press of her needle when it came, but the pull of coarse thread through him was like a rough fire. He thought of the scarecrows hanging in the barn, splitting their stitches in the dark. "Your son was telling me about the Reapermen," Rutger said, keen to distract himself from what she was doing. Maudeline looked at Paul, who was rushing his supper. "Before or after your chores?" "After," he said between spoonfuls, his full attention on his meal. "He mentioned a reaper's gift." "Reaping gift," she said. Rutger's expression encouraged her to explain. "Around here, harvest can be hard. Not much grows without a lot of work." "Did you come down through the crops?" "You must have. Did you see the weeds?" Rutger grunted. "We call it bloodweed where I'm from." "I've heard that. It's corpsewort here. Crops rot, my husband calls it, because it steals the goodness from the soil and strangles what we try to grow. Makes farming tough." Rutger believed it. The life he'd known before soldiering was as a farrier's son, and that had been hard work, the smithing part especially. But given the right amount of heat, metal could be shaped and manipulated far more easily than nature. Their lives out here would be constant hard work. Rutger hissed and shifted in his chair, as Maudeline pulled the thread tight to knot it. She withdrew her small blade from the front pocket of her apron and cut away the excess. "There were a dozen or so families out here, not that long ago," she said, "each with their own reasons for living as outliers. When one of us had a bad harvest, the rest contributed, so as no one would starve or suffer for the next planting. Called it a reaping gift. If we couldn't contribute crops, some other gift was given to show they had the charity of our thoughts, if little else. Like a man of straw. If you were lucky, you'd get something useful. Yes, crows can be as much a problem as crops rot out here, but it could as likely be a rag doll or wooden toy. Or stitches and a bowl of hot food." She nodded. "Here, hold this." She pressed a folded piece of clean cloth to the long, jagged crescent of his black-stitched wound. "And the Reaperman?" Rutger asked. "The Reaperman comes for you if you don't give a reaping gift," Paul said, without looking up from his soup. He was scraping his spoon against the bottom of the bowl, as if he might work some of the wood into his meal. "He's like a giant man of straw, so he can't die. And sometimes he has a stuffed sack for a head, and sometimes a huge gourd. And sometimes he has a rusty scythe," Harren added, warming to their guest, "like the one in our field. Or sometimes he has 2 bloody sickles for hands, and he comes for you if you don't give what you could to those who needed it. Or if you're not grateful when someone else gives you something," said the girl, Lise. She gave him a hard stare. "Well, I'm grateful," he said. "Lise, get me something I can use for a fresh bandage." Maudeline pointed at a trunk pushed against the wall. The girl left the table to do as she was told. Maudeline helped Rutger turn around to face the bowl Paul had ladled full for him. Rutger spooned the broth so eagerly that most spilled down his chin, much to Paul's delighted astonishment. It tasted more like water that vegetables had once been washed in, but he found a few tiny morsels worth chewing, and it was hot, as promised. The heat of it was perhaps the most delicious part. "This is good," he said. "It's not, but you're welcome to it." Maudeline sat with an empty bowl. She leaned over it to say quietly, "To hear the Reaper Man is to hear death calling for you." She glanced at where Rutger held the cloth against himself. "You'll likely hear him soon." Rutger paused in his eating. The children were solemn. If the woman was trying to joke with him, she needed practice. "Not a ghostly scream coming at you out of the dark," Maudeline explained. "Not some banshee shriek or wailing cry of woe. Just the whispered doom of his scythe, like a swathe of cut corn, or the wind whistling through the crops. And then, he's there to take all you have left." She eased back into her chair. "Lise, what are you doing? Just bring me one of the shirts." Lise had a pile of clothes beside her at the trunk. She pulled a shirt from them. "Put the rest back as neat as you found them. Don't ruin a good shirt on my account," Rutger said. Maudeline waved the comment away. "He was a healer once," she said. "The Reaper Man, living with his wife where the Harden farm is now. They had a strong ox to pull their plow, and come the harvest they always had an abundance of crops, which they'd share amongst the other farms. What they lacked was children, and children are what we outliers have for farm hands. But they kept trying, and eventually they managed one. Bly, they called him. He wasn't a strong worker, but he was keen and helped as much as he could. Certainly more than these three." The children protested, and she smiled, hushing them. To Rutger she admitted, "They make my life easier as much as they make it difficult. Do you have any?" "No." She nodded once at that, as if the answer satisfied her in some way. "Anyway, Bly died," she said. "How?" "He fell under the plow," Maudeline said. "Dragged a full length of the field, too, unable to cry out for being choked with churned earth, turning over and over against the curved blades of the plow arm, while his blood spilled into the soil, souring it with his death. That's what drew the corpse wart, they say. The bloodweed. Land's been cursed ever since." Lise brought a shirt to her mother and ladled her a bowl of the broth. It seemed to Rutger that the story was finished, but just as he spooned up the last of his own supper, Maudeline spoke again. "The wife was ruined with grief. She took sick and fell beyond the healing powers of her husband, succumbing to her suffering. The husband, already hollowed with one loss, slaughtered the ox in a fit of grief-born rage. His neighbors, they were unable or unwilling to help him after, and though they pitied him, they did little to stop his crops failing and provided nothing from their own harvest. When he too grew sick, the great necromancer came for him." "Nagash," Lise whispered. Maudeline hushed her, but nodded. "The great necromancer prevented the man's death, prolonging his grief as punishment for those he'd managed to save when he was a healer, those he'd denied the necromancer over the years. And with eternity, the poor man's grief manifested into anger, his disgust for those who'd failed to help him and his wife, turned to fury, until all he had was hate and resentment. It drove him to take up the curved tines of the plow, the sickle, the scythe, whatever he could find, and he took his revenge on all who lacked the compassion he'd once held so dear. Over the years, people learned to make gifts to appease him or keep him at bay. These are the tributes that became reaping gifts, so that other neighbors would not suffer the same fate or fall at the hands of the Reaper Man. Maudeline pushed her bowl of broth to Rutger. She'd barely touched it and nodded for him to eat. "You've never heard that story?" "Something like it," he said, and took the offered bowl. "Thank you." Maudlin shrugged. "There's a different Reaper Man for every farmstead, probably. Stories are a way of reminding ourselves we're a community, which can be easy to forget out here, divided by fields and fences." "And are there many of you in this community?" Rutger asked. "Not as many as there were." "The Reaper Man came for them," Paul said. "Some of them, maybe," Maudlin said. "Others went to war, likely the same war you're running from." Rutger looked away. "It's all right," Maudlin said. "You'll find no judgment here. I only wish my husband would do the same." The look she gave Rutger made him feel wanted and hated at the same time. That he could have been her husband, but was not. "Don't wish for that," Rutger said. "They hang deserters." It made him remember the man of straw hanging in the barn, roped and limp against the wall. Better to risk the rope than get split across the middle. What good could he be to us with his belly open and his guts streaming out? Maudlin was turning the shirt that Lise had given her in her hands. For a moment, Rutger thought it was his own, somehow washed clean and repaired. It was the same design, same color, same cloth. Her husband's then. But no, if he was away fighting, this was not his uniform. The realization came as sudden as pain, and when he looked back at Maudlin, he knew she'd seen it. "You're not the first soldier to pass through this way," she said quietly. Rutger remembered all of the clothes the girl had taken and returned to the trunk. There had been a pile of them. How many had been uniforms? "You can stay in the barn," Maudlin said, reducing the shirt in her hands to strips. To Rutger's ears, each tear sounded like a scythe cutting through corn. With his stomach so tightly bound, some of the pain had been subdued, but he still leaned on Maudlin and the lantern staff she had given him. The candle stub gave only slight light, but in the almost absolute dark of the yard, it was enough to guide them. "It's hard surviving out here." Rutger said nothing. The army visited every homestead, every farm they passed through, rounding up the able-bodied, including my husband. They said he had to go, and I said he had to stay, and you can see who won that battle. They took our old mule too, though it weren't much good for anything but its manure anymore, and all of our chickens save one. If it wasn't for those 3 in there, I'd have been pressed into service too. Still, it taught me an important lesson. What's that? Take what you can from those who have it. Rutger grunted. "Not all deserters get the rope," he said. "Not if they come through this way." Rutger stopped. He moved away from Maudlin and leaned against a water pump. Why bother sewing me up? Why feed me? He was looking at the sword she wore. Before leaving the house, she had retrieved it from the trunk. One weapon from a choice of several, and made a show of fastening it around her waist. Maudlin had no answer for his question. Nothing she was willing to give anyway. "Do I remind you of him?" She took his arm and pulled him towards the barn. "No, you do not." "Then why? If I'm only going to become a pile of clothes and belongings, why waste your food and thread?" She sighed. "The meat's ruined." "The meat?" "It's festering, infected. I can't tell quite what. Perhaps the weapon that ripped you open was poisoned with something. All I know is I wouldn't trust it for my children." Rutger pulled away again. Though without the pump to lean on, he wasn't very steady on his feet. Sigmar's mercy. He was grateful his broth had only been vegetable water. I suppose you could call it that. She met his look without flinching. You've seen the wasted state of the crops. Bloodweed isn't fit for eating, and the crows are no better. We get eggs from our once scrawny chicken, but so rarely that I'd cook it if it weren't all beak, bone, and feathers. Rutger could barely look at her. How many had come this way, only to find themselves meat in her larder? You can sleep safe tonight, Maudlin told him, and then be on your way elsewhere tomorrow. Anything I might have taken from you, I'd have taken already. Rutger was still looking at the sword. She was right. He was in no fit state to fight her. He hung his head in resignation. That was when he saw it. Maudlin, look. Warily, she looked to where he pointed and saw the churned mud. The night sky was cloudy, almost lightless, but Rutger lowered the lantern towards the ground to reveal a number of split hoof prints. They circled the chicken coop. Maudlin began to follow them. I heard something out here earlier, she said. An animal. She eased the sword she wore from its sheath and held it point forward, ready to lunge. No, Rutger said, wait, and stepped forward to restrain her. It came out of the darkness with surprising speed. They saw it only briefly by the weak light of the candle stub, but it was enough to frighten them into a shared gasp. Its face was long like that of a horse, but more like a goat's in shape and features, with long horns curling back from its head. It snarled at them, teeth jagged and sharp, and raised a hairy fist to show a cleaver-like weapon. Rutger noted the beast's lack of armor, saw only a strap of leather. Across the pelt of its own chest, and a tattered loincloth at its groin, and then Maudlin was in his way. She slashed her blade across the creature's chest, stepping in close to avoid its own weapon, as she brought hers up again with sudden speed. Rutger saw it sink into the beast's armpit, and then the two of them toppled away into the dark. For a moment he stood rooted, a statue unable to act, but a guttural cry called him to action, and he hurried forward. The two were writhing on the ground. Rutger saw the cleaver abandoned and kicked it away, yelling at the strain it put on his wound. The beast was clawing at Maudlin, turning her clothes to bloody tatters, but she held her position atop it, forearm pressed to its throat, and her other stabbing again and again at whatever part of it she could find with her weapon. Rutger jabbed at the creature's face with the shaft of the lantern pole, but it was knocked away in the fray. In his fumble to keep hold of it, he managed to reverse it around and brought it down with both hands, hard, smashing the lantern into the beast's head. Just as Maudlin slammed her sword up under its chin, pinning its jaw closed. The rest was done in darkness. Rutger held back, not wanting to strike Maudlin, but he heard the grunts and breaths of their struggle. It was brief. Once his eyes grew accustomed to the night, he saw Maudlin sit back, still astride the creature, sword dripping in her fist. She was soaked with blood and smeared with mud, little more than a pale face in the darkness, panting and fierce. Rutger towed the beastman's shoulder, turning the body slightly to show a crushed quiver of arrows beneath it, a broken bow once slung on its back, now held together only by its string. It's a scout. How many? Maudlin asked. She tried to stand staggered, and was helped up by Rutger. Are there more? I don't know. We should go. Go where? Anywhere. a neighbor, and then another neighbor, and so on. We have none. None? Not nearby, anyway. She swept her hair back from her face. It stayed in place, slick with blood and mud and rainwater. She looked at Rutger. Not all the clothes in that trunk are uniforms. She was daring his judgment. All he could do was look away. This one will be missed, he said, gesturing at the fallen beast. Its absence will be its report, and a warband will come. She pointed her sword at him. They're looking for you. Rutger stepped back. Battle's moving this way, he said. They're looking for anyone. For a moment, brief as a star falling, Rutger saw all the fight and fierceness leave her. The strength abandoned her limbs, and the blade hung limp in her hand. They'll cut right through this place, she said. We have to run. They'll catch us? They would, unless there was something to hold them here a while. Rutger looked towards the barn. I have an idea. Great. What we need is an army. Rutger agreed, and he told her some of his plan. The sun remained hidden for now, but some of its light was leaking into the sky, and a brightening amethyst jeweled the ridge of the farm. The rain had stopped, and the wet stalks of corn seemed to shine with the morning. Rutger, pausing for breath, held his stomach and looked back at the ruse they'd constructed. It hadn't taken long to ready the farm, not with the family helping. Every man a straw had been fetched from the barn, and new ones had been hastily made, using the clothes from the trunk. Using some repurposed fencing, each had been strategically planted around the property, some under Rutger's guidance and the rest by Rutger himself. He'd needed their help initially. Without Heron clambering up to the roof, there was no way Rutger could have positioned the man of straw at the chimney, a curve of wagon wheel held like a bow in its handless grip. But once the more difficult jobs had been completed, Rutger had been able to manage the rest alone. Standing close in the yard, the full foolishness of the trick was clear, but from this distant field, looking back, Rutger thought the scarecrows would be convincing enough to warrant pause, especially those dressed in uniforms. The purpose was merely to buy some time. A full war band in the heat of battle lust would simply pour down upon the farm, regardless, of course, but a cautious war band or scouting party would linger to plan their approach and attack. At least that was what Rutger hoped. This is senseless, Maudeline had said. The time we're spending with this distraction is time wasted. We should be leaving. At night. I can find our way in the dark. I've no doubt, but you'd be a fool to try. If a party discovers this place abandoned, they'll move right on through Murgust and find you before the sun has fully risen. They move faster than you. The Gowers have a horse. Rutger looked at her then, considering this news. She's a tired old mare, but if she could be so easily taken, you'd have done so already, if only for food. My guess is that the Gowers have learnt about your visits to other neighbors, or are otherwise too many, too strong, or too wily to be easily plundered. He took her silence as agreement. Paul had been breaking boards into shield shapes. He'd proven a resourceful boy. The stuffed archer on the roof had been his idea. It's like your shadows, he'd said, and put his hands together to mimic a flapping bird. Children's games, Maudeline had muttered. Lise, picking up on her mother's mood, had pointed out. They won't be very convincing if they can't move. Then we'll make them move. How? The same way your weather vane works. Maudeline had looked up at the roof, though it was too dark to see anything. And if there's no wind? As it turned out, her concern had been warranted. This morning, with the rain clouds dispersed, the dawn was calm. Barely any breeze rustled the corn. But it didn't matter, not now. Rutger leaned forward, as much as his wound allowed, and tried to catch his breath. He was already exhausted. "We won't be able to wait for you," Maudeline had warned him. "I know. It doesn't matter." She'd handed him one of the swords from the trunk. Each of her children had strapped one on as well. Rutger made a few practiced swings. The sword was fine, but his movement was not. "The only gift I have to give you is time," he'd said. To emphasize his point, he moved his arm away from where he cradled his stomach. A dark line had soaked through to the linen of his borrowed shirt. "I think I'll rest here a while." Maudeline, practical, had nodded. "Soldiers," she'd said, always giving their lives away. In that moment, Rutger had felt every bit the hero he'd always wanted to be, but knew he was not. Now, as he waited a moment for the sun to rise, Rutger remembered the story she told at supper. It reminded him of the Harridan curse, and he wondered if the Reaper Man was merely a farmer's version of the awful Dread Scythe. If he remembered the tale correctly, it was blood and injury that drew the Dread Scythe Harridans, though no longer from any lingering memory of their prior lives as healers, but rather as creatures that delighted in causing such suffering. As a boy, he had thought it terrible that a person's character could be so corrupted, but as he grew into an adult, he recognized its truth in the world. Now he thought the worst thing about the story was the idea that some inkling of what they used to be remained inside their new cursed form, so that even as they attacked the living, some part of them screamed in powerless torment against what they had become. Rutger understood that too, and though a purer part of him rebelled against what he intended to do, he'd long ago learnt that nature was difficult to tame. His metal had been formed in the forge of war, and there was no changing the shape of it now.
Yo,
Even
are
if
you
he
in my
could,
stream?
these people had taught
I
him
wasn't sure.
something else.
What's up?
Take what you can from those who have it. Do whatever it takes to survive. He'd subdued the woman first.
I have the shared chat
As a
open. Wait,
farrier's
how
boy,
can I see my own?
he was familiar
Go
with how
here,
to
then
approach
click
a horse
this.
that
Ah,
might
yeah,
kick,
we got it.
just as he knew how to swing a hammer hard
You
and
made the
true.
Discord nice.
As she'd filled a sack with meager provisions, "I could pack all we have and we'd still be traveling light." Rutger had retrieved a hatchet from the woodpile and brought the back of it down, hard across the back of her skull. After her, the children had been easy. He could still just about see where the eldest of the children, Harren, struggled against
Damn, the
the
spam
ropes
bots have a
binding him to
new
the stake in the
address,
farmyard.
so now
Arms
it
bound
doesn't
outstretched,
always get filtered.
as if waiting to fight, he pivoted left and right. A distance away, with several scarecrows between them, his sister's struggles had the same effect, and further away still was Paul. Their movements only served to make the ploy
I think
more
I have an
convincing
invite, but I don't know if it
to
works.
whatever might see them from
But I'm
afar.
trying right now.
"I'm sorry," Rutger muttered, though he doubted his
Probably
own
lets me
words.
type in my birthday and then says,
He looked again to where his wound was suppurating unseen beneath his bandages, and remembered Maudeline's opinion of it.
I'll wait,
That he was
create an account?
poisoned
What the fuck?
or infected. Perhaps she was right. Perhaps he would not endure the wound for long, but he would try.
No,
That
I
was
have
the
to do
lesson he
the
had taken from this family's
thing.
survival, though it was a lesson Maudeline hadn't meant to give. He'd bound her in the house, too weak to position her with the others, and he wondered if she was conscious yet, and thought it perhaps
I
better
am human.
if
Beep,
she
beep,
were
boop,
not.
boop.
They
Trust
would
me.
have died anyway, he told himself. shrugging the sack of
So
stolen
confused.
supplies into
I
a
think,
more
yeah, send
comfortable
me a
position
normal
over his
invite. I think
shoulder.
something.
Out here,
Yeah,
a
I'm
woman
stupid.
and 3
I'm stupid, you
children,
know. I clicked on the link that you
fleeing
sent
from
me.
such beasts. They had no chance. Such was the flimsy argument he made for himself, believing it about as much as he believed his apology for the part he'd play in their demise. But this way, at least they would provide a little more time for Rutger to reach the family with the horse. How he would fare from there, he did not know, but he would forge forward
Abilix,
until such a time.
I
He
guess.
stood for a moment,
I have like
bathing in the light of a new
20
dawn,
million friend
and raised his
requests,
arms
of course,
to either side as
popular
if
and
he,
stuff.
too, were some man of straw.
But they only want my
Standing in a
body.
stubbled field, corn stalks whispering at his back, and with his arms open, he welcomed the crows circling the farm.
No, it's probably not you, or is that you?
He had startled them once, shaken them from where they pecked at
But
morsels in the field.
But how do you know me on
they
Discord?
burst black and panicked into the sky. Now they waited to feed again.
Yeah, then I just
eager
accepted
to
a
peck
weird
at what
friend
had once
now.
been a battlefield, to take what they could from whatever they found there.
We share Raven server.
I'm sorry.
Raven
he said
server.
again, meaning it no more than he had the first time.
I didn't get the friend request, or
in the moment.
Oh no, I got
away,
it. Sorry.
He heard the wind rustle through the corn.
Either blind or it wasn't there.
He heard the quiet, drawn-out hush of whispering stalks, and somewhere within that sound was the unmistakable shush of a scythe slicing through crops. A reaping sound. He felt it come like a dying breath, and it was as if the wind passed through his own body, as if he himself was made of little more than straw. Beyond the ridge came the drawn-out call of a battle horn.
It's 3 a.m. here. Oh man, investigator or not? Ah shit. Can I change it later also? Or is it forever until I die? You can only leave laying down. Because then of course I procrastinate. Just choose investigator, okay. I'm an important investigator. Kommissar Sigmarsson. Ah man, don't you love Discord? How it's like Facebook on steroids or something. Field operative, holy shit. Enemy movement north-northwest. Shutting it down. Bro, it's too early in the morning for all of this. I check it more tomorrow morning, or is there anything that I should really do right now in Discord? I think it's fine. Just because you were there, you could like you did the thing. Thank you. No, thank you. Oh my god, you have Isidore. VIPs in the house, dude. I used to watch him, then I stopped. But it doesn't matter, I guess. Nice. That's cool. Yeah, recently, like I said, the bots, they got like new words and stuff for their ads and shit. So they got through again. I had to manually ban them again. Ah. The suffering. That's cool. I still would like to know more about it, but I didn't even like read your message. Like, procrastinating hard and should do real life stuff also, of course. I wish I could upload myself. Leave this the weakness of the flesh. It disgusts me. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm skeptical about Ceribot, but I think I trust you, you know what I mean? So it's fine. But like I said, I told you, yeah, like I don't know how long ago, probably more than a month, that I was like banned in some channels, and it happened every now and then, kind of rare, but still. And then yeah, it just feels like it must have been some automatic thing because it seems there's like no reason. And sometimes I contacted these people and then I got unbanned. But one time I didn't get unbanned, and I felt like, oh, how, why, you know, like doesn't make any sense, you know. But then again, yeah, not everybody likes everyone, so that's fine also, actually. Like you said, it happens. It doesn't really matter. But I just feel like it must be some automatic thing, or I don't know. No, it's just weird. And I'm definitely like a little bit like a paranoid person in a way, or like very careful. And there, I got that one raid right one time that I think 90% is not a hate raid, but I got banned also. But probably for my own fault, or 50-50. It always needs one guy and 100 from the raid, which is kind of not fair. Also, now that I think about it, I, I should have had a when you go in front of the judge, what it's called, I don't know, a fair trial. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, that's true. That's true. If you're not banned somewhere, then you're banned in your own world. Eating chocolate pudding. Oh, What time is it over there? It's always hard to get a grip, like on what mindset you people are in. And yeah, good job bombing the nuclear facilities. I know officially you were not involved, but yeah, that's all I'm gonna say, I guess. 6:30 p.m. That's a humane time. Not sure if you guys say that in English also. The sigh of deep, deep lostness. Yeah, I let you fly now again, right? If you want, or you can stay. What should I do though? This fucking game. It's making my brain explode. And I wonder if I'm finished in 3 missions. Is that good job sarcasm? No, yeah, I don't have a job. I mean, or at least not like a 9 to 5 job. Most of the time I don't work. Maybe that's better description. Because I'm a lazy bum, or as they call it nowadays, burnout. But yeah, if people had burnout for the last 100,000 years, they just man through it, or whatever it's called. They grew some fucking balls and did shit. But not me. Ah, that one. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I was sarcastic. I just want to say, like, I'm sure they asked you first. You know, they called you personally and were like, "Do you approve? Do you allow us to do it?" Or something. Yeah, that was the joke about it, kind of. Now I always try to like differentiate between like the government and the people. But yeah, it's hard sometimes depending on how good the propaganda is. because of them and because of us also. Oh, that sounds so wrong also. But you know what I mean? For example, the Russians, like, yeah. I really used to like them, and now because everybody all the time talks bad about them, and some of them also are indoctrinated, it's tough. It's not easy. And it's so close. Like, if I would go in the airplane, like in 2 or 3 hours, I could be there, you know what I mean? It's so fucking close. It's like always in the back of your mind in Europe. Sucks. And the drone war and everything. It's insane, dude. Uh, but that's what they want, man. Like, I think it would be better to have babies, but then again, like it's totally up to everyone themselves, of course. And some people are is maybe better if they don't have, like me. Yeah, but I feel like making kids definitely makes sense. It makes more sense than not doing it, in my opinion. And I'm 40 years old now. And I used to think differently, but nowadays that's my recommendation. Commissar Sigmarsson, the field private investigator, recommends having kids. It's close call, you know. It's like both has two sides. And the tax, of course, that sucks. Yeah. But one day maybe they have kids also, and then their kids like either get money from the tax because they work in the government, or something, or the civilization falls. Who knows? Yeah, shared chat is kind of weird sometimes, but honestly, people are used to it after a while, so yeah. But because you are our glorious leader with the infinite wisdom, chosen by God, yeah, we are always ready to receive your blessings, sire. Praise our machine overlord. Yeehaw. It's very quiet. Except my computer is super loud. But it's my own doing. I can never decide if I want to watch a video, but then now I'm checking and there's nothing good. Or if I want to keep playing. But I guess we should give this new mission a try. And maybe enjoy a little bit of the in-game jam also. For once again. It's kind of not bad. Bro. Blind. Rip ears. And yeah, I'm not always so sarcastic also, don't worry. It's Axon Tower Defense, like in the title, you know, and the category, or at least it should be. The previous game was kind of good, but I watched my friend play it, so this is now their new game. It's not bad. It's not super great either. And Tower Defense recently, it's kind of like nice, you know, even though it's a bit cringe and such an old concept. It's still kind of, it's a nice old man game. idea what that word means. I could Google it. I think it means like stay away or something, but yeah. I don't get it why he says it, you know. Maybe that's what I wanted to say. Well, there's only 20 million things. Nice. Pardonnez-moi. Je m'excuse. I wanted to make them go over here, but yeah, it doesn't work. I need like one more field or something. Is that even further away? Not really. Ah, jeez, dude. And I cannot make them go around here either. What a scam. Autism intensifies. Oh, did I set it on easy difficulty or something? Or am I just too good? Or lucky? Still 6 more ways. should have built lasers, I think. Oh, I did it. Lol. Some level definitely difficulter than others, or I don't know. Maybe I just get lucky. I think I just understood what he meant. He meant like... He meant you should abstain, I guess.
Lock in, chat. Time for us to survive on an island, since we were talking about surviving on an island earlier. Lock in. Lock in, bruh.
Lock in, bruh.
X. That's what I did. Bro ain't lasting a day. You don't think I will? Yo, that didn't sound good.
Didn't it always show the game and stuff, but nowadays often it doesn't show the game name anymore.
Because I wanted to be my friend. Ah! You can eat the coconuts? Wait, are you for real?
Stranded Deep.
Probably.
Is that new or old? I don't remember.
I think so. Don't you think so, chat? Press return. What's the return key?
2015.
Make sure no nothing leak. Yo, Job with the 5W job. Get out the raft. How do I get out the raft? There we go. Can I put the paddle back where it was? There we go. Yo, Big Dog with the 5 gifted. Appreciate you, Big Dog. Yo, should we run predictions low-key, chat? Should we run I'm floating off. Yo, we can run a prediction. Will I survive till day 2? Right now, it's day 1. Wait. Does this go by real time? Never mind. Don't even bother doing it. Oh, there already is a prediction. Never mind. Okay, pick up resources you can find around the island. Okay, we're good here. I need to cool down. Okay. Let me go get in the shade real quick. In the water? Okay, hold up.
I kind of want to play it now also.
Oh, so we need to stay in the shade. Okay, I get it. You just missed it? I need to cool off! Look, I'm in the shade. Have enough for lashing, okay. Jay, I like the nighttime better out here. It feels like it's less dangerous. You know? Where am I? Please no shark. There was a shark. Did you see that thing? It was right in front of us, chat. Okay, there we go. That's what I need right here. Fibrous leaves. That's what I need. We need more of GG. You need torches? I need no such thing. Chat, it's 5:44 in the morning. We're going. The water tank? I don't need that. There's already a water tank on here. Look at that. I don't know what that is. You don't got this? Thanks. Go in the water! In the water! You think they would spawn me on an island that was right beside the way out of the whole game? No. Barrel? Barrel. 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 Please leave. I want to see what's on this, bro. I think it's gone. It's not gone. Oh my. Okay. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. I wanted to put the... Do I have a, is there not an anchor on this, Chad? I thought there was an anchor. Oh, anchor. Oh, too shallow? Okay. We're dead here. It's so over. It's so over. I just want to see what's in here. That's all I want to see. Ooh. Ooh, a locker. Ooh. Chad, there's so much stuff. Take this with me. Okay, I'm gonna pass on that for now. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm just trying to live. Get me back to the boat right now. The boat. I mean the raft. Yeah, there's a boat right here. All right. I'm gonna peep what's on this island real quick, then we gonna head back. I ain't got a good feeling about this. I'm not gonna lie, Chad. I gotta drop something. I'm gonna go and eat this food right here. Alright. Okay, get the paddle. No, get the paddle. Get the paddle. The paddle. Now get up. Get the paddle. Pick up the paddle. Come on, let's get to this island. It's nighttime, bruh. It's fine. We ain't getting sunburn at least. You know? Yo, this island look kind of... There's a big crab on it! What's up with all the crab action? Hold on, bruh. Let me, hold on, I'm trying to see which one had the, which one of these had the lantern in it. Is it you? There we go. Chat, we have a lantern. Relax. That's good right there. That's good. Bring the raft up to the island. We aight. Giant crabs with the 5 gifted. Thank you. Okay, I'm about to have to 1v1 this crab right here. No, I'm not. He's chill. Bring us on the island real quick. There we go. I'm gonna use this as a shield if I have to. Come on. Get back here. You ain't taking me, buddy. Hey, all your cousins that was on that other island, they dead. You joining them. Come here. Now don't run. I'm dead. I'm dead. To a crab of all things. Good. Chill, I'm good. Chill, we're good. I already got plenty of crab. We're good. Is proposes that the pair landed on the island. Noonan died. The plane floated away, and Earhart was left alone, eventually succumbing to starvation or other causes, and consumed by coconut crabs.
Why am I in an elevator?
Well, come out of the elevator. If you hold left click on your passport, you can change what your character looks like.
You look insane right now.
You know what?
Nice.
I'm sticking with it.
Okay.
Why do I have a passport?
Join us.
Okay.
basically
Wait, aren't we in an airport?
yeah,
we're gonna
go on a nice trip.
So the plane crashed?
Yeah.
Plane crashed, and now we've got to escape. We've got to escape by climbing up.
Bing bong.
There's Bing
Yeah,
Bong.
Bing Bong Airways. It's Matimio's.
Bing Bong. Beats on.
Real distance on it.
Wow, incredible.
Yeah, jellyfish there.
And Tom's got a trumpet.
Yeah, we're not taking that. Right, so we got to climb up to the top. It's just left click to climb. You can also do a little scurry by jumping up while you click it. You're clouding.
Spacebar's jump, yeah.
There is a guidebook.
Hold
There is a
right click
guidebook
out
here.
to grab friends if they're climbing.
Yeah, looks kind of nice. Never heard of these guys also.
Up and you're.
And that's pretty
above
much
them,
it.
you can-
That's pretty much. And then
yeah.
the rest of it is just stamina management and making sure we.
Bloody map for no reason.
Yeah, to be fair.
No, the reason is, Jack, we're trying to get the signal boosted so that the planes, the rescue planes can find
I
us.
think it's this. Just light the fire.
yo!
Let's get the roasting.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Cook it up. Cook it up.
What's it?
I'm gonna go across the trees here.
Oh, no.
You poisoned me there, Will.
Jeff. Oh.
Okay, I'm coming.
Oh god. Oh god. Squeeze.
Treacherous. Treacherous Will.
Squeeze. Wait, shut it up here, and then I.
It's okay.
Still
But
got the
have an
up for it,
do not
remember?
go
Fun,
too
we
fast.
stop looking at me.
Do not
No,
get
never
exploded
stop
off the edge.
Don't get exploded off the edge. Okay, naughty Will.
I've got this, look.
Oh, eat it.
Well,
Why did you do that?
I didn't know it was there. You guys
Oh
are
my
scary.
Oh my god.
Oh, I'm getting a bit hungry as well.
What are you doing there?
I dropped it accidentally. Why are you dancing like that?
I'm just enjoying the. He's one. He's literally one. I sense
you'll be
score.
mine.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, I can see the top.
Yeah, there he
Guys,
is.
we've nearly done it. Tommy's up there, look.
Oh, let's
He's gonna eat all
go.
my marshmallows.
Wait, go left, surely.
What's this next level going to be like, though?
Hell on earth, I imagine.
It's going to be very bad, isn't it?
There's a white chest there.
I hope I don't need the lantern anymore for the next level.
You're going to be. I think that analysis is more accurate than you want it to be, Jack. To be honest. And
Well, I guess it just continues.
How is this mountain so high on that island? It's kind of insane.
Needs to get cold.
What, hell on earth?
Or is that a different level?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've never made it past the next level.
Why is there only 2 marshmallows?
Mine.
Is that it?
I've got almost max stam, so I'm okay.
I'm gonna pop it away. I'm actually gonna. Actually, no. I'm gonna eat it.
What
Fuck
about
it.
him?
I've only got 40% stam right now.
Oh, there. It's a volcano. The opposite problem.
It's not looking good.
Well, we need to get Jack some extra stamina then, do we? And yeah,
Oh,
it is
there's
a
a-
volcano.
Oh my god! Thank you,
Goodness
thank you,
gracious,
thank you.
Thank you.
Go, Will, go, go.
How can there be snow and then the volcano? Makes absolutely no sense. But it's still kind of cool.
Lovely.
Go for one up a bit higher.
Yeah, higher, higher.
Maybe we're gonna go round this one. I don't know.
Right.
We could climb around the edge here.
Alan. Nah, maybe not.
Okay. Yeah. No, look. I'm gonna.
And we don't have one, so.
It feels like it's the whole game now. Doesn't seem like it's a very, very long fun, but short fun.
Planned
dead
by
then, Bob.
Yeah, I think
volcanoes
because I was
quite fertile.
sprinting and my stamina was gone, so it was hurting
It
me.
shows that you're out of harm's way now, right?
Peak, day 11. Tiptoe by the window.
Yeah.
He wants
Get
to
out
be
there,
like
go
a
on.
deadly plant here.
I can hear something rustling.
Just peak
Yeah.
there,
Where's the
isn't it?
wind? Get the right bomb. Oh, okay. Okay, it's fine. I can hear you.
Wait, is that Will?
What? Wait, Will survived?
Oh, that's fine. They both
No,
made
they're
it.
fine. They're fine. It's because he wasn't actually full dead.
He's looking over and we're not there.
It's located about 5 kilometers inside Peru at Lake Titicaca, just over the border with Bolivia.
Titicaca is such an insane name.
And the name of it is Kenawani. And actually, in fact, the name of the village where it's located is Kenawani. The name of this place specifically, I couldn't find Tiwanaku or Pumapunku. And you have this very curious semicircle here, which some believe would be the actual podium of the stadium. But the question is, a stadium made by who? And why is there this interesting cut channel that is right in front of the semicircle? So a stadium for who? When was it made? Unknown. Who made it? Unknown. Obviously a huge accomplishment by someone. Where the vertical and horizontal surfaces meet, there is an actual curve. So the groove, or the where the vertical and horizontal of the information is simply about the little town located here, but almost nothing about the megalithic site itself and who made it. Lake Titicaca.
Oh no, the trash. That's sad.
And also off the main highway that connects.
It's kind of cool, yeah. Peru, but yeah, it probably was like the people before the Incas or whatever.
Copacabana in Bolivia with Puno in Peru. So,
and it looks like there was some games being played here.
Now the quadcopter is going to give.
And is it really that crazy accomplishment? I don't know. Just needs a lot of people. But yeah, you need metal, of course. So it's not nothing, I guess.
Give us a much better look at this very odd, unique site located very, very close to Lake Titicaca in Peru.
Now somebody wrote something. Oh my god. And did he actually ask what this is for? You can clearly see it here. It's for sitting. First I thought maybe it's like for audio or something, but no, it's just for sitting, yeah. And then that's a table. And that's probably the most important guy sat there.
So it seems that there's nothing actually above it. I use the quadcopter, of course, to go up in the air to inspect the top. And if there's anything above the ground.
VIP, very old concept.
Explorer, India. And here is a related book at Amazon that
yeah, it's kind of like that depressed voice.
Ловят всего несколько главных каналов.
Ein echtes russisches Dorf.
Ein echtes russisches Dorf. Oh mein Gott.
In Moskau leben 300 Menschen in einem Haus und hier insgesamt.
Massengrab bei Kharkiv.
Wie ist deine Familie denn da gelandet?
Ein Teil meiner Familie ist vor Jahren in die Ukraine gezogen, weil es dort wärmer ist. Das Leben ist kompliziert. Wer hätte damals gedacht, dass alles so endet? Jetzt sind wir getrennt und wissen nicht viel voneinander. Anfangs schrieb sie, bei euch zeigen sie nur Fake News. Sie hat mir Fotos von Explosionen und Zerstörung.
Arbeitet er dort als Fahrer?
Ja. Mein Mann starb dort vor einem Jahr.
So Gott will, ist der Krieg bald vorbei. Warten wir ab.
Ich glaube nicht, dass er bald vorbei sein wird.
Ich schon.
Nee.
Oh. The way she said no. So sad.
Auf Wiedersehen. Ich habe den Eindruck, dass die Frauen hier alles zusammenhalten. Wo sind die Männer?
Männer trinken viel. Das war schon immer so. Manche sterben an den Folgen. Verfeindet.
Wird sich die Situation entspannen?
Natürlich, die können nicht ohne uns. Wir können ohne sie leben, aber sie können nicht ohne uns leben. Weil die Russen 50% ihrer Wirtschaft ausmachen.
Wie hat sich das Leben im Dorf seit Kriegsbeginn verändert?
Also ich kann nicht sagen, dass sich etwas geändert hat. Wir wohnen in einer ruhigen Gegend, treffen uns, gehen spazieren. Erst als die Särge ins Dorf kamen, haben wir begriffen, es ist Krieg.
Bespricht er in seiner Sendung die brennendsten Themen, die die Zuschauer interessieren. Schlüpfrige Details aus dem Leben russischer Stars, Vaterschaftstests.
Ich glaube, dank dieses Briefes habe ich mich so schnell erholt.
Besonders gerne machen die Propagandisten im Studio ein Kind mit dem Soldaten bekannt, dem es einen Brief geschrieben hat.
Hast du dir den Menschen, dem du geschrieben hast, so vorgestellt?
Ja.
Ihr seht euch sogar ein wenig ähnlich. Ihr habt dieselben blauen Augen.
Es gibt nur ein winziges Detail, das die Redakteure dieser Sendung versuchen zu verschweigen. Dieser Soldat hat seinen Vertrag im Gefängnis unterschrieben, wo er wegen Drogenhandels saß. Der Krieg war seine einzige Chance, freizukommen.
Ich möchte Ihnen ein riesengroßes Dankeschön aussprechen.
Nah. But that doesn't really say anything also. Like, how much did he sell? Was it very little? Was it a lot? Was it like really bad stuff? Or not so bad stuff?
Ich verbeuge mich vor Ihnen. Ich glaube, dass Sie wissen...
But yeah, kind of crazy this when you see these television shows. It's so different from what we see.
dass wirklich das ganze Land Schulter an Schulter mit ihnen steht.
Oh my God. She's crying. Sad.
Was soll ich sagen? Die Zeit erfordert Schultern.
Euro.
12-14 Millionen Rubel.
Ich habe 24 an die Front. Anfang August wurde er getötet. Dafür erhält meine Familie rund 120.000 Euro.
12-14 Millionen Rubel.
Ich heiße Michael. Das ist nicht mein echter Name.
That's crazy. Sounds like a lot, but also not. I realize it's German. Hello.
Und ich bin auch nicht der Typ im Video. Ich bin nämlich in einem kleinen sibirischen Ort geboren und aufgewachsen. Meine Familie lebt noch immer dort. Mein Vater war immer ein Hardcore-Putin-Unterstützer. Er sagte immer, Putin hat uns groß gemacht und er sprach über traditionelle Werte und so. Zwischen uns herrschte manchmal ein Clash der Ideologien. Ich habe bis
The problem is also it's like two children in the schoolyard saying, he started. No, he started. How do you know? Nobody knows. But both just saying, we are the victims.
2022 bei einer Regionalzeitung in Novosibirsk gearbeitet. Nachdem in Russland die Proteste begannen, wechselte ich vom Sport zum politischen Journalismus. Mein Vater hielt das für einen Verrat an der Heimat. Er hatte ein eigenes Verständnis davon, wie man seiner Heimat dienen soll.
Es wurden heute weitere Zeitsoldaten entsandt, 21 Freiwillige.
What is that music choice?
Er wurde nicht einmal 46 Jahre alt. Soweit ich weiß, endete seine Geschichte dort ziemlich sinnlos. Er war gerade einmal 3 oder 4 Tage an der Front. Er wurde tödlich verletzt. Es ist sehr schwer, einen Elternteil zu verlieren. Schrecklich.
Oh man, his father, yeah, that must be insane. BRB, you need to make a drink.
The fog had been thick when I left the infirmary 7 cycles ago, but now it is impenetrable. It smothers this outpost like a blanket. Even my receptors can barely pierce the obscurity, forcing me to navigate by memory alone. There are figures in there, shambling, growling things that hunted me. It was by the blessing of the Omnissiah that I was not found. It was only in necessity that I left my sanctum to re-establish the connection to the Vox relay station, so that I might send this message. I believe I have succeeded. Opening the door was a termination sentence, but considering the revelations I have made in recent cycles, this was only a hastening of the execution. I had to tell someone, anyone, and with what time is left, I pray that my efforts will not have been in vain. Forgive me. My mind is distracted. My designation is Galen Kappa 7, Junior Adept Biologist, assigned to the mining colony on Gatton Major. My duties here were as a physician, healing the sick and injured in their dangerous work extracting the natural resources of this rogue stellar body. I had held this post for 3 Martian Standard years, and in that time maintained an above-average survival and productivity rate amongst the miners. I was a good physician. The sickness began nearly 21 cycles ago, 3 weeks as the layfolk put it. There were complaints of pain and stiffness, of a lack of movement in the joints, akin to advanced osteoarthritis, or the onset of rigor mortis in an improperly prepared servitor. There were no immediate physical evidence for these symptoms, but such conditions are not uncommon on low-gravity planetoids. I administered the appropriate pain dullers and returned the affected individuals to their shifts, seeing no reason to harm the production quota. They could work, and so they would. Then the fevers began. A heat in the body that would not abate despite demonstrations of proven techniques to rebalance the humors. I initially suspected that it may be a bacterial infection from an off-world food or water supply, and enforced a ban on the most recent shipments. I isolated the victims and suspended all other duties as physician, letting no one and nothing into or out of my infirmary. It made no difference. First there were a handful of new cases, then dozens. Then within 3 cycles, fully half of the outpost population were in my beds or on my floor. Extraction operations ground to a halt for the sheer loss of manpower, and the lifters from the merchant flotillas refused to land when they heard of our plight, declaring a quarantine. The victims did not heal. Their fevers did not abate. Their nervous systems began to misfire, their minds wandered far, and delirium took hold. After 4 cycles, a form of rheumatism set into the eyes, the iris clouding and the sclera beginning to yellow. Those who were still cognizant reported to a blurriness to their vision before it was lost entirely. Many were distressed by this, even through the haze of the delirium. I did what I could for them. 7 cycles into the outbreak, I had ceased to receive messages from any other personnel, a fact that I had not noticed, engaged as I was in treating the afflicted. When I assessed the external oculi, their picts were obscured by a strange mist, though I could see that the outpost was abandoned, the habs either sealed tight or voided, the vehicle bays empty. I do not know where the miners had thought to go on this barren fragment of a world, but I could not blame them for running. More victims were lying in the streets and piled outside the door to my infirmary, but there was simply no more space. At this point, the earliest and most advanced cases began to exude a thick vapor from their mouths, coming out in distinct clouds as if they were breathing in a great frost. The joint stiffness had advanced to a state comparable to extreme tetanus infection. The mouth was hinged open and unable to close, the vapor pouring out in a steady stream. My diagnostic sensors recognized it as a particulate composed of huge quantities of oxidized organic material. My olfactory sensors indicated the smell of ash. I kept these victims as isolated as possible, but space was limited, and their numbers only rose. They were almost entirely unresponsive. Rapid eye movement had ceased and higher brain functions were barely registering. Yet still the vapor flowed, thicker and heavier, and their bodies became lighter with every passing cycle, graying skin pulling taut over bone. Perplexed, I decided to perform a vivisection. I am a scientist, a servant of the machine god. My realm is the biologus, the study of matter and living things which, above all else, follow the blessed laws of logic. The human body is a machine in which all actions and reactions, all component elements, no matter how seemingly illogical, can be explained with sufficient knowledge. I could not explain what I found inside that body. As soon as my scalpel split that woman's skin, reason ceased to rule the universe. Omnissiah, forgive my heresies, but I cannot explain what I found inside. I can only describe. The victim was entirely devoid of blood, exsanguinated in totality, with the veins and arteries either collapsed or having burst under extreme pressure. The organs were shriveled husks a fraction of their proper size, whilst the bones were blackened, as if they had been placed in a fire. A layer of ash clung to all, stuffed between the joints, filling the gaps in charred ribs and coating the inside of the epidermis in a persistent, immovable layer of grey particulate. The lungs were shriveled and useless. The diaphragm was missing entirely, and yet the chest continued to rise and fall. The vocal cords were snapped and broken, and yet the victim continued to vocalize throughout the procedure. Nerve clusters were gone, and yet stimulating the deposits of ash that filled their place resulted in the same reactions one would expect from a stimulated nerve. The body was hollow, yet still it lived. It was as I began to make the incision into the skull that the victim changed. Arms twitched and spasmed. The head thrashed from side to side. Its vocalizations grew guttural and aggressive. The vapor pouring from its unhinged jaw, which seemingly had no source within the body, thickened and became a steady stream of ash, which spilled into the open chest cavity and onto the floor of the operating theater. Stumbling on stiff limbs, the victim attempted to stand. I sealed the thing inside the operating theater, muffling the sound of its violence behind the blessedly thick bulkhead. With all the speed the Omnissiah could give me, I gathered the remaining victims and threw them out of my infirmary, out of my sanctum, into the lightless streets. Twitching bodies tumbled inwards when the exterior door opened, some of them already grasping at me with stiff fingers, ash trickling from their mouths, but I threw them back, casting them away to rot outside with the rest of their kind. As soon as the door was sealed again, I initiated purgation protocols. pumping the air with antivirals and scrubbing every trace of ash from the floors, the beds, the walls. I stripped my clothing away and coated myself with the highest concentration sterilizers I possessed. My remaining flesh burned in agony at the cleansing touch. The foul vapor was sucked away and ejected to join the fog that lay thick outside. Gatton Minor is a small planetary fragment with barely any atmosphere clinging to its surface. It has no true weather, and it lacks the necessary conditions to develop any, even with the ample waste gases and humidity produced by the colony. It cannot have fog, and yet, there it was. Locked within my sanctum, there was naught to do but continue my work. The victim in the operating theatre appeared to calm after several hours without stimuli, moving randomly in its halting fashion between one wall and another. It did not eat. It did not sleep. Its vocalizations did not tire. When I pumped the theatre with antivirals, it was driven into a rage, but it did not die. When I removed the air from the chamber, it seemed confused and disorientated, but it did not die. The ash continued to pour from its mouth. Outside, the fog grew thicker, obscuring the oculi that I could access. About half of the victims had become animate, wandering aimlessly through the streets of the outpost, occasionally clawing and vocalizing at each other. The rest simply lay where they had fallen, spewing ash. I watched them and logged their behavior until the fog became too thick and I could see nothing at all. A single specimen had escaped my manic purge, a finger from one of the earliest victims, shorn off in my rush to evict its owner and having rolled under a bed. Wearing 3 layers of isolation gear, I retrieved the digit, removing several samples before incinerating the remainder. This allowed me to continue my studies on the microscopic level to see if anything could be gleaned from its virology or behavior as a microbe, whatever it could be. The disease in micro makes as little sense as it does in macro. It appears in one sample as a bacterium, in another as a virus, in yet another as a kind of conglomeration of loose proteins that should not function. It acts in one moment as a predator to healthy tissue, in another as a swelling cancer, following no rhyme or reason. Antivirals cause its cell to shrink, and heavily concentrated doses seem to destroy them entirely. Yet new ones will form from free-floating base molecules or grow in healthy cells without any prior contact. It is maddening. With physical evidence abandoning me, I turned to my records, feverishly scouring all of my collected Medicaid knowledge for something, anything that could explain this nightmare. And I found it. After sleepless cycles, I found it. And it is so much worse than I thought. The hollow rot. The phrase was buried in aged records from the macro stack that serves as my diagnosis guide. It was an obscure disease reported millennia ago in the fringes of the subsector, soon after the end of the reign of Goj Vandaya. The ancient Medicae spoke of a malady of the body in which the victim, alike to a corpse, yet animated by a great fury, vomits forth an ashen breath. It was a fanciful tale, coming at a chaotic time and from a handful of backwater worlds, so no authority had deigned to investigate. Eventually the cases subsided and it was simply consigned to the long history of inexplicable illnesses, or else dismissed as another mad story from the age of apostasy. Yet one condition now stood out across the reported cases. The afflicted worlds had all been in the graphitic ejection zone of the great warp storm that appeared at the height of Vandaya's reign of blood. The storm of the Emperor's wrath. Gatton Minor is a fragment of a world, a remnant of a planet long since shattered by that great etheric disturbance and cast adrift in the void. Subsector Titus is full of them, and this particular body was nothing special, save for the fact that its long exposure to space and its passage close to the twin stars of the Gamma Tellari system had recently deemed it free from taint. The macro bombardment of solar radiation and the sheer lack of life had reduced warp presence on the surface to acceptable background levels, and thus, following standard procedure, it was approved for mineral exploitation. And so we came.
Wir sind hier eingeschlossen, ohne Möglichkeiten. Du darfst nicht arbeiten, du kannst nicht in die Schule gehen, du bist kein freier Mensch.
Kollege, du bist ja auch ein abgelehnter Asylbewerber. Jetzt hör auf rumzuheulen und geh einfach nach Hause.
In Dänemark sind also nicht alle willkommen. Und wer hier ist, soll sich schnell integrieren.
Schickt und geht ohne Einordnung begleitet.
Das ist natürlich schwer, wenn man sich versucht, hier irgendwie ein Leben zu etablieren.
Hier fällt zuerst die Auswahl der Familie auf. Gut integriert.
In deiner eigenen Heimatstadt einfach unsicherer. Dieses Geballte auf einem Raum, das ist das, glaube ich, das, was es schwierig macht.
Viele graue Betonblöcke. Offenbar sind sie verlassen. Dänemark spricht von Parallelgesellschaften, auch weil mehr als 50% der Bewohner nicht westlich seien. Das Ziel: die Bewohner sollen nicht mehr abgeschottet leben und Dänemark zieht den Plan durch. Viele sind bereits aus den städtischen Wohnungen ausgezogen. In wenigen Jahren sollen hier nur noch 30%
der nicht westliche Migrantenanteil überhaupt nötig wurde.
Mir anschauen, denn Kritiker sprechen von Abschiebegefängnissen.
Ach so, na wenn die
nicht zurück. Und mit dem Iran arbeitet Dänemark nicht zusammen. Deshalb sei er nun hier.
Wenn er wirklich verfolgt wurde.
Wir sind gezwungen, hier zu bleiben. Wir haben keine Zukunft.
Kollege, du bist ja auch ein abgelehnter Asyl.
Die Mehrheit wünscht, können die Dänen nicht sehen, wo das Problem liegt.
Das heißt, diese europäische
überhaupt gehabt. Ein klassisches die meisten Asylbewerber überhaupt gehabt. Die meisten Asylbewerber überhaupt gehabt. Ein klassisches Scheinargument und Ausweichmanöver. Und inwiefern schlussfolgert man
This must be fake. It's nice. Just a thumbnail.
Relax! It's the car! It's just the car! No, stop it! Stop it! People drive from A to B, stop it! Don't attack other people! If they're CrossFit, it's okay! I'm so sorry, go! I'll show you the city now. Don't even do it! Don't hunt the police unless it's a CrossFitter. Good, come. Relax! It's the car! It's just the
by the newly established studio Raw Power Games. A vast, single-player playground for your nightly dreams is what Chronicles Medieval aims to be. A true sandbox, just like Mount and Blade the Seku, Bannerlord. You'll command thousands of soldiers in real-time battles and fight alongside them in third-person view, just like in Mount and Blade. Most of the time, you'll travel across the isometric world map with your avatar, moving from town to town. Ha! That already sounds a lot like Mount and Blade. You can pledge your sword to AI-controlled lords, earn renown, and ultimately rise to power and influence.
Bro, is it exactly the same game, or is that just...
Like never before. The graphical style resembles Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Any story guiding the game has been completely omitted. After character creation and the tutorial, there isn't even the optional choice to follow a linear narrative, similar to what's in Mount and Blade 2. Unlike the major inspiration, and yes, the developers themselves admit that the games by Tailworld Entertainment heavily inspired them, in Chronicles Medieval, the church and faith will also play a role. Becoming a priest yourself, however, is not an option. What do the developers say about how they aim to differentiate themselves from Mount and Blade? Chronicles is intended to become a more personal, immersive, and just brush those quests aside on your path to self-fulfillment, so it doesn't necessarily have to be a hurdle. And ultimately, there's that one big... Speaking of standard, The rest of the feature list does indeed read like a rehash of Mount and Blade 2. We don't mean it negatively. Whether the battles can be auto-calculated, enabling you to should be able to distribute some points into skills. Magnificent is unclear. Additionally, there are supposed to be major upheavals rooted in historical reality that impact the entire game world. As an example,
Beispiel für solch ein Event wurde der 100-jährige
This is not the original audio. But the video kind of sucks also, like it's just the same trailer over and over. Ew. By the way, this guy, I'm not sure if he's legit or not, but he has so many short videos and he re-uploads them about helping yourself and stuff.
So it turns out motorcycle assaults can actually be an effective tactic. That is, of course, assuming that you don't care about casualties. So today we're taking a look at this relatively new phenomenon that is spreading all across the Russian military, but we're starting to see pop up in Ukrainian units as well. Now, this is based on an assessment that just came out earlier today titled 21st Century Dragoons, Dissecting Russia's Military Assault Tactics. And this was put together by Tataragami, a former Ukrainian reserve officer.
I saw one video where they had like electrical scooters.
In his Frontelligence Insight Substack. It's going to be linked in the description below. If you're interested at all in these subjects or following what's going on in the war, I can't recommend his Substack enough. He says, in 2024, when Russian motorcycle assault groups began appearing with increasing frequency along the front lines, their presence quickly caught public attention, and their use has since become a common feature of frontline engagements. More recently, Ukrainian forces have also announced the formation of their own motorcycle units. Now, 2 years ago, we did start to see a lot of motorcycle units, the use of motorcycles pop up, especially in the east with PMC Española. It's a Russian private military company fighting in and around Chasiv Yar, and they started to utilize motorcycles pretty regularly. It's not clear if what we're seeing now is, the evolution of that, but it's worth noting that motorcycles have been used throughout this conflict from day one, and it's not unique to the Russia-Ukraine war. What we're seeing now is the dedicated creation of motorcycle-specific units, and their kind of tactics alongside these being introduced to the armed forces. He says, in a battlefield where neither side holds air supremacy and large-scale combined arms operations remain difficult to execute, combat has shifted to smaller tactical formations, usually at the squad or company level, backed by armored vehicles. In this environment, traditional platforms like tanks and infantry fighting vehicles face growing challenges, especially amid constant artillery fire and the widespread use of cheap, fast drones. And this is something we've seen play out for quite a while now. When you look at how the front line has moved over the last really 2.5 years, with the exception of a couple key offensives and counteroffensives, by and large, what we're seeing are company-level assaults and below. So a company, think roughly 100 peak strength. In this case, probably closer to 50. So you're talking about a half dozen, maybe 10 total armored vehicles taking part in kind of the largest assaults that we've seen in recent years. By and large, it's much smaller scope. So you're seeing squad, think 6 to 10 on or about, platoon 20 to 40. So these smaller scale engagements are conducive to lighter vehicles, smaller vehicles, things like motorcycles. He says these bikes are far cheaper to replace than infantry fighting vehicles with minimal maintenance costs. Their mobility and low silhouette allows them to slip past obstacles and evade detection more easily than larger platforms, especially when paired with onboard electronic warfare gear. And we are seeing that. Some pretty interesting pictures coming out as well of electronic warfare jammers on the back of some of these bikes. And there's a couple different ways we're seeing this play out. There are detectors that just let you know that there's a drone nearby, which does serve a purpose, and it's quite...
Yeah, I guess it's I don't know. If you have it mixed up or in some situation, it can be good.
Quite a bit less expensive than these EW jammers. Roughly think $100, and these prices change, but think about $100 for a detector, maybe, depending on the jammer, $3,000 to $8,000 for the jammer. So we are seeing at least one of the bikes in these formations coming with a jammer to try to provide a little bit of a protective bubble against, in this case, Ukrainian FPV drones. He says concealable even in small buildings and nearly silent at night in electric variants, these motorcycles preserve the element of surprise. A motorcycle can reach a position in minutes, outpacing a noisy, slower BMP and narrowing the window for enemy FPV drone response. And this is a balancing act. We're going to get into how exposed the soldiers clearly are sitting on these motorcycles. I mean, any infantry fighting vehicle or any traditional military vehicle for that case, even if it can't survive a direct hit from some of these munitions, it's going to be able to stop shrapnel that impacts nearby, a shell that doesn't hit it directly. Not for these guys on the motorcycles, right? They're right out there in the open, and we've seen that. I mean, a lot of the footage in recent months has been Ukrainian forces just straight shredding Russian attacks as they're being carried out on these motorcycles. And the FPVs are a lot faster than the guys are on the motorcycles. And of course, coming down from a top-down angle makes them pretty easy targets. Again, in this case, you don't actually have to hit the guy on the bike, although a lot of the drone pilots are effective and accurate enough to do just that. But just an impact nearby could be enough to severely wound the soldier and possibly destroy the motorcycle. And then the guy's just out there walking all of a sudden. Much easier target for Ukrainian drones. Now, when looking at the structure of these units, I thought this was interesting. Tatarigami broke this down as well. He said, despite the term assault in their name, these units are not solely used for direct assault attacks. In practice, their roles are more diverse, ranging from diversionary maneuvers and reconnaissance to behind-the-line infiltration, logistics, and flanking support during larger assaults. In general, a group typically consists of 6 to 8 motorcycles with 1 to 2 riders per vehicle. Rarely have we seen the tandem motorcycle. There were some goofy ones with like a sidecar, but those were an anomaly. Occasionally, we'll see 2 guys on a motorcycle. Pretty safe to assume most of the time it's just 1 from all the footage that I've seen. But it is possible that every so often they do stack up another rider there, holding on tight. They say resulting in total personnel count ranging from 6 to 16 individuals on average. At least 1 motorcycle in the group is usually equipped with a drone detection system, which scans the area for the presence of FPV drones. Additionally, these groups are expected to carry 2 to 3 electronic warfare stations, either mounted directly on motorcycles or carried in a backpack on the rider to disrupt communications between drones and drone operators during the assault. So the way these EW kits work is they essentially sever that connection between the drone operator and the drone. So it doesn't, for something that's carried on someone's back or even on a motorcycle, it's a relatively small bubble. It might only extend out 50, maybe 100 meters. But the idea there is as the drone is coming in for its attack run, it's spotted you, it's coming in, the operator loses control and can't do those final moments of correction to effectively strike the target. So it doesn't necessarily make the drone fall out of the sky. It likely will still impact, just not as accurately. Now, something I wanted to share with you guys is a couple weeks ago, we wrapped up a new fundraiser. We hit $92,000 in just a couple weeks, which was more than we expected in a shorter period of time. Anyways, the 3rd Assault Brigade in Ukraine then to hit enemy positions while remaining mobile, often testing defensive response and locating weaknesses. The reconnaissance in force is interesting because when you see how many eyes there are in the battlefield, both sides are able to pick up this movement a long ways out. So you're seeing things engaged. Sometimes they're hit, actually in most cases now, Russian vehicles moving forward are hit with drones or artillery long before they're accessible or even within range sometimes of anti-tank guided missiles. So it's a long ways out. That gray area between the front lines is significant. It's a long ways in both directions. So what the reconnaissance in force allows Russia to do in this case is to move a fair number of soldiers forward, again, call it 6 to 16 in that one group, and move along the front until they find a weak point and then press forward. And with how fast they can get from their position to the Ukrainian position, there's some value in that. Again, they're sacrificing protection and numbers for speed, but it's one direction that Russia has been trending in recent months. But additionally, they're talking about some logistical operations here as well. Tatarigami says they conduct limited medical evacuation, extracting wounded personnel one at a time due to space and weight constraints, and carry critical supplies such as food, water, or ammunition within their load limits. In offensive operations, these teams have even moved troops into urban objectives. During the capture of Kharkov, columns of 3 to 4 motorcycles shuttled small groups of soldiers rapidly into the city. Finally, they rotate individual fighters in and out of frontline positions, again limited by the bike's capacity, but offering a faster alternative to foot or vehicle movement. There's a lot to unpack there. So for any sort of medical evacuation, of course, that would be limited to only certain types of casualties. You have to think there's, to get men and equipment forward, unique and very small percentage of these motorcycle assaults are actually effective. Again, that's entirely different. So moving toward been adequately equipped with more cluster munitions and modern airburst rounds, Russia might have already abandoned motorcycles for anything beyond probing, reconnaissance, and rapid logistics runs. That said, the tactic does prove effective.
We were fools. The true taint was never on the surface. It had sunk deep, deep beneath, leaching into the ground like a chemical spill. It was in the very earth itself, in the iron and the adamant that we dug for, a festering remnant of the Empyrean adapted to create what? A psychic virus, a demon in bacterial form, a disease that carried the unraveling touch of the warp itself. The taint was in the rock, in the stone and the very minerals. Those cases from the far past may have been caused by similar planetary fragments, meteorites that had been cast adrift by the great storm and plunged down onto unknowing worlds. And now it is here again, in the ore we dug, the veins we plundered. It is in the shipments we sent off worlds, in the holds of the macro haulers, the lungs of the crew, in the smoke and steam of the blessed forges. By the Omnissiah, the forges. It may even survive in their constructions. In the spires and ships and countless other fruits of my kin, it lies dormant in the metal, but it thrives in the flesh. In my fear, I have refused to acknowledge the truth in front of me. I had prayed that my enhanced immune system and lack of organic lungs would keep me safe from this disease. They have not. My joints are stiffening. My flesh has been feverish these last 2 cycles. My mind begins to lose its focus. My eyes fail. I am infected. Soon I will become like the others. A wandering rabbit thing of accursed illogicality, a crime against the motive force. For that, I can only beg the Omnissiah's forgiveness, and pray that in my final moments I may serve them still. I have set a subroutine in place through the colony's central machine spirit, though even it has slowed and grown directionless in the midst of this infection. The oculi and sensors shall record what data they can and transmit it to the orbital satellites, along with all my findings and this message. There, it will remain safe from infection, and I pray will one day be recovered. When I have failed to upload the failsafe code for 3 cycles, the thermic reactor will cast off its bonds and overload, destroying this outpost and all who still linger within. It is the final mercy I can grant them, and myself. There shall be no further transmissions. With all that I have learned so far, I shall spend my remaining cycles in contemplation and communion. Perhaps I shall find forgiveness there, or perhaps it will merely placate the fear that whispers in my mind, the terror that tells me to abandon my faith, to leave the blessed teachings of the machine god and embrace this new mad universe I see before me. I shall not. By all the strength of iron and the certainty of logic, I will not give in. I remain a servant of Mars. This is Galen Kappa 7 signing off. Motive force guide me. Omnissiah forgive me. Deus ex machina cleanse me. The buzz would drive him crazy. Klaus Meyer had the reputation of being a meticulous and thoughtful man. He did not let himself be guided by instincts or emotions. On the contrary, he always took his time to examine each situation with patience and an open mind, and then calmly arrived at the only possible solution. It was in this way that he had earned the respect of the inhabitants of Weiserfluss, a prosperous town in Talabekland. Sheriff Meyer doesn't steal paychecks. Sheriff Meyer doesn't yell and threaten to ensure order. Sheriff Meyer makes sure the guilty always pay. These were the opinions that an outsider might have gleaned from the inhabitants of Weißenfels if he had bothered to question them about the local law enforcer. Of course, if this supposed traveler had looked carefully, he could have also found discontented and dissatisfied people who would have welcomed a change at the top. But they would have been isolated individuals whose voices would not have affected the panegyric on Klaus Meyer much. But the truth was that even Klaus Meyer had limits, and that evening the annoying and constant flapping of little wings an inch from his ears was quickly eroding the thin veil of patience he was clinging to, while trying to get to the bottom of the reports that cluttered his office desk. "Go away," he growled, waving his hand madly to try to ward off the insect that had approached his face. He watched with hatred as the fly flew away, buzzing loudly and banging its plump, hairy body again and again against the glass of the closed lantern. "There. Continue like this and die. Do me this favor." Klaus rubbed his temples and let out a groan of tiredness. He had never found himself in such a situation. Awareness and impotence gnawed at him from the inside, hollowing out his features and marking his eye sockets with heavy dark circles. 6 suspicious deaths. 6, and not even within 3 weeks. 6 murders, practically double what Meyer had witnessed in 7 years of honorable service in Weißenfels. Murders, of course, because what else could they be? 6 people with healthy minds and bodies until the day before were simply found the next morning limp, like empty bags, their eyes wide with horror and with a trickle of blood wetting their lips. It simply wasn't possible. And no, it wasn't a contagion, despite the hysterical screams from his fellow citizens upon discovering that the first victim was not an isolated case, but the beginning of a sinister series. Obviously, Klaus had his doubts too. It would have been infinitely foolish not to consider that possibility, but in that case his cold and rational mind had been helpful. Instead of setting the houses and belongings of the victims on fire and never thinking about it again, as his frightened citizens had suggested, he had chosen to get to the bottom of things. Of course, he had quarantined sites and people in close contact with the victims, but that was precisely the point. None of the subsequent victims appeared to have anything in common with the previous one. There were no family or business ties, nor did they share the same places. Furthermore, none of the people in close contact with the deceased had developed any suspicious symptoms, nor was there any indication that they were not in perfect health. Wives, relatives, partners, drinking buddies were, to use the words of Dr. Bauer, who was assisting him in the investigations, in corpore sano ergo. They had not been infected by any disease. Indeed, Klaus Meyer deduced that the poor people had not fallen victim to some damned plague. No, something more sinister was at work in Weißenfels. A devilishly sharp mind. A murderer. Or maybe even more than one. The insistent buzzing of the fly seemed to have increased, as if it wanted to mock his reflections. With a grimace on his face, Klaus observed that 2 other insects had joined the first, forming a malevolent trio that scuttered across the glass of the lantern. "I hope those damn little legs of yours burn," he wished them through gritted teeth, fighting an incipient headache. So, murder it was. Klaus tried to reconnect the frayed threads of his thoughts, trying to ignore the buzz that seemed to have become, if possible, even more turbulent. A deviant mind, but terrifyingly clear in its intentions. He looked back at Dr. Bauer's report. The victims' relatives had protested, of course, but Klaus had no regrets about having given the doctor permission to open the victims' bodies for a more thorough examination. And for good reason. None of the deceased seemed to suffer any damage that would justify the fact that he never got up the next day. No wounds, no bruises. In short, no plausible reason for not being alive. Except for the expression of dismayed horror on their faces. But well, nobody can really die of fear, right? Logic and science were opposed to it, and Klaus firmly believed in both. Again, that damned buzz so similar to a mocking laugh. But how many damn flies were there in that office? 7? 8? Klaus made a mental note to go and check the adjacent room that served as a pantry. In the frenzy of the last days of investigations, he or some of his men must have left some food scraps. This must have attracted the insects. Yes, it must have been so. So no apparent injuries. But there was blood on the lips, and Klaus had followed academic studies enough to know that if there was a clear and telltale indicator of poison ingestion, well, this was it. Hence the unpleasant task entrusted to Dr. Bauer. The fruits of that examination were now there before him, written in tiny writing and letters that overlapped in Meyer's exhausted mind as the sheriff struggled to decipher them in the flickering light of the lantern, in front of which the damned flies continued to dart incessantly. Deciphering the doctor's writing was a difficult task for his tired eyes, but the more he laboriously advanced in the writing, the more a placid, albeit dark, sense of satisfaction made its way within him. He had hit the mark. The medical report revealed extensive damage to the internal organs. The oral cavity, the stomach, and the entrails seemed, to quote Bauer verbatim, reduced to mush. In a side note, the good doctor revealed that he had also found small abrasion marks around the mouths and nostrils of the poor people. So here it is, the killer's signature. An acid, perhaps, corrosive if ingested, and whose effluvia had then also damaged the orifices of the mouth and nostrils? Of course. If that was the case, Klaus couldn't help but wonder why there were no signs of struggle in the victims. A person does not simply stand still while an acid turns their internal organs to mush, unless they had previously been drugged, put to sleep and paralyzed, and forced to suffer such a terrible fate in chilling and forced immobility. Klaus was no coward, but he couldn't help but shudder at the thought of such a horrible death. For once, the flies didn't seem to have anything to comment on. Their droning was now a soft background noise. Now that he had discovered the how, Klaus moved on to the next question. Why? Besides deviant madness, what justified those murders? As disturbing as a revelation, a greenish light invaded the room. Geheimnisnacht. Immersed in the investigations, Klaus had completely forgotten that this was the night of sorcery. He remembered it in the moment when his gaze lifted from the papers towards the window. Neither the clouds nor the curtain of flies could in any way hide the green and luminescent shape of Morslieb, the cursed moon. Under the unhealthy light, the flies seemed to go crazy like never before. Klaus shivered again. Is it possible? Klaus was a man of logic and solid convictions. He wasn't a fool. He knew well that there were forces at play in the world that went beyond the human. In his experience, he had met Sigmarite priests and magicians, and he had witnessed their powers. He also knew, however, that despite what simple and superstitious souls might think, these were exceptional cases which only on very rare occasions affected everyday life. After all, with all due respect to his panicked fellow citizens, there had been no demonic and bloodthirsty cult behind the death of Farmer Hans 2 years ago, but only his neighbor's clumsy attempt to cut up the body and hide it after a banal argument over boundaries of the respective fields. Just as no evil demon had been responsible for the bad harvest of the previous year, nor had any ghost caused the collapse of the bell tower during Klaus's first month of service. The sheriff could say he was proud of having always spared Weiserfluss from the ever-watchful eye of the witch hunters. From his own experience, he knew that sometimes calling in such forces did more harm than good to a quiet village like theirs. Cold blood, logic, and scrupulous investigations. This was how he had always enforced the law in Weiserfluss, at least until today. Klaus Meyer had never doubted that he had the ability and means to solve any problem he encountered in the performance of his duties. But even a cold and rational mind like his could falter on a night like that. Logic or not, the light of the cursed moon had the power to distort even the most trivial situations. And that was definitely not a trivial situation. Under that greenish halo, even the normal words written on normal paper took on a much more disturbing and sinister aura. And after all, why shouldn't they? His own logic did not allow him to dismiss the possibility that there was something more in those crimes. 6 victims before Geheimnisnacht. That was not at all a factor he could afford to exclude. Maybe there had been nothing abnormal in the way the crimes were carried out. Acid had been used, right? Until a few moments ago he was quite sure of it. But now, The increasingly loud and insistent buzz shook him. With a decisive shake of his head, he pushed a fly away from his face for the upteenth time. Even leaving aside the question of modality, there always was a why. Why carry out those murders? Why in that atrocious way? Why so close to Geheimnisnacht? Maybe this time he had to swallow his pride and admit that he had neither the means nor the answers to get to the bottom of it. Maybe it was really time to turn to someone higher up, someone specialized in that kind of horrors. The cloud of flies was now shaking angrily, so loudly that it was reminiscent of the sound of a disturbed beehive. Why didn't they leave him alone? If only he could think clearly. Frustrated, he reached for the mug of beer left in the corner of the desk, seeking comfort in the familiar taste of the drink. He spat out the contents immediately. The flies. The damned flies. They had also entered the beer. The knowledge of having had those disgusting chitinous bodies on his tongue almost pushed him to vomit. In the throes of retching, he bent over the desk, strewn with beer stains, in one of which a fly was still struggling, frantically flapping its translucent and soaked wings. Klaus screamed, leaping away from the desk and crashing into the back of his chair. The fly had a human face. No! Fear and denial in the face of the impossible. It couldn't be true. Yes. How many flies were there in the office now? Dozens. More. Enough to lose count. Enough to drone with a single rhythm. With such harmony and unity of purpose as to modulate the buzz into sounds, words directly in Klaus's shocked mind. Accept it. So close, yet so far away. This is the night. 6 nests so far, and soon there will be 7. Not murder, not death. We are life, from 1 to infinite. We are the swarm. Accept it. Welcome us, become the 7th. Walk in the garden with us. No! No, go away! Klaus waved his arm desperately, trying to keep the swarm away that was now entirely surrounding him, in vain. He felt hundreds of little paws walking on his skin, hundreds of little wings buzzing in his ears, hundreds of little jaws opening and closing on his face, getting closer and closer to his nose and eyes. Instinctively, he closed his eyelids. Leave me alone! Screaming was a mistake. The swarm descended on him, forcing his mouth open in horror. It entered him. As he struggled helplessly and blinded, Klaus felt the flies buzzing inside him, felt their merciless and excruciating bites. An acid. I thought it was an acid. He would have laughed madly if he could. He would have cried desperately if he could. The swarm had taken away even that meager consolation. Prisoner of his body, he existed. He was writhing, he was suffocating, and he suffered. As the swarm feasted on his entrails, his rational mind granted him one final blessing. In a final flash of lucidity, he saw the 6 bodies of the victims who had preceded him. Dead. So at some point the buzz would die down. The flies would retreat, and he too would find peace in death, finally free from the excruciating pain. It had to be like this, right? Gorvan walked down the dimly lit corridor outside his workroom in deliberate silence, his ears processing every sound that came out of the darkness in front and behind him as his eyes scanned the graffiti-covered walls. Just under 6 feet tall, with the shaved head and the featureless slab of a body that only came from a lifetime of hard manual labor, there was nothing to set him apart from any other common underhive dweller apart from his clothes. He was shirtless, with thick workman's pants and an apron that granted him a greater degree of safety than most. Gorvan had little to worry about outside of drug-crazed vagrants or the random cannibalistic madmen that came up from the deeper levels with that apron on. In the center of the stained and creased canvas was a large, grinning skull, but where its teeth should be were instead the rounded and spiked machinery that identified his stock in trade. A corpse grinder. One of the blood-drenched wretches that fed the machinery of the city's nightmarish abattoirs of human meat. Everyone, from governors to street gangs, needed people like him to keep the hive city streets clear of bodies and the bellies of its citizens full. It was that relative safety that allowed Gorvan to concentrate on the crude paintings and carvings on the walls in his section of the city. You had to pay attention to those. Gangs used them to mark territory, and fresh ones were always a prelude to warfare, meaning more bodies and greater difficulty getting them to the grinders. They were also warnings of other, more horrifying denizens. Gene stealers marked routes and ambush points, while cultists and heretics put up strange symbols to their dark gods, in hopes of gaining their favor. If you managed to live as long as Gorvan had, you could name the threat with just a glance. As he continued his daily patrol, Gorvan saw nothing new, but there was a scratching along the back of his neck, a feeling that something was out of place, despite his normal senses telling him everything was as quiet as it could possibly get in the filthy halls and rooms of the hive's bowels. Gorvan had almost finished when a splash of color caught his eye. Near the ceiling of an intersection, just barely touched by the light of the ugly yellow fluorescent bulbs, was a collection of bizarre icons, arranged in a strange pattern that Gorvan didn't recognize. He dug a small flashlight out of a pocket and looked closer, trying to find anything familiar in the random-looking jumble of glyphs. Seeing nothing, he committed as much of it as he could to memory, marked its location in his head, then continued towards the large blood-splattered room where he would be spending the next 14 hours feeding the dead to a machine so it could feed the city. The door to the grinder room was a wide plate of 6-inch metal that swung inwards after Gorvan's eyes were scanned by the security panel. Instantly, the hallway was filled with the stench of blood, viscera, and human waste that no amount of air venting and extraction could erase. The floor, walls, and ceiling were coated in centuries of splatter that had sunk deep into the metal, and there was no cleaning the constantly spinning machinery. The grinders could never be fully shut down, not even for maintenance, so the stench of rotting flesh was constantly being blasted out into the workroom. Gorvan took his air filter mask off a hook just inside the door and strapped it on over his face. The mask could not block the stink, but it did make it tolerable for those used to it. Drez was already hard at work, hoisting bodies off the pile in the near side of the room, piercing the bare feet with twin hooks, then hoisting them into the air to prep them for the grinder. The young man pulled a slim, razor-sharp knife from a sheath on his apron and began slicing the clothing off the line of corpses he'd already strung up, tossing the filthy rags into a large bin nearby. He glanced over his shoulder and gave Gorvan a slight nod in greeting, then returned to his work. Drez had only been on the job a few months, but had managed to settle in quickly to a position that crushed most people given the assignment. Gorvan rather liked him, and he found himself looking forwards to the brief minutes they had together at lunch to banter back and forth. Walking to the center of the room, Gorvan unhooked a long hose from the ceiling and turned a large dial. The grimy rubber swiftly fattened up with the chem mixture that would sterilize the bodies and strip them of hair and minor skin growths. Gorvan's own knife would take care of larger abnormalities, and a handsaw dealt with any limbs beyond use. After the room was filled with enough corpses, they would both hose off the bodies with a second inert chem before starting the final gruesome task of heaving them into the shrieking maw of the machinery on the far wall. Within the hour, the aprons and exposed skin of both men would be covered in gore, looking like a pair of monsters conjured up from a child's nightmare as they kept working. Not that they had to worry about scaring anyone. Nobody wanted to go anywhere near the grinder factories unless they had to. Gorvan's room was rather unique, as it did not have any direct contact with its factory except for the machinery. It was the only remaining piece of another section that had been destroyed when its power supply had overloaded and melted most of it to slag centuries ago. Gorvan enjoyed the isolation. He didn't like crowds, and in here, he never had to worry about being drafted into harvesting parties. Eventually, the first batch of corpses was finished, and the pair dragged the dangling bodies to the end of the rack near the far wall, where the mouth of the grinder spun and snapped. Grease and congealed blood ran down the bottom and onto the floor, as if the machine was drooling in anticipation of its next meal. Gorvan and Drez unhooked the first body and fed it head first into the opening, where twin cylinders covered in spikes took hold and began dragging it in. Blood and tiny pieces of flesh spat out irregularly onto the two men as they guided the rest of the cadaver into the machine, followed by more as they continued to supply the beast with fresh meat. Past the mouth, the bodies were hammered and pounded into a thick slurry of skin, muscle, organs, and blood that slid down a funnel into a large vat. When full, A series of large blades would rise from the bottom and begin blending it all into fine liquid as it drained out into the processing area, where starch and vitamins would be added before the congealed substance was cooked, diced into cubes, then packaged, and sent out into the city. In a few days, some of the people eating this fresh batch would be hanging from the ceiling in this very factory. Hours passed in grim silence as the endless supply of bodies was stripped, cleaned, and pushed into the grinder. The monotony was only briefly interrupted when a body needed extra attention or a chain snagged along the line. As the morning wore on, the men were gradually covered in thicker and thicker layers of gore, while the floor underneath the grinder became slick with blood. The stench became like a heavy miasma that stuck to their clothing and began weighing them down. Finally, Drez stopped hooking up bodies and picked up a wide-bladed shovel from the floor nearby. He then began scooping up the blood and depositing it into a trough beside the grinder where it flowed down a crusted pipe into one of the vats below. Finished, he grabbed some of the ragged clothing he had cut up and used them to wipe up the remaining fluids, then tossed them back into the bin as he resumed stringing up and stripping the dead. Drez had cleaned up the blood twice more before Gorvan tapped him on the shoulder. "Lunch," he said plainly. Drez nodded and followed Gorvan to the chemical rinse, where they took off their aprons and cleaned themselves off as best they could. Hanging up their masks, they picked up the rusting tin containers that contained their allotted rations, then stepped out into the hallway. Closing the door to keep the stink from floating out, each man sat down on a plastic crate and began to eat. Meals for corpse grinders were always a bleakly humorous activity given their trade, but it was easy to look past when your stomach had gone empty for several days. That's how Drez had found himself not so long ago, starving, sick and desperate for a safe place to sleep. On his first day, the youth had dry retched for nearly 30 minutes after opening his bar of corpse starch. On his second day, the bar had been devoured in seconds. Now Drez took his time, taking swallows of recycled water between bites, sometimes making a sandwich of it with his dry biscuits. He was almost done when he turned to Gorvan. "Notice anything odd this morning?" he queried. "Why'd you ask?" "I don't know. I passed the night shift on my way here and, I don't know, they looked different. Something about the eyes, like they were all focused on something. And I could swear there were fewer of them today." Gorvan shrugged and took a large bite of his nutrient bar. "Probably nothing serious. Been a while since the last big gang war. Maybe somebody decided it's been long enough and they needed extra help bringing in the harvest. These are hard days, lad. Bodies pile up to the roof and it's a rush to get them all processed before the rot sets in. Administratum don't like it when that happens. Sometimes they send down the PDF to hurry things along. I heard one time an Inquisitor showed up and the whole factory team vanished. That many bodies lying around makes the higher-ups nervous for some reason, and you can end up burning a good chunk of the crop on their orders." Drez rolled the thought around in his head for a moment. "I guess that would explain why I haven't seen a lot of gang members around here the past few days. Probably means things will be quiet around here for a bit." Gorvan snorted. "Don't get to thinking that's always a good thing down here. Gangs are almost always the first to know if something's gone wrong under the city. And I'd rather have them be the ones to run into a pack of heretics or Xenos first instead of me." "Ever seen a Xenos?" "Nah. Heard tell that a nest of them was found outside the city once and got wiped by the guard. But that was before you were even born." "Have you been a corpse grinder all this time?" It was the first time Drez had ever asked Gorvan something even remotely personal, and the older man felt oddly pleased that he was showing any interest. "Since I was 16, he replied. "I worked in the service and waste tunnels until I finally got too big to fit in most. Truth be told, there are times when I'm glad the guild found me. It's ugly, but the grinders are the only steady source of work down here. Necromunda." He spat the name like a curse. "Must have been able to see the future when they named this rock. Oh, I meant to ask, have you seen any odd markings around your hab recently?" "What kind of markings?" "Strange writing, pictographs, that sort of thing." I found some this morning, but I couldn't figure out what it meant. Keep your eyes a bit more open for the next little while, just in case. Could be a new smuggling route and it's best to stay out of their way. Their lunch break over, the pair went back inside, tied on their aprons and masks, then resumed the long, bloody toil that kept them fed and sheltered. Despite their efforts, the piles of bodies never seemed to shrink, just changed shape, as limbs and torsos bent and fell over as Drez removed one at a time and hung them up on the blackened hooks. The faces all blended together as he and Gorvan pushed them into the grinder's maw, their nude bodies unceremoniously dangling in the air until the machine had devoured enough of their flesh for the men to let go and bring the next one. They were about to lift a large-bellied man into the steel teeth when it slipped from Drez's hands and fell. The corpse hit the steel floor, and the enlarged stomach burst open in an explosion of gases and organs, splattering both men with viscera and body waste. Parts of the man's intestines hung like bloody sausages off Drez's shoulders, and what looked to be most of his liver was stuck to Gorvan's face like a pie in the old comedy vids that played in the hab units. A low, wet wheezing leaked out of what Drez assumed was the stomach as it deflated like a balloon. The stench rising out of the bloody cavity overwhelmed their masks, filling each man's nostrils with fetid air. Gorvan slowly reached up and peeled the ragged organ off his face and tossed it aside. Both men stared at each other for a long moment, saying nothing. "I guess that one wasn't so fresh," Drez finally said. Gorvan coughed, then chuckled, and finally burst out laughing uncontrollably. Drez could not help but join in, and soon both men fell onto their backsides in the pile of gore, roaring with laughter until their sides hurt and neither man could breathe. Gorvan tried to stand, but slipped on a pile of ruined organs and landed flat on his back, starting a fresh round of howling. Eventually, with deep, red faces and burning lungs, the pair was able to stop and return to their feet. Gorvan grabbed the corpse by the legs and dragged him to a grate nearby. Pushing a button on the wall, he watched as the grate fell open and the remains dropped down a chute towards an incinerator. Drez pushed the rest down with his shovel, then they went back to work. The last body was a thin girl, barely into her teens with long, fragile-looking bones. "Nothing to worry about with this one," Gorvan said, grinning under his mask. Drez said nothing. He just stood there, holding the girl and staring. "What's the matter, boy? You lost your funny bone already?" Drez looked up at him, before quietly carrying the body over to the grinder and pushing it in, watching until the girl's tiny feet finally vanished in a final spurt of blood. He looked back over his shoulder at Gorvan, his expression flat, almost cold. "My sister," Drez told him. Then he walked back to the pile of corpses and began hanging up the next one.
What a weird end.
Cal Atta studied the ground. It seemed to move before him. A shroud of grey ferrocrete grime shifting flake by grain as the wind gathered at his back. His armored boots thumped slowly over the broken terrain, kicking up dust from crushed things with every step. Shattered glass, splintered plastic, cracked shards of bone. Cal Atta did not see or care what broke beneath his tread. It meant nothing. These things were broken already. It might have been something once, this place he walked. It might have had meaning and a function, but it was empty now. An unidentifiable space made generic by war, pockmarked with cavities and cracks. Its original purpose lost beneath the collapsed building that had fallen across it. Wearily, Kal Atta walked the line of a rockcrete spur elevated above the rubble, looking for a landmark to set his course by. He tested his aching shoulder and grimaced. The sky was a dusky orange, hazy and oppressive with smoke from the burning city beyond. Flames from the Prometheum processing plant they had targeted reached hundreds of feet into the tortured air, and Kal Atta found a grin etch its way onto his face. Distant behind him for now, the fire was a living thing, ravenous, consuming everything that lay in its path. Townlands and parks were aflame too, vegetation already dry from the summer's drought, ignited by scorching las beams and the detonation of munitions. Ahead, swathes of billowing smoke from the burning city fanned outwards to the arid plains. Even this far from the source, everything was hidden beneath the pall. Such terrible retribution we have wrought, Kal Atta said, his voice a cracked whisper. He stepped down with care and walked on, past the ferrocrete ruins of fallen hub units toppled like aged trees, and along boulevards cratered by shell and mine. In the distance he saw the still smouldering remains of water treatment installations destroyed during the initial landings. Small tragedies were cast, petrified in place around every corner. Here was a ground car crushed beneath fallen masonry, personal belongings strewn about like discarded children's toys, next to a mop of dust-covered hair splayed out beneath the killing slab. There, an open grassy area between towering blocks, used as a place of refuge by a crowd of people, until discovery. The pattern of desecrated bodies told Kal Atta exactly how things had ended. There was no hesitation as he walked across that space. His tread pressed the broken limbs of the fallen into the hard, dry earth. Sometimes they snapped beneath his weight. At others, where the ground had been soaked with blood or oil, or rarest of all, water, it gave a little and the arm or leg sank into the mud as it was pushed down. Small wet sounds reached him as blood was forced out of severed limbs, or when a body several days in the sun ruptured and its internal gases were released. Kal Atta barely noticed, even when the smell worked its way in through the cracks in his mangled helm. He walked on sluggishly, one tortured step after another. Further on, the ground was littered with broken blocks and overturned transit vehicles, the bodies of people who had tried to flee trapped forever inside, charred skeletons grinning with rictus faces. He glanced at them without feeling as he wound his way around the obstacles, the horns on his helm a sudden heavy weight, dragging his head one way, then the other, as his numb mind looked for threats. His axe scraped along the road, it too a weight he could barely lift. Kal Atta stopped again, trying to release his grip on the shaft. He frowned when he realized his fingers wouldn't respond. Reaching round with his other hand, he prized them apart, so the axe fell with a clatter into the road, then traced the outline of his arm to the wound in his shoulder. The ceramite was split, a sharp, ragged tear painful to touch. Rent asunder by the diseased blade of a Nurgle-like champion, he had ended in the moments after its weapon became lodged in his armor. But the wound wouldn't heal, and he felt the fever sweat gathering on his face as his physiology fought a losing battle against the poisons released into his system. A crackling sounded in his ear as he pressed on past a gigantic factory assembly building, static fizzing as the Vox came to life. "Javanti," he said. He tasted ash and burnt things in his throat. "Javanti, can you hear me? How many got out?"
I'm impressed. You should be dead,
said the Vox into his ear, its cadence buzzing and fading like an irritated insect. "Who is this?"
My name isn't important. What I did to your warriors now, that is.
"You ambushed us."
You were careless, Legionary. Very careless.
Kal Atta spat a stream of curses, only stopping when his throat became constricted by dust and he began to cough. The Vox crackled again as laughter, cruel and cold like the void, filled his ears.
I thought Ekronman had killed you. You are to be commended for still being upright. He was immensely proud of his war toxins.
"He is dead."
Yes, he is. Another martyr for the cause,
said the voice. The remnants of its earlier laughter surrounded the words.
I should have fought you myself and forgone this conversation.
It will take more than you to put me down.
Perhaps it will at that.
The voice paused for a long moment, and Kalata thought the other might have gone.
You see, I know who you are. Kalata of the Black Legion. You're the man who claims he killed Rogel Dawn.
Kalata felt the laughter beginning again before he heard it. He could visualize it, the indrawn breath, the fetid air sucked in over sharpened teeth and rotting tongue, held for a split second before being let loose in a torrent. Do not mock me, Thin Blood. You weren't there, he said. He fell on my blade. I felt the blood come out of him as I twisted it.
Half the old legions claim they were there the day Dawn fell.
How many say they killed him? A pause.
Not as many as you'd think.
Believe me or do not. It makes no difference, said Kalata.
Convince me. Tell me the story of how you slew a Primarch legionary.
Why would I? His breath was ragged. He felt his right leg give, and it was only damaged servos locking against the sudden movement that prevented him from falling. He stumbled all the same. Skulls and chains at his waist clattered and clanked at the unexpected shift in his gait. One of the thinner chains fell apart as he stretched his leg and the armor lock released. As he held the broken length of chain in his gauntlet, he noticed it was rusted, and he felt an unnatural burning in his muscles. He swore under his breath and continued, now with a slight but noticeable limp. The voice came again.
Because we have nothing better to do. My warriors are gutting what's left of your warband, and you're walking into a desert to die.
The voice changed then, shedding the barbs, becoming conciliatory.
Besides, I am curious. I would learn of the legend if I could.
Kalata spat more curses and closed the Vox link. The physical wounds would have rectified themselves given time. Bones would knit, burns heal, punctures fill with rejuvenated flesh and suturing scar tissue, provided warp exposure and capricious patronage didn't invite mutation. Astartes' physiology should have been able to deal with those kind of hurts, pumping his body with internal generated stims to keep him as combat efficient as possible while the background work of permanent repair went on. None of that was happening. If anything, the wound in his shoulder was festering, becoming more painful and slowing him further as the minutes and hours ticked past. That there had been poison on the blade, or that the flakes of rust on it had harbored some form of contagion, was beyond question. His arm and shoulder burned hot, yet the flesh felt cold and puffy to the touch. Where the saw-toothed edge had cut him, there was no feeling at all. For the first time in years, doubt came stealing into his feverish mind, a clear notion in amongst his increasingly muddied thoughts. He might die in this place. He stumbled then, his arm thumping into the ground as he went down onto one knee. A surge of pain lit his shoulder, and despite himself he gasped. He stayed there for a moment, his breath ragged. The Vox voice came again, emerging from nothing to fill his ears.
You sound tired, Kalata.
I'll survive, he said, growling the words out.
You might not. I'd wager the latter if I were inclined to do so. This may be the last chance you have to tell the story of how a Primarch fell on the blades of mortals. How you killed him.
Kalata opened his mouth, the obscenities already gathered to spit out.
I'm not mocking you. We're past that now, I think. I'm interested.
Kalata stood and leaned his head back. Black and grey ribbons were laid against an auburn sky, carrying away the destruction of all things. When he tilted his head forward, the world wavered. Very well, he said, as he moved on again. Talking would focus his thoughts, at least. It struck him that this avenue, wide and linked on either side to the rails of mass transit systems, might be the way out of the city. He might yet find somewhere to rest. There's not much left to lose now. Where to start?
The sword of sacrilege,
asked the Vox. It crackled, faded out. No, before that. Were you there, I wonder, among the faceless mass yearning for freedom? No, I doubt it. The first Black Crusade was such a glorious release. Unless you lived through it, you cannot imagine what it meant to us. An end to the dislocation of our existence. A chance to purge the shame. There was a time, Thin Blood, when it was accepted wisdom that passing into the eye was the end. But we survived long years in there, in amongst the madness of that blighted realm, and when we had finished butchering each other over any excuse we could think of, eventually we found purpose. Abaddon led us out of hell, towards revenge. He paused, the half-remembered images of things long past flicking through his mind. They weren't prepared, not all of them. We fell upon worlds grown rich and fat, those that still hadn't adjusted to their new Imperium. Every planet and station and void-born rock we could reach, and when we'd taken what we wanted, we burned every single one we could.
These stories I know.
Of course you do, snapped Cal Atta. Even for the likes of us, the past bears remembering. Without it, we are no better than animals who can work a trigger. The voice said nothing. You have to remember, the Imperium thought us gone. Hundreds of years had passed since Horus's last gambit failed. We were legends only half believed. And when we returned, we went at them like a pack of wolves into a flock of sheep. Only Cadia stood. Cadia and the Imperial Fists. He was still walking, plodding through waves of pain and nausea, but he was getting weaker by the minute. For the first time he could remember, his armor felt heavy. Some of the power cables had been severed in the fighting, and there were servos grinding together like an Iron Warrior's frontal assault formation. But becoming aware of the weight of it was disconcerting. It was him that marshaled them. Dawn. He stopped defeat becoming a rout. It was him that gathered their defenses together, striking back where it was possible to do so. Our hubris was exposed. Our vengeful arrogance turned from a strength into a weakness. Imperial ships started to appear in the skies of worlds we conquered, shredding our own before disappearing back into the void. They never committed, but they bled us, stalling our advance. And then, it might have been old grudges or frustration, or any one of 100 excuses. It does not matter. Fighting started amongst our own. He laughed then, the sound bitter. We can't help it, can we? The Vox clicked and crackled with acknowledgement.
It is a failing,
agreed the voice. Cal Atta barked out a laugh. Yet we pressed on, eager, maddened by battle and blood. It was a hunger that refused to be sated, an addiction once we had a taste of it. Maybe even Abaddon was affected by the sheer joy of it. But regardless, that madness made fools of us all. We didn't see a pattern until it was too late. The lone strikes, the hit-and-run tactics. It was all to buy time until the Imperium's reinforcements could be brought to bear. What might have been a sigh came through the Vox. Ahead of him, Cal Atta saw that the road had been severed, cracked apart by the fall of what could once have been a troop transport. Its ruins filled the depression its fall had created, while the fires of its destruction flickered behind twisted plasteel girders, filling the air with the reek of spilt promethium. Kal Atta slowed, looking for a way around the destruction. His helm sensors were damaged, and smoke was thick in the air, clouding his own enhanced vision. Disorientation gripped him, his head swimming. He tasted bile somewhere at the back of his throat.
Please continue.
Strangely, the voice brought a measure of clarity, and he noticed a gap between two partially collapsed buildings. There was little choice. To turn back would be to make a likely death certain. We had grown tired of being stung month after month, our strength fraying at the edges as dawn and our own nature took its toll on our forces. So the fleets gathered, marshalling for a strike at the Imperium's heart. That was what Dawn had been waiting for. While our armies mustered, they hit us with a surprise attack, aiming to cripple us before we became too powerful. They tore into our formation of ships, their fury every bit as hot as our own had been when we left the Eye. Kal Atta paused, and his voice grew distant. It was magnificent. Starships burned in the void like necklaces of diamonds, lit by internal explosions. Fire blossomed in the frozen emptiness, brief flowers of beautiful destruction. Strike and counter-strike, no quarter asked and none given. Thousands died, spilt into the merciless cold of space when their ships ruptured, split by blade and bolter and las blast. I don't know how long we fought, but eventually the battle teetered on a precipice. Our numbers would have counted for more than their anger in the end. And there was nothing else between us and Terra but that fleet. How close we were to breaking them. Then he came. It was a desperate act, a final throw of the dice. The sword lay at the center of our formation, and it was to it that Dawn carried the battle. Only a handful teleported over. It must have been all they could spare, but he was amongst them, and he counted for hundreds. It was like witnessing the arrival of an angry god. Kal Atta fell quiet again. He had to concentrate to think now. The side street had led somewhere, but he was no closer to anywhere that would do him any good. This area was nothing but grey and black and red ruin, pockmarked with shell craters. His arm was completely numb, though his chest and back burned and his muscles spasmed as the poison worked its way through his post-human physiology. Somewhere inside, he knew he was becoming less lucid as his organs failed, but part of him wasn't there at all. It was back at the culmination of the First Black Crusade, living through half-forgotten memories. We attacked, though it did us little good. He slaughtered us like corralled groks. We took a toll on his companions. Of course we did. But we were nothing compared to him. He cast us aside in contempt, cutting his way through us.
How did it end?
Asked the voice. Kal Atta might have been mistaken, but through the clicks the voice sounded rapt. A sick smile forced its way across his face. We could have detonated the engines then, taken him down into hell with the ship, but our arrogance got the better of us. Did we sense a vulnerability as his last few Astartes died? Maybe we did, but by then we were maddened, blood-crazed as we had never been before. Our reason was gone, and as he neared the bridge, those of us that were left rushed him, as desperate as he was. Once again, his voice grew distant. He walked down into a shallow depression and ascended the other side. He was cresting the lip, wondering without focus why he had found breathing so difficult when he felt his right leg give way, collapsing fully this time. The damaged servo seized again as he reflexively tried to adjust and he toppled over, saving himself with his good arm. He stared at his armored fingers splayed in the dust.
Nearly done, Carl,
said the voice softly. A series of clicks followed in its wake.
How did Dawn die?
We met him before the bridge, said Carl. His whole body burned and his voice was a rasp. Bolters were no good. He was too quick. So fast we couldn't see him all the time. He was wounded by then. Blood on gold. Scarlet. Scarlet on brass. We were heaped everywhere, broken men, sundered armor. But we were slowing him. His chainsword was useless, clogged with the meat of dead space marines. He staggered, and more blades came in. I heard him cry out, in pain, in anger. Such wrath, I never saw the like of it. His face was a snarling mask of crimson. I stabbed at him, felt the blade find a weak place in his armor. He threw me aside. I lost consciousness, I think. And when I came to, he was on one knee, and everyone else was dead. I didn't think. I took my blade and charged. It took him in the side, and as I twisted, he looked at me. I've never seen an expression like it. So much hate. So much despair. His head felt light, and his words dried up. For a second or two he stayed like that, kept stable by the weight of his armor. Then slowly, thought fled into darkness, and he pitched forwards into the dust. Carl felt warm air on his face. Soft grey flakes fell everywhere, and for a moment he thought it might have been snow, until he realized it was only the ash of burnt things falling back down to earth. He blinked and tried to move, but there was no feeling in his limbs. He lay at an awkward angle, propped half up by his power pack. Above him a silhouette held his helm by one of the horns. In the background beyond his sight he could hear movement and voices. A guttural laugh sounded somewhere close. Where am I?
At the end,
said the figure. It went down on one knee in front of him, placing the helm on the ground beside it. Carl couldn't make out details, but the figure's face was as corpse-grey as the gently settling ash. Its features distended and laced with a spiderweb of black veins in places veins had never evolved to be.
Did he say anything to you?
Is it you I've been speaking to? Carl asked. He could barely talk at all now. Each word felt like it might be his last. Every part of him was tired beyond endurance. The figure inclined its head to one side, then bent closer. As the light behind it was blocked out, Carl saw it clearly for the first time. The black veins on his face were staccato pulses of unlight, tracing down across his neck to disappear beneath his armor. Thin red scars marked any patch of skin not covered by them, so the effect was of two different checkerboards laid one on top of another. Narrow pipes lifted from beneath his gorget to disappear into folds of flesh at his neck. When he spoke, light caught on silver teeth filed to points.
We killed all the others. You're the last.
Carl nodded. Every movement burnt fatigue deeper. You tracked me while we spoke.
I enjoyed the story. How did you escape?
I didn't. I must have lost consciousness again. When I woke, Dawn was gone. The ship was in the warp.
Gone.
Carl nodded once. His voice was nearly spent.
Did you see what happened to him at the end?
Carl managed to dredge up a laugh from somewhere. It was a thin, uncontrolled thing, for there was no breath left in him for anything else. He heard an echo of it somewhere but couldn't tell where it came from. His sight was narrowing now, his peripheral vision edging to black, and he realized that the burning sensation was gone. "I'll take some secrets with me," he said, and laid his head back.
Well, did you get the end of it?
The speaker was whip-thin for an Astartes, clad in armor that seemed too big for his frame. The skin across his face was stretched parchment-thin, so that every muscle, vein, and tendon was visible beneath it, as if he had been freeze-dried and made transparent. Every expression or turn of his head resulted in his skin tearing slightly along the lines of his bone structure, and then rapidly healing, so that minute trails of blood and clear liquid were constantly being created on his face.
Not one that made sense,
said the black-veined warrior. He stared at the dying man for what seemed like a long time, then stood frowning slightly. Kal-Ata's breath was a whisper, and wherever he was, he wouldn't be coming back.
Lies,
said the thin man.
What makes you think it was lies? Most tales I've heard say it was the World Eaters that killed Dawn.
The thin man bent and lifted Kal-Ata's head.
No nails.
The black-veined marine grunted.
I wouldn't believe those mindless lunatics if they told me day was night. If they'd killed a Primarch, they'd still be shouting it through every Vox system in the segmentum. Would you rather believe a random space marine claiming they slew a Primarch? Besides, no one really knows if Dawn even fell in the first Black Crusade at all. That story's as much of a legend as anything from those days. Ekraman's blade was poisoned. This fool was fever dreaming.
The thin man snorted and turned away.
Leave him die, Volesh. We still have to secure what we've won before we move on.
The black-veined Astartes didn't reply, instead staring down at the dying warrior. The chances were that Kal-Ata had been lying all along, or that his fever had sent his mind to a place where not even he was sure of where the truth lay. But still...
Someone delivered the final blow,
he said quietly. If Kal-Ata had been telling the truth, he should have been lauded as one of the greatest heroes of the Long War. Though as none of them knew if Dawn had actually died aboard the Sword of Sacrilege, it was perhaps a moot point. Yet there was a delicious irony in the idea that the slayer of a demigod would in turn be killed by a cut from a poisoned blade in a minor skirmish on a backwater world. No more bitter illustration as to the pointlessness of their conflict. Yes, that would be a fine jest, one perhaps to make the gods themselves chuckle. And in the end, perhaps the truth was simply the version of the story one chose to believe. A smile tugged at one corner of his mouth, lifting it to a sneer as he drew a bolt pistol. The crater echoed to the sound of a single shot, and without a backwards glance, the black-veined Astartes walked away through the still falling grey flakes that covered them all, living and dead.
Hi guys, it's Rosie, and today I thought it might be interesting to show you guys what I eat in a week in Italy. I'm gonna be staying at my grandma's house in Calabria in southern Italy for one more week, I think, so I thought I might show you what I eat here. As of right now, I think it's 11:30 a.m. and my grandma's cooking downstairs, so I'm gonna show you now what we're gonna eat for lunch today.
Cosa stai facendo, nonna?
Ora facciamo caio malora, facciamo Vede più giù così. Ma sta sede nei giusti. Giusto. Domani vanno più dopo. Sale. Vino parlato. Ah! Ora provo, non so da ne, non so. Ah, giù. Non mi piace, non mi piace.
Le donne diventare fuori controllo, facciamo presto. Berlusconi non può restare a guardare i...
Ma non ci sono forchette?
Si scappa. Un giornaliere che fa secondo Associated Press.
Che giorni vado andare a casa, Ho detto che ti dirò.
Parle,
Non lo so. Mangiare stanno prendendo la minima. Allora ce l'ho più. Riccardo. Allora nero, non lo mai un cannone nero. No. È visto tutto qua, dopo che sia. Non vuoi una cosa?
Allora?
Buono.
Tieni i soldi.
Questa era prima. Stati Reggio.
Ah, quello piccolo prendo io, bene?
Basta, pensa. Non sa chi andare lato dopo video.
Cosa gli hanno dato i soldi indietro?
Non sa farsi sentire a Reggio, però un'altra volta non vai, capisci che faccio.
Faccio il video.
film, Papà, tu disse perché non ti mandava messaggio prima come ti mandavo? No, cosa mamma ci studiamo? La via.
Aspetta, prendo un babà.
Ma non c'è da sola? Papà che me lo dice. E qua.
Ci siamo sempre.
Stavati in cucina, stavati in cucina.
Andiamo. Una giornata sì. Da mezz'ora pensavo. Non lo dico. Giornata. Non si preoccupava. Dormi. Io sono...
Che potrebbe tingersi di giallo. Nella
Mamma, guarda la nonna. Va bene? Ma questo è mio. Non fa pena.
Questa è diversa. Falla.
Sei tu con suo capace che meglio fra. Ma no, che assai però. Che sa tutto? Sì. Ha venuto già su una legge.
Mi sposto. È un fail. È molto un fail totale. È molto soddisfacente. È bruttissimo. Non sembra incinta.
E non abbiamo niente, scazzo si chiude. Mica purtroppo non fatto ormai chi ha mentalità sua.
Siamo partigiani, che non sei persone come si comporta.
E tutte ossa manco portare.
Arrivo.
Precisa, ormai, più precisa.
Everything looks so good.
Ora facciamo, dai, andiamo alla Ocean.
Ma io non mi sono data la busta, ma dite dopo.
Sì, non c'è.
Dopo che finimo guardiamo.
Ormai.
Così?
Perché? Guarda chi sta.
Così?
La parte in mezzo.
Non è da tutte parti. E poi la scorcia. E cosa mangia scorcia?
Non mi danno fastidio.
Veramente?
Tu così. Mi vuoi?
E perché c'ho parlato?
Una pasta fresca.
Ecco questo papà è... Viva precioso, già va.
Sei mamma di Francisco.
Devi mangiare col pane che è buono. Non si può bere tutto piatto.
È buono. È normale che è buono.
Non si fa. Che bello!
Se
Se mi sposo voglio anch'io così. Potrò. Che bello! Guarda la faccina! Addio! Addio te! Dove ci arriva la fame? Vediamo. Fotografare. Ah, è vero, guarda che carino.
You also. I thought that's illegal.
Mangio, va bene.
Va bene a cosa?
La testa, il cervello. Mangi, ok?
E voi dove? Dorci non le vuole. Vieni qua.
C'è Riccardo poi.
E sul mocerino?
Deve fare un altro.
Where did the skin go?
Salve.
Fatto così?
No, volevo pure le cipolle. Come ti sono che cazzo? Per andare via qua.
These are nice also.
Questo è freddo, guarda. Però ancora mangiare. Non ci parlare, no? Devi fare due passi. Questo quello poi va in fuoco, per me è malattia. E ora che sono
Cioè, vedi tu.
Devi asciugare? Okay. Bye bye. Visto che questi sono tutti abbandonati.
Allora, vediamo se li riconoscete.
Sai?
I love these videos, man.
Hello everyone, I'm back at my favorite place in the entire world, my Nonna's house, and welcome to another episode of What I Eat in a Week at my Nonna's house here in the region of Calabria in southern Italy. My grandma just turned 79 this year, and I don't take for granted the fact that I'm able to film another one of these videos again with her. I really do cherish every second that I'm here, and I'm just super grateful that I get to share my family's traditions with so many of you. Also, great news, my grandma and I are finally working together on a cookbook. You guys have been asking me to make one for years now, and it's finally happening. So if you want to learn how to make some of our most popular recipes, you will be able to do so. For anyone interested, the cookbook is now available for purchase at the link in the description box. And without further ado, let's give the people what they want, and let's begin this video. I hope you'll enjoy.
Did she put ham in the meatballs? I guess not.
Eccoli. Ciao.
Italia! Tutti su, oh, è molto da 1.000 euro. Ma anche passati tutto,
Oops.
I Criffi beve numero 1. Più lo mandi giù e più ti tira su.
A salutare chi per un poco, senza pretese, senza pretese. A salutare chi per un poco.
Anche patate, direi.
Jesus, stop.
La stessa parola vede, essere lì, vuole seguirlo.
feel like Nonna can't be finishing all this food in the right. By the way, this iced tea doesn't taste good at all. Nah, whatever.
Cazzaccio stai, andate là dai.
Nonna's so cute. Get that.
Perché mi ha costruito per sta...
Sì, che poteva fare sì, però questa farina dura, questa mullicatura ci vuole nuova qua. E chi lo stai mettendo?
Basta allora.
Facendo il giorno? Sì, no, io pulito.
No.
Andava da pulire. andare a testa, andare a cuore.
Huge Porsche.
Guarda perché da porco.
Una da
Questa non è una zozella, non capivo qua cosa parlava. Io ero riotta. Ma povera sì, manco un vino.
Anche le altre persone hanno da fare.
E se era giorno un vestito, sbadato sciato. Io sono 10 anni qua da me. Come stai gioco? Cama, che ti c'è un caso? Voi chiamate. Ma dice la mattina sui 7.
Chiama e non rispondi, non ti preoccupi. Dice, basta, oggi ho da fare, non so quando arrivo. Non c'è caso. Ah, sempre tu non piace lui. Non hanno niente, io ne ho pochi. Vabbè, ce n'è.
Non esiste.
Ho nemmeno 27. E ne prendo una sola per io pensavo che le lasciassi quest'anno ci lavavo.
E volevo farci tatuaggi. Ascoltami.
Nonna!
sempre io e sopra totalmente diverso.
Piano tempo pensieri sul soffitto macchie di umidità.
Non ti operai no, non ti preoccupare. No.
Dito. Sì, caduto.
Una volta io non si pensiamo molto.
Grazie.
Mira, ma l'esperienza quando parla è sempre una cosa naturale, bella di chiamo.
Quindi c'è uno scooter vero?
Insegnato come sempre fuori e da una mano. Sono quei giorni che il bambino è disposto dalla sua mamma o dalla... Ma quando viene la vita no? 10 euro.
Oggi parla dentro le culture. Viva l'America e viva gli americani.
Tutti che mi fermano.
Disgraziata pure. Dammi che faccio no, devi fare. I pomodorini davano con... Dai, mangiate tutti. Quando c'era pure che faceva la grappa. Ah, qui. Buono. La parte siamo di questo mangiare più un altro. Sì, poi no, il piatto c'è lì. Ah, più che vuole. Mamma, ieri se l'hai fatto. Che calone. Ma va, fammi un prezioso. Ma quello,
insomma, è un sugar tiesto qua. Curva da seccava a 2 giorni, non è che. Ma cammino nei punti. Ragazzi, già la potete fare, non è che non mi chiede 2 anni.
Sì, non è ascolto.
Ho capito, vabbè. C'è manca a re, non è che cazzare tu. Vedi che sei, non è grave.
Stai all'estero. L'importante è che mi faccia la demolizione.
Macchina, la demolizione non ti fanno più.
Gliel'ho dato io perché non ce l'era.
Sicuramente.
Mangiamo tutte cose.
Ah, polzare. Ma che sono due biglietti?
Ma se ti porta io, che bello!
Non devi parlare!
Ma sai giurare, no, tutti ignoranti. Per i soldi non passeranno. Lontana scala.
c'avete in cucina pure.
Certo, gioca è così, a forza il nome del sole non è carico, ammazza la morte solo nel mezzo.
Fino alla lavagna. Sì. Calcio.
They almost don't fit in the kitchen. But I wonder, is her father there also? I feel it's like her father is not there. Or I don't know which one it is. And her mother kind of looks different than her also, but I didn't look that exactly. I mean, I think I say that every time when I watch it, but she looks a little bit like my mother when she was young, which is kind of such a weird feeling. But I kind of like it also. Which is what makes it weird, I guess. Oh, the perfect stopping frame. Oh my god. Oh no. And them grandmas, dude, aren't they the best? Just so nice. Always give you food and stuff.
Più o meno come questo.
È fuori, dai, è fuori. Faccio le piccole.
No,
non sono per tutti. Sono le piccole.
Ah, dove si va?
17. Bella età.
No, diciamo.
again.
Basta, dobbiamo mangiare, mangiamo. That's crazy. Let's go. What's up?
Grazie, un attimo d'attenzione. Vania 2023.
Just so good. I think she doesn't make these videos anymore, or didn't do any for a long time. Actually, not that long ago. Yeah. That one was good also, but kind of very technical. Did I even watch this? I must have, but yeah, see, there's definitely huge gaps. She's in America now also or something, which is kind of crazy. Imagine leaving this beautiful place.
Spicy, but I love it. Del piccante, no? Sto un attimo l'arancia. In the world, for example, whenever I'm abroad, this really cute Japanese nail salon for We just ate our first bagel in New York. The bagel in itself was really good, very tasty, but I chose the one with salmon and it was too much salmon for my taste. We are in Central Park. Central Park was beautiful and huge. We didn't end up seeing the whole park. We only walked about halfway and it just gave me major Home Alone 2 vibes. Here goes all my money. We just got to Chinatown and we're heading to a restaurant that one subscriber recommended. On our way to Chinatown, we saw Little Italy, but we didn't end up going there. We got to the restaurant and they were making the noodles from scratch and you could really taste the freshness of the noodles and it was really good, but this was also the spiciest thing I've ever ate in my entire life and I couldn't even finish half of it because I was literally dying inside. Thank you for the recommendation. To end the day, we walked to the Brooklyn Bridge, which was nearby the restaurant, and this place felt very familiar because I've seen it so many times in movies.
Look, man, I've been freestyling all night.
I'm going to be trying Dunkin' Donuts for the first time. Also, look what shirt I'm wearing.
Bro, I noticed her tooth was different. I never noticed that before. The hell?
Donuts for the first time. Also, look what shirt I'm wearing. New York. I'm such a tourist. How is that?
Also, I don't know which
It's
video is
weirdly
older now.
sweet. Tastes like it's been pre-made, like in one of those machines where you press latte and to arrive back in the day. No way!
1889.
No way! Maya Rosie! And then after that, we had to take another boat to get to the Statue of Liberty, which was even better in person. Been dreaming to see it since I was a kid, so I was really happy to be there.
Where are you? In New York.
We also got there before sunset, so we got to see it in 3 different lights: daytime, sunset, and the evening, which was really magical. It was much smaller than I thought it would be, but it was still very, how do you say, like shocking.
Shocking.
Like to see it, like. The next day Marty wanted to go to this dog cafe, so we went there to have breakfast.
Oh, look how much pee there is everywhere.
And then I didn't really film the rest of the day. We were just in Times Square and we did some shopping and we went to the M&M store, and that's about it. The day after, I went to Krispy Kreme to get me the famous Big Apple donut, and then we spent the whole afternoon at the Central Park Zoo. The zoo reminded me of the cartoon Madagascar, and it was such a beautiful day. It felt like spring. Look, look, look. They steal the food and they run away. Movie night at the museum, and the movie was based on the New York City Museum, so I had to see that. And then we ended up the trip on a sad note by visiting the Twin Towers Memorial. So that was our trip to New York. Thank you all.
Okay, I go off. Bye.